Good morning. I'm Robert White, council member at large and chair of the Housing Committee. Today is Thursday, February 15th, 2024. The time is now 9:37 a.m. Today, the committee is holding a performance oversight hearing on the Department of Housing and Community Development. DHCD is responsible for over a dozen housing initiatives and programs. These include compliance with federal fair housing laws, the Home Purchase Assistance Program, the Homeowners Assistance Fund, the Housing Preservation and Housing Production Trust Funds, housing counseling services, inclusionary zoning, rent control, single-family residential rehabilitation program, the Small Buildings Program, the Small Business Technical Assistance Program, the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase, and the District Opportunity to Purchase Acts. With a team of 170 government employees, DHCD is at the forefront of carrying out the district's affordable housing goals, and there's a lot of potential in its programs. Other cities look to DC as a model for initiatives like TOPA and the Housing Production Trust Fund. But when you talk to residents here, they often paint a different picture. We hear from constituents daily about concerns over where they're going to live and how they'll be able to support their families. They tell us they're doing their best to stay in their home city. They say they're following agency instructions, but they can't get through to staff or haven't heard back about what to do next. It's stressful, and they tell us that the silence from agencies makes it worse. Residents want clearer expectations and predictability. The same is true for housing developers engaging in DC's programs. Clearer expectations and predictability help to meet their bottom lines. During today's hearing, I plan to focus my questions for the agency on communication gaps between DHCD and its constituents. I want to know what steps DHCD will take over the course of this year to create clear expectations and improve predictability. As I've done for many of the larger agencies under the committee, I'll also ask DHCD to share 3 measurable goals for the year. This will be part of a conversation around the outcomes we're getting from our housing investments. This goal-oriented approach is one I'm taking with all of our agencies under the Housing Committee so that we're all on the same page about how agencies are progressing and how they're measuring progress. Before I cover these 2 topics, I'll ask Director Green to talk about DHCD as a workplace. Staff vacancies at the agency have more than doubled since last year. Without a solid foundation of workers, none of the programs will function well. It's imperative that we retain our workers, and I look forward to a conversation about those retention efforts today. Before I call up our first panel of witnesses, and we will do panels of 10, but try to keep the maximum to 4 people at the witness table in person. Some of our witnesses will be virtual and some in person. For those who are virtual, staff will, when I call you on the list, when I call your name on the list, staff will promote you on the Zoom from attendee to panelist. When you're promoted, you'll drop out of the hearing momentarily and come back in on the panel. You can then unmute yourself when it's your time to speak. For witnesses in person, please come to the front table in front of me. When I call your name, public witnesses will have 4 minutes to testify, and advisory neighborhood commissioners will have 5 minutes to testify. I will now call our first panel of public witnesses. Andrea Chapman, housing organizer with Empower DC. Judy Esty, executive director of the Platform of Hope. Mel Zand, supervising attorney with Legal Aid DC. Deborah Cuevas Hill, supervising attorney with Legal Aid DC. Ileana Golding, senior policy analyst with DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Tricia Kinch, member of the Affordable Housing Work Group with DC for Democracy. Mandaline Odendahl, Deputy Director of District Bridges. Cheryl Court, Policy Director with Coalition for Smarter Growth. Eric Lynn, Director of Lending with Latino Economic Development Center. And Sophie Bradford, Associate Attorney with Weiss LLP. Let us see who of that group is here, and it'll take just a moment to get people who are virtual promoted. For folks who came up to the table, would you let us know who you are so we know who's here? Okay. All right, I'm going to call our next two witnesses. We have some folks who aren't here. So Robert Warren and Charlotte Simpson. All right, final person we'll call for this panel is Dean Hunter, President of Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association. So we will get started. There we are. All right, Andrea Chapman, you are up first. Welcome, and you can begin your testimony when you're ready.
Thank you and good morning to everyone. My name is Andrea Chapman. I am a housing organizer at Empower DC, and I would like to discuss DHCD's goal of producing and preserving affordable housing in the district. While I commend DHCD's commitment to addressing DC's affordable housing crisis, I believe there are additional underutilized opportunities to expand affordable housing that merit consideration. So last year, the United Planning Organization reported that over 44,000 DC households spend at least 50% of their income on housing costs. With over 90% of those households earning an annual income less than $50,000, DHCD must do even more to deepen housing affordability in the district. Thanks to you, Councilmember White, and others who co-introduced this bill with Councilmember Janice Lewis-George, social housing is another viable opportunity to address the city's affordable housing crisis. Social housing requires 60% affordable units, with at least 30% of those units being affordable to extremely low-income households. Low-income tenants never pay more than 30% of their income on housing costs. This would allow a two-parent household with 3 children earning $46,950 to be able to afford to live in DC. Social housing also offers environmental protections that improve living conditions while decreasing the use of fossil fuels and other environmental dangers. Buildings would be electrified, equipped with solar paneling, and located near public transportation. Though the bill has yet to pass, we have an opportunity to pilot social housing right here, right now. The Office of Planning is proposing to upzone the police and fire station at 1617 U Street Northwest from MU4 to MU10, paving the way for more high-rise luxury housing in an area that is already vastly unaffordable for Black families. In Ward 1, the median family income for Black households is $49,148. An affordable rent for that income would be up to $14,744 per year. U Street current rents for one-bedroom units are $38,304 per year, $23,560 more than what most Ward 1 Black families can afford. At the same time, current census tracts show that the area around U Street is only 3% Black. During the 1990s, though, 1,000 Black people lived in the U Street area compared to only roughly 100 today. The Office of Planning mentions that upzoning 1617 U Street would lead to more housing opportunities. And while district law regarding public land requires the creation of housing at affordability rates and income limits that exceed IZ and IZ+, such units would still be the minority of the total number of housing units on the site. This would not effectively meet the needs of the majority Black and POC low-income households in the district. Piloting social housing on this site could ensure that the vast majority of units are affordable, allowing more low-income communities to stay in DC. In conclusion, while I appreciate DHCD's commitment to preserving and increasing DC's affordable housing stock, it is imperative that the city utilize tools such as social housings whose provisions center the needs of DC's lowest income residents first and foremost. Moreover, I urge DHCD to consider piloting social housing at 1617 U Street before the bill is passed and implemented. DC families cannot wait. We need social housing now. Thank you. I'm available for questions.
Thank you. And Judy Estee, welcome.
Hi, good morning. My name is Judy Estee, and I'm here representing the Platform of Hope. We're a nonprofit initiative based in Ward 1 that engages with families of color experiencing economic vulnerability to define and pursue their goals across a spectrum of housing, health, education, finances, and employment. We're also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition in solidarity with their very comprehensive platform, particularly as a member of the Housing Group. FBC's platform calls for the district to designate a quarter of the Housing Production Trust Fund for preservation projects, and in addition, that DC should expand and fund the first right to purchase program and make sure that tenants are aware of the program. As you've just stated, Councilmember White, and as my colleagues on this testimony panel, I'm sure will echo, there are several issues facing the goal for affordable housing in DC. And as always, we applaud the investment in the Housing Production Trust Fund, but what is needed to make change is oversight and implementation of the programs that support our residents. From my vantage point, working with families who include folks in rapid rehousing, folks at risk for homelessness, folks waiting for ERAP, folks in affordable housing, interested in buying their homes, folks who receive vouchers, folks on the waiting list for vouchers, public housing residents, those living with slumlords who refuse to fix the heat in the middle of the winter. Very few of them would report having seen their housing conditions actually improve. As we've seen time and time again, there has to be greater oversight and accountability for all of our housing agencies, and in particular, the Housing Production Trust Fund. The need for deeply affordable, as defined by 0 to 30% AMI housing in DC, has only gotten more and more desperate. We know that housing is critical to family success in terms of health, access to resources, safety, ability to accomplish their goals. And yet, despite there being a regulation that 50% of HPTF funds be used for the creation of 0 to 30% AMI housing, DC has repeatedly failed to meet this benchmark. Not only that, HPTF frequently, we don't know what the benchmark is because of the lack of reporting. In the report that was released last year, we know that only 19% of HPTF funds in 2022 were on 0 to 30% AMI project. In the 23 budget cycle, new requirements were put into place to increase the level of accountability and reporting. And I'm going to be honest, I was scrolling through the documents being like, okay, where can I find the numbers for 2023? So I would love, maybe I'll find out today, what the levels for 0 to 30% AMI housing from HPTF were in 2023. But case in point, we need additional investment and we need greater reporting and accountability. In addition, I'd like to echo what I'm sure you're going to hear from other witnesses on this list about additional investment and improvements to TOPA, the Tenants Opportunity to Purchase Act, which we uphold as a major DC victory, and yet we hear time and time again is failing in practice due to, you guessed it, lack of available funding and effective performance oversight. I joined my colleague Eliana Golding at DC FPI in calling for expansion and full funding of the First Right to Purchase program, utilizing HPTF funds to preserve existing affordable housing by earmarking HPTF money for TOPA projects, establishing a 45-day cooling off period after a notice of sale of buildings to prevent bad actors from spreading disinformation to tenants, and resume providing advance notice of these filings to community-based organizations that offer TOPA assistance. I look forward to continued work to build in more accountability for the people of the district in order to improve and increase access to affordable, safe housing using our existing systems while continuing to explore new and innovative ways to better support renters and owners. Thank you so much, and happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Mel Zand.
Good morning, Councilmember White and staff. My name is Mel Zond. I am a Ward 5 resident and a supervising attorney in the Housing Law Unit at Legal Aid DC. Legal Aid provides free legal services to low-income district residents. Our housing practice works to preserve stable, affordable housing for DC tenants. Thank you for the opportunity to participate in this hearing. My testimony will focus on the ways that the Housing Production Trust Fund could be improved to better support tenants in exercising their TOPA rights and in preserving affordability throughout the district. The Council can build on TOPA's power to preserve affordable housing by taking the following steps. First, by requiring that the Housing Production Trust Fund set aside 30% of its funds each year for projects that preserve aging housing stock that need rehabilitation. And second, by encouraging the district to increase its exercise of the District Opportunity to Purchase Act, or DOPA. TOPA is a powerful tool for keeping low and moderate income DC residents in their neighborhoods. For example, Legal Aid recently represented a group of tenants whose landlord had been willfully neglecting their homes to try to force them to move out. The neighborhood where these tenants live is rapidly gentrifying, and the landlord knew that if it could force the tenants to leave the building, then it could rent out the apartments at a much higher rate, or potentially even convert the building to expensive condos. Many of the tenants in the building are immigrants who speak English as a second language or don't speak English at all. When their building went up for sale, the tenants acted quickly. They worked with a tenant organizer to send a letter of interest, the first step to exercise their TOPA rights. They also retained legal aid to represent them throughout the TOPA process. TOPA worked well for these tenants. They decided they didn't want to form a cooperative to buy the building themselves. Instead, this group of tenants did what many groups of tenants do and negotiated a favorable development agreement with a responsible buyer. They then assigned their TOPA rights to that buyer. In the development agreement, the purchaser promised to renovate the building, which had fallen into disrepair. The buyer also agreed to a moderate schedule of rent increases so that the tenants could afford to continue living in the building. These tenants were able to preserve their affordable community using TOPA. TOPA is often demonized by developers as slowing down the sales process in favor of tenants who never actually buy the building themselves. However, TOPA is actually one of the district's best tools for preservation of safe and affordable housing. The district can increase TOPA's effectiveness by requiring that 1/3 of HPTF funding be used for preservation projects. One of the greatest obstacles that legal aid has seen to TOPA's effectiveness is the lack of long-term funding available to preserve DC's aging housing stock. Some tenants choose to form cooperatives and others choose to assign their TOPA rights to responsible buyers who promise to maintain affordability. For either option to work in an aging building, there needs to be money available to fund repairs. Currently, the only designated funding to preserve aging housing stock is the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund, or AHPF. The AHPF provides only short-term financing. At the end of these short-term loans, developers need long-term financing to renovate and maintain these buildings. But this funding is nearly impossible to come by unless developers can also access HPTF. There's an easy fix to this problem. HPTF should be required to allocate at least 30% of its funds each year to these preservation projects. Finally, the district can further extend its ability to preserve affordable housing by using DOPA more frequently. Up until recently, the district hadn't used this powerful tool to preserve affordable housing. However, DHCD recently issued a request for proposals to identify potential developers who would keep a property on R Street Northwest affordable. Legal aid recommends that the district exercise its DOPA rights in more cases when the city risks losing affordable housing. If the district pairs an increased use of DOPA with investment in preservation projects, then it will be able to keep more affordable housing in good repair. Thank you for this opportunity to testify. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. And Mel Zond, I apologize about mispronouncing your name and appreciate you noting it at the beginning. Deborah Cuevas Hill with Legal Aid DC. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairperson White and members and staff of the Council's Housing Committee. My name is Deborah Cuevas Hill, and I'm a supervising attorney in the Consumer Unit at Legal Aid DC. I'm here today to focus on DHCD's role in administering the Homeowner Assistance Fund, the $50 million federal program designed to help struggling homeowners catch up on their mortgages and other housing-related payments. Legal Aid's written testimony focuses on three main points. First, the substantial and unacceptable delays in HAF application review and payment disbursement. Second, the lack of timely and clear communications with applicants. And third, the need for a meaningful appeals process. Today, I will focus only on the first point, the unacceptable program delays. We have reviewed the agency's pre-hearing responses to oversight questions in preparation for today's oversight hearing and find that our clients' experiences just don't come close to matching DHCD's data. Although DHCD reports that the average time for application review and payment processing has reduced over the past year, the vast majority of legal aid clients continue to experience substantial delays at every step of the process. The majority of our clients who applied for forward-facing payments, meaning 3 monthly mortgage payments sent to the mortgage after the initial arrears are paid, have not seen these 3 consecutive payments sent to their mortgage and continue to wait for HAF to issue final payments. Instead, what our clients experience are interrupted payments, often with gaps, many gaps, in between payments and without communication from the agency as to when the payments will be made and why the payments are delayed. These interrupted payments result in shortages and new defaults. Even with the timeline improvements that DHCD now reports, the length of time it takes DHCD to approve HAF applications and issue payments remains unacceptable. Legal Aid has assisted over 60 homeowners with HAF applications. The average time for DHCD to approve our clients' HAF applications is about 7 months. And the average time for DHCD to disperse the first payment, not the final payment, the first payment after mortgage approval, is about 6 months. This means that on average, it takes DHCD over a year to review and issue an initial payment. Again, not the final payment. DHCD's data on the reduction in timeliness is silent on how the timing from our application approval to payment is measured. Our clients' experiences suggest that the substantial delays that plague the forward-facing payment process may not even be accounted for in the agency's data. The long delays that DC homeowners are experiencing are not universal to the HAF program. Other jurisdictions are able to process applications in less than 3 months. The substantial delays in reviewing application and processing payments have serious negative impacts for homeowners, including stress and anxiety from fear of losing their homes, ongoing foreclosure, and debt collection actions. Making matters worse, under current law, only those who applied for HAF by September 30th of 2022 are protected from foreclosure. Those that apply a day after are not. We urge the agency and the council to prioritize expediting the payment process for HAF disbursements, including implementing strategies to get vendors to register quickly and adding additional staffing as needed. We believe the district is capable of getting payments out very quickly in other contexts, like ERAP. It's unacceptable that it takes so long for payments to be made at the cost of homeownership retention. I want to wrap up by urging the DC Council to enact legislation for the program to address the significant problems homeowners have experienced since DC HAF opened in June of 2022, including delays in application review and payment disbursement, the lack of clear and timely communications from the agency, and the lack of a meaningful notification of appeals right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify today. I'm also available to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Eliana Golding with the DC Fiscal Policy Institute. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Chairperson White and committee staff. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Eliana Golding, and I'm a senior policy analyst at the DC Fiscal Policy Institute, a nonprofit organization that shapes racially just budget, tax, budget, and policy research and advocacy. DCFPI is also a member of the Fair Budget Coalition and supports their platform. Displacement is a multifaceted problem that has come in many forms at different times throughout the district's history, and Black and Brown communities have borne the brunt. Despite recent groundbreaking local investments in housing production, DC has not sufficiently prioritized more medium-term strategies, such as preservation, to support residents with the lowest incomes and stem the displacement of residents of color. Today, I will focus my testimony on asking the Council, this committee, and DHCD to prioritize displacement prevention and affordable housing preservation by investing in the Affordable Housing Preservation Fund and designating a portion of the Housing Production Trust Fund specifically for preservation projects, and protecting the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act by funding programs that allow TOPA to continue contributing to the creation and preservation of affordable housing. Preservation of existing affordable housing, whether it is naturally occurring or income restricted, is an essential part of a robust displacement strategy. The Preservation Fund is a revolving loan fund that allows the district to leverage private dollars to offer short-term acquisition, pre-development, and critical repair financing to developers for projects that preserve existing affordable housing. Loans from the Preservation Fund are not permanent financing, meaning borrowers must also apply for and secure long-term financing from public agencies and other private lenders. The Preservation Fund is a successful program, and the district should continue to support and invest in the fund. Since the creation of it, fund managers have deployed $166 million, resulting in the preservation of 2,500 units affordable at 80% median family income or below. Currently, there are still $120 million in outstanding loans, meaning many of which are maturing in the next 2 to 3 years, meaning that borrowers must soon find permanent financing sources in order to sustain the projects. Nearly all of the outstanding Preservation Fund loans rely on a mix of tax-exempt bonds, low-income housing tax credits, and HPTF awards. But unfortunately, broader economic trends mean that these sources of financing are in high demand and short supply. Some of the Preservation Fund pipeline projects have secured funding awards through the trust fund. However, the vast majority of them have not received funding, though many have applied through several rounds of consolidated RFP process and are again waiting for another chance to apply. Between fiscal year 24 and 26, projects that received acquisition financing through the Preservation Fund will need $58 million of gap financing from the trust fund to preserve over 1,400 units. Some of these projects have been waiting for so long and are in such dire condition that the owners of these properties who have acquired them in order to preserve their affordability and the tenancy there are now forced to sell these properties. These sales would jeopardize the future affordability and housing stability of the tenants who live there. The district can mitigate the preservation financing crisis and ensure that preservation projects and the tenants who live in those buildings have secure futures by designating $5 million in flexible funds for existing preservation projects to pay for carrying costs associated with loan extensions. Providing flexible funds will also mean that borrowers not have to sell off their portions of their affordable housing portfolio. It is important to note that people living in affordable properties, especially properties suffering from deferred maintenance, are more likely to be Black or Brown renters. Providing funds to preserve the affordability and improve the quality of those buildings is essential to ensuring that these tenants have a safe and healthy place to live. The district should also set aside at least a quarter or even a third of trust fund allocations for preservation projects. Given my limited time, I'm going to move on to speaking about TOPA. Adopted over 40 years ago, TOPA gives district renters the first right to purchase a property when an owner decides to sell. TOPA is an essential tool in the district's toolbox for the development and maintenance of affordable housing across the district. TOPA preserves affordable housing and prevents displacement and improves housing conditions. When tenants negotiate with potential purchasers of their homes, they can negotiate accommodations that include building conditions improvements, temporary relocations during renovation, and rent stabilization. At a time when DC residents are most at risk of displacement as a result of rising housing costs and deteriorating housing conditions, the district government has the opportunity to take steps to better support TOPA and to achieve its intended outcomes. I want to echo what Judy and others have testified about. I want to ask for reinstating expansion and funding of the First Right to Purchase program and enabling community-based organizations to support tenant organizing, asking DHCD to publish and share with community-based organizations the weekly notice of all properties that are intended to sell. This allows tenant organizers to reach tenants before bad actors can reach them. The district must adopt a holistic strategy to prevent displacement of Black and Brown tenants from the district, and this strategy must include a firm commitment to preserving both the district's affordable housing and the rights of renters who live in that housing. Thank you so much for the opportunity to testify, and I look forward to discussing these recommendations and answering any questions you might have.
Thank you very much. Tricia Kinch, member of the Affordable Housing Working Group with DC for Democracy. Welcome.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning. My name is Tricia Kinch. I am a member of DC for Democracy Affordable Housing Group. I have been a housing activist and advocate working with low and moderate income DC residents for over 40 years. I am here today to urge the DC Council and DHCD to continue to invest in and support permanently affordable home ownership opportunities. I was a founding member and president for 8 years of Ella Jo Baker Intentional Community Cooperative in Columbia Heights, Ward 1. Last October, Linda Leaks was inducted into the National Co-op Hall of Fame in recognition of her work with DC residents to create 16+ limited equity cooperatives. In the District of Columbia, the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act is the tool that made this housing possible and affordable. We are strongly encouraging the leadership of this city to continue to support and strengthen one of the strongest, most effective tools for creating and sustaining permanently affordable housing. We commend the DC Council for requesting and funding the comprehensive study on TOPA by the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. The report, Sustaining Affordability, the Role of the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act in Washington, D.C., is a must-read for all policymakers who are serious and committed to progress in housing justice and affordability. The key findings support more investment in a successful path to affordable home ownership and community building. TOPA made a meaningful impact on preserving the district's affordable housing stock, improving housing conditions, and reducing displacement. The report also states in total 16,000 224 affordable units were developed or preserved through TOPA. Many ways in which TOPA gave communities opportunities to build and shape their families and communities is documented at www.honoringlindaleaks.com. TOPA has allowed DC renters to democratically organize and participate in preserving affordable housing. DC would be wise to invest in the partnership. More training and resources to support the organizational development of the limited equity cooperatives would go a long way toward ensuring sustainability. Two of my colleagues and I are so inspired by the TOPA model and its powerful ability to help DC meet the goals of ending homelessness in DC by 2030. We have created a nonprofit called Building Cooperative Communities. We are wrapping our arms around the limited equity cooperatives that we have worked with. Many of them are doing well. Some have challenges. We will ask those doing well to share their best practices. We will provide training and mentoring for those LECs that need it and identify technical assistance providers. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you so much for being with us. I don't believe Cheryl Court is with us at this point. Madeline Odendahl, not here. Okay. Eric Lynn, welcome.
With a mission to drive the economic and social advancement of low to moderate income Latinos and other underserved communities by equipping them with the skills and tools to achieve financial independence, acquire personal and business assets, create generational wealth, and become leaders in their communities, the Latino Economic Development Center, or LEDC, a certified CDFI, provides a full suite of services for small business owners, including microloans to borrowers who are often overlooked or ineligible for service and capital through traditional financial institutions. This funding fuels the creation of new businesses, enterprise growth, and for the realization of lifelong dreams to take place here in the district. LEDC provides training services and technical assistance to our small business clients. Due to historical and structural barriers, certain groups in our community have not had equal access to the financial tools that create and build generational wealth. Since 2005, LEDC has provided our DC clients with 558 loans, injecting $9.6 million into the local economy to support 1,264 jobs here in the district. This funding includes 26 loans totaling almost $2.4 million from the Community Economic Development Program from HHS, which provides 0% interest loans to borrowers in the restaurant and construction industries who create solid W-2 full-time employment. In making these loans to DC businesses, LEDC's loan funds are leveraged from our partners in the federal government, the CDFI industry, corporate philanthropies and foundations, as well as from our own lending capital. However, it is because of the funding that we receive from DHCD that we can provide our clients with such patient underwriting and connect them to technical assistance. The funding is essential as it helps us to pay for offices where we meet with our clients and salaries for staff members who look at the whole business and business owner rather than just a credit score. Funding from DHCD enables LEDC to do its work, stimulating economic benefit and improving quality of life for district residents. LEDC's clients have included businesses that have gone on to experience prestige and recognition, such as Sweetgreen, and Michelin-starred restaurants like Causa. And it also includes consulting firms, corner markets, construction companies, and hair salons. The common thread most of our borrowers share is that we took a chance on their businesses when most would not have. And with historic loan losses in the low single digits, our bets on these entrepreneurs are repeatedly validated. Today, the committee will also hear testimony from LEDC clients Citadel Architects, Peruvian Brothers, Oli Hair Gallery, Greening Urban, and Los Hermanos en Mechos Dominican Kitchen. They will talk about the ways in which lending and other support from LEDC and institutions like ours have helped their businesses at critical points. Ultimately, the work that entrepreneurs put into their businesses, their blood, sweat, and tears are what make or break their success. But in a field that can often be among the most difficult paths to walk, but also has great potential to bring the most benefits to their communities. Our work often provides the right push at the right time. To illustrate these points, I want to tell you about Tyrone White and the Capital City Restaurant Group, a Ward 8 business that first opened its brick and mortar location, MLK Deli, in 2017 with funding from an LEDC loan. Mr. White took our loan and worked hard to be able to open his second location, Deanwood Deli in Ward 7 in 2023. This second loan was financed with funds from that CED program. Today, Mr. White's businesses employ 24 people, and he has shared with us how the patient support he received to complete his application not only enabled him to finance his growth, but also taught him how to better manage the financial side of his business. Mr. White said that without LEDC's help, he believes he would still be in the process of opening up shop. I'm here today to request that the funding that DHCD provides to support small businesses in the district through organizations and programs like LEDC be preserved and expanded. I believe that this funding ends up bringing much more to the district in benefits than it costs the district to fund. Thank you to each member of the committee for affording me the opportunity to speak on behalf of my organization and the small business owners we serve.
Good morning. My name is Sophie Bradford. I am an associate attorney at Weiss LLP. Our partner, Randy Allen Weiss, cannot attend this hearing, so I'm presenting testimony on his behalf. Weiss LLP is a DC-based law firm specializing in real estate law, representing both landlords and tenants in the District of Columbia. I'm here to testify about the basic business license requirement for residential landlords in the district, to identify a defect in the existing legislation and propose consideration of amending the existing law to enact penalty provisions to ensure compliance. DC Code Section 47-2828C1 and DC Regulations at 14 DCMR Section 200.3 require that a residential landlord possess and maintain a BBL to operate a residential housing accommodation. However, the BBL laws lack any remedial or penalty provision that would allow any remedy for tenants whose landlords inadvertently, recklessly, purposefully, or otherwise flout the BBL requirement. There is no existing statute or regulation that makes it illegal for a landlord to collect rent without a BBL, and there is no private right of action for individual tenants to enforce the BBL laws. The current law allows a landlord to violate the law and to be rewarded by keeping all rent paid. DC Code Section 16-1501C1 prohibits the collection of rent in the landlord-tenant branch where there is no active BBL, but the law does not give a tenant the right to collect a refund of rent already paid to an unlicensed landlord. The current law is pervasively unfair. In our view, an unlicensed landlord should not be able to collect rent during the period the landlord was unlicensed, particularly because it would not be able to recover said rent in the event of tenant non-payment. It would logically and consistently follow that the tenant should be able to recover any rent that the landlord improperly collected while it was unlicensed. When the council revised the BBL statute in 2014, it tied together 5 important public policy goals. First, BBLs preserve the warranty of habitability by requiring all residential housing accommodations to pass an inspection by the Department of Buildings to ensure the accommodation complies with DC Housing Code regulations, protecting the health, safety, and welfare of tenants. Second, BBLs ensure that the Office of Tax and Revenue receives proper income information from landlords for tax reporting purposes, ensuring OTR can collect tax on rents paid. BBLs ensure that the Real Property Tax Administration receives proper income and expense reports to properly assess the property for real estate assessment purposes. Fourth, BBLs put the Department of Housing and Community Development on notice to ensure that rent control regulations and housing registration requirements are met. Fifth, BBL registration requirements ensure that landlords appoint a local registered agent in the district for service process purposes. Without a BBL, properties are not inspected by DOB for housing code violations. OTR doesn't know about income from rent collection, and the district is deprived of tax revenue. OTR is unable to properly assess properties for real estate tax purposes. DHDC is not notified of rental properties so that rent control requirements are met, and it becomes a challenge for tenants to sue landlords without a resident agent. In conclusion, we request this committee recommend the council consider amending the existing law as follows. First, the DC code should be amended to prohibit landlords from collecting rent from residential tenants if they do not maintain a BBL. An active BBL should be required for a landlord to enforce any right under the lease, similar to the policy set forth in DC Code Section 16-1501C1. Second, the DC code should be amended to require landlords to refund rent paid if the landlord fails to maintain a BBL plus trouble damages. Any amendment should also include a private right of action for individual tenants harmed. Third, the DC code should be amended to require landlords to prominently identify their BBL license number on all residential lease applications and leases, notices to tenants, and all notices and applications under TOPA with penalties for non-compliance. Additionally, TOPA applications or registration should not be accepted without a BBL license number. This council has worked tirelessly to protect residential tenants in the district. However, there are significant problems that must be addressed, and we hope you consider our suggestions. Thank you for your time, and I'm willing to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Robert Warren with us. There we are. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairmember White, members of the committee, DC residents. My name is Robert Warren. I'm one of the founding members of the organization People Fairness Coalition. We believe in our mission to end housing instability through advocacy, peer mentoring, and outreach. Why this is important to us, it is a racial equity issue. What we must reverse the effects of gentrification and displacement here in the District of Columbia. We had 90 individuals die without completing a home in 2023. 57 of those individuals were master vouchers. People's Fairness Coalition is expressing this continued call for cities to support developing a universal housing tax-based subsidy system to ensure vulnerable populations can achieve stability to succeed, in addition to supporting housing subsidies. We are in support of public, social, and cooperative ownership of housing. Public, social, and cooperative ownership as it pertains to our universal right to housing, justice for all mission. Housing is a social program experiment designed for economic recovery from the Great Depression. It was meant as a stepping stone to ownership and entrance to the middle class, incomes, and prosperity. As of 1980, public housing has become a real estate industry opportunity and is slowly incentivizing less government participation in the maintenance and new construction of this form of housing. City officials have stated they believe housing is a human right, including members of the Biden administration and other federal officials. Policy organizations such as DC Fiscal Policy Institute and United Planet Organizations say these key issues need to be addressed if DC can successfully expand access to affordable housing quickly, make the Housing Production Trust Fund meet its target goals of half of its funds going to families with lowest incomes, dramatically increasing funding and availability for vouchers and subsidies for emergency rental assistance programs and LSRP vouchers so we can address the waiting list. There are 54,624 extremely low income renters who spend half their income on rent. DC is short 32,900 rental homes of HPTF targets. 73% of Washingtonians choose between healthy food, healthcare, or paying rent. They end up unstably housed, eventually or struggling below the poverty level. Stabilizing communities across the city by managing housing costs for families and singles, reduce violent crimes, in the DMV, as we learned in the DC Justice Lab Academy this past week at the Safety Summit. Right now, the mayor and the city council are proposing budget cuts, but the budget for housing subsidies and interventions is only 3% of the overall budget in DC. We are asking for a 6% increase to bring it to 9% to help house more unhoused neighbors with wraparound services and end housing instability for DC residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, Councilmember White, and I would be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you so much for being with us. I believe our last panelist for this panel is Dean Hunter with the president of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association. Welcome.
Good morning, sir. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to testify today. I'm Dean Hunter, the president of the Small Multifamily and Rental Owners Association. We're a trade group that represents the interests of small multifamily and rental property owners in the district, small landlords. Any conversation about rental housing has to start with an understanding of who are the housing providers, right? We know from a report done by the DC Policy Center in 2020 that about 40% of all rental housing is provided by individuals who rent out a house or a condo, small landlords. We also know that there are approximately 3,100 apartment buildings in the District of Columbia. And of those, about 2/3 or 20 units or less. Again, these buildings are owned by mom and pop small landlords, individuals, not national corporations. While the Policy Center report looked at commercial properties, I submit there's another 5,000 owner-occupied multifamily properties in the District of Columbia. These 5,000 properties house another 20,000 tenants, or provide over 20,000 units. Small landlords are the largest source of our naturally occurring affordable housing. It's naturally occurring and affordable because they're older buildings, they're smaller buildings, therefore the rent is cheaper. I'm here today to ask the committee, to ask the council, to ask DHCD to provide more resources for our small housing providers. The problem is that while a majority of our rental housing is provided by small rental housing providers, the government regulates all housing providers the same. They treat the mom and pop the same as the large corporate interests. These policies are having an adverse impact on providers and is causing them to sell and decrease the availability of our naturally occurring affordable housing supply. We spent the last 4 years helping small landlords navigate government agencies, navigate access to the courts, deal with the implementation of new laws and regulations, and we do it really voluntarily. We've done this for 4.5 years now without any government support. And while no one will deny that we spend millions of dollars to protect the rights of tenants and advance the right to tenants, we spend nothing, virtually nothing on small landlords. There's a lot we need to do, and we want to ask you, council member, to work with us to ensure that we get more resources in the next budget. We need to do a government-wide survey on programs and services that impact and support housing providers. We need to look at other jurisdictions and ways that they are preserving and expanding naturally occurring affordable housing. We need to conduct extensive outreach to small landlords and let them know about these existing services and programs and engage them on issues of concerns. We've launched a nonprofit, the Small Landlord Assistance Project, to support our efforts to provide these services and to document the systemic problems that we face, including legal access to the courts, inspections at DCHA, problems with service providers dealing with rapid and permanent housing supporters, problems with utilities, dealing with housing infractions, missed vouching payments, and dealing with problem tenants. Contrary to the testimony here today, the people that buy and operate small apartment buildings are not bad actors. They're small landlords. We're hosting a series of meetings in each ward. We're inviting the owner-occupied landlords to come and meet with elected officials. We had one in Ward 5 last year. It was very successful. We had 21 landlords, 20 were African-American, and 15 of them were African-American women over 60, 65 years old. They're senior citizens. These are our small landlords. We had a small landlord summit in October with BizNow that was well attended. And, we couldn't get $1,000 from DCHD or DCHA to support the event to help subsidize small landlords attending the event. I'm pleased to report that our activity in Montgomery County has led to funding the Small Landlord Assistance Project. It's a nonprofit organization that provides the services that we provide for small landlords in Montgomery County. Councilmember, we ask that we work together to ensure that in this budget, we get the kind of resources we need to ensure that we preserve our naturally occurring affordable housing and support small housing providers. Thank you.
Thank you very much to this entire panel. Andrea Chapman, what do you have thoughts on what would be necessary to pilot a social housing project at 1617 U Street?
Well, I think first it's to so right now 1617 U Street, it's actually a zoning case. It's 23-02. And what we Empower DC has been arguing is that this entire case and this proposal to upzone is very premature because this is a piece of public land. And as district law says, it can't be, it has to be declared surplus by the council before we can even think about, all of the different private development projects that they have in mind. So number one, it's premature. And I think, so first it would be necessary to, get this proposal rejected. And then I think that it's important to remember that this is a piece of public land. So, and public land is so valuable and it's really being disposed of a lot. So, yeah, I think that the number one step would be first, getting this case thrown out and then realizing that this is a piece of valuable public land that we could already, pilot it on. And I do know that we've had like 4 different hearings so far on this case with a lot of opposition from the community. A lot of the community wants social housing, and even Chairman Hood is saying that he would like to work with Councilmember Louis George on this. So I think, yeah, it's just first of all, telling private developers that we're not going to accelerate this process of upzoning this
So
land.
let me ask one sort of more specific question. For the one of the complexities to social housing is funding, and so there are many people who testify we need to put more of the Housing Production Trust Fund to preservation, which is something I agree with, and we're moving in that direction. Um, and we still need more affordable housing produced. Um, I don't see a lot of funding pots getting bigger in the next few years because of the city's budget. So if we pilot social housing projects, and it may be worth it, that money would almost certainly mean fewer dollars to preservation or other production methods. Um, so that's sort of one of the things I grapple with in looking at that. Yeah, do you have any thoughts on that?
So I'm not an expert, but I would say that perhaps it would mean like, I know that there in the current bill there is a proposal to create a whole new agency, and perhaps it's piloting it through an existing program. Yeah, I would say perhaps piloting it through an existing program and um to help, mitigate the issue of funding.
Okay. I appreciate that. Judy, Esty, a couple points in your testimony. One, that DHCD has not been meeting the benchmark of using 50% of its Housing Production Trust Fund dollars for the 0 to 30 income band. That is improving. That's one of the things we've been working on as a committee, to your point about oversight and implementation. Still not quite there. It's moving in the right direction, and we're going to have some discussion around that again with DHCD when they come up. So I appreciate you raising that and some other concerns about housing conditions. That is obviously something else we're focused on, both between our committee and the committee of the whole, which has the Department of Building. So we're going to keep moving in that direction. Oversight alone won't fix it, but we've got to that's a big part of it. So very much appreciate your testimony. Mel Zond, on one of the points you raised in your testimony was, and a few people raised this, the idea of using 30% of trust fund dollars for preservation. I do believe we need to focus more on preservation. So some folks have pointed out, like, this is an issue of displacement when we're talking about preservation. This is often trying to save buildings that if we don't save them, the tenants who tend to be longtime Washingtonians get pushed out and those buildings get flipped. And I think that really hurts people's ability to stay in the city. Do you have thoughts on why? So there are some criteria, but I don't remember exactly offhand what they are, other than sort of a geographic criteria. But there are some specific reasons why preservation projects have not been getting as much funding in these rounds. Do you have thoughts on why that is?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember White. And I do think currently the way the QAP is structured, it is harder for preservation projects often to get these funds. And I think that's why having this set aside for preservation funds specifically will ensure that despite some of the disadvantages that go to preservation projects, they'll still have money set aside for them. I'd be happy to work with the council in sort of identifying which parts of the process tend to disadvantage preservation projects as opposed to affordable projects. I'd be happy to follow up on that.
I appreciate it. Eliana Golding, you mentioned this in your testimony as well. Do you have thoughts on why this is happening?
I do, and I also want to say I think there's a number of folks who are testifying later, and also some other experts in this field who are people and organizations who have applied for the funding and not received it, who I think could comment on this in great depth. But for example, you mentioned the geographic weight in the scoring process. There are 25 points awarded for specific if a project is within a specific planning area, and only 5 awarded for if it's a preservation project. So even just like that makes it really, really difficult for preservation projects to compete based on the fact that they are preservation projects. But I would say that just like the scoring sheet could be adjusted such that the weight for preservation projects is heavier. But one thing that we're suggesting in the set aside is basically making simultaneous tracks so that there's funds designated for production and there's funds designated for preservation, and that way the projects can be scored on other elements of merit and not whether or not they're a preservation project, because we know that there is just such huge need for those particular projects.
I appreciate that. I'll keep working with DHCD on that as well. I do think it's really important that we continue to get more dollars for preservation projects. Deborah Cuevas Hill, you have mentioned the idea of enacting legislation to address some of the issues with delays with half funds, and you did go into some of the issues, and some of your recommendations were around, I think, staffing and strategies to get registration done more quickly. Those aren't things that I generally would be done through legislation. Do you have thoughts about other ways we can improve the program through legislation, things that we could legislate that would make this tool work more quickly and efficiently?
That's a great question, Councilmember White. Thank you for asking it. In terms of fixes through legislation, setting deadlines for reviewing applications, for getting the funds out. I mentioned also the problems with communication, legislating the types of notices that need to be sent out so that there's consistency throughout the program is one significant way that the council could improve the program. There aren't any deadlines, as I am aware, within the program to actually review and disperse payments. And I think legislation requiring those would go a long way. And perhaps separately, I agree that the staffing piece isn't something necessarily resolved through legislation. The agency would realize that perhaps there is a need for more staff to be able to meet these deadlines. But as I've mentioned before, the current timelines just are not workable to allow homeowners to retain their home.
I appreciate that. Eric Lynn, I know half funds weren't the primary part of your testimony, but LEDC administers these funds. Is that right? You hit your microphone.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a question for our housing and tenant organizing departments, but that is definitely possible. Apologies, I just started in December, so I'm not entirely sure of all the projects
No
that
problem,
other
no
departments are administrating, but I believe so.
While your mic is on, you did testify about the Small Business Technical Assistance Program.
Yes.
We don't get a lot of complaints about it. So I assume it's working well. In your view, is it working well? And is there anything we need to look at tightening up?
I mean, I think that there's always ways for DC agencies and technical assistance providers like LEDC to work more closely together. A lot of our clients, inevitably starting out new businesses, will have questions about how to get licenses, how to get permits, and having strong partnerships there will definitely support that work.
Thank you very much. I'm over time for this round. Let me turn it to my Ward 3 colleague, Matt Fruman. Welcome.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I'll just have a few questions, although then it always turns out that I use all my time. Ms. Golding, you talked a lot about the preservation dimension, and one of the things is I was looking at the numbers. It struck me that at least it appeared that preservation projects are far more cost-effective than other projects to create new affordable housing. Is that the case? How can you, I hear the arguments for preservation projects on the grounds that, as Chairman White said, without them, you get to terrible displacement. But it strikes me that there might be another argument also that if you want to use our dollars the most efficiently, that may be a way to do it. Is that a correct assessment of the economics here?
I would fully agree with what you just said, and only for lack of time did I not get to that argument. But and hopefully there's someone who's coming later in the testimony list who can speak to the more specifics on this. My understanding is that for preservation projects, at least for what they're asking for, from the district in terms of takeout financing, they would need roughly $12,000 per unit for preservation, which is vastly different from the roughly $200,000 per unit they would need for new production. So 12,000 versus 200,000, it's just vastly more efficient to for the district to invest public dollars in preservation than new production, which is not to say that we should not also be investing in new production. We clearly need more and new units. But in terms of public dollars, especially when we're strapped for revenue in a difficult time, making sure that we're putting dollars towards efficient anti-displacement tactics such as preservation that in the long term, are preserving and, preventing the hemorrhaging of affordable units, I think is wise. I appreciate you pointing that out.
Well, thank you very much. Ms. Spafford, I was quite intrigued by your testimony, and I get the argument that if somebody doesn't have a business license, they fall outside of the sphere of regulation, and that's a serious problem in terms of protecting everyone and for us to know what we have and to know what's out there. So I understand that and find what you were suggesting compelling. There's another dimension to it, which is what are the rights of people to act on in a business license setting? And I was intrigued by that, and I wonder if you could speak more to when the landlord has a business license, what mechanisms a tenant has, for example, to enforce a warranty of habitability, or what mechanisms are you thinking about strengthening for tenants to use, because you described changes that you wanted to make inside of the business license world. Can you talk me through that one more time?
Sure. So I think what my boss, Mr. Weiss, and I have discussed in our experience with this is strengthening a little bit of the private rights of a tenant to enforce the BBL or enforce the lack of BBL. So it would be something that would come through actions in Superior Court, or I'm not entirely sure of other ways we could do this. But I think what we were considering is just strengthening the right for a tenant to step in and say, there's been warranty of habitability issues that have come up through private inspections or by requesting inspections from Department of Buildings, which tenants can do, and then going through the court system to say, I would like to enforce those rights and also enforce the lack of a license. I think that's something that we had considered. I think we'd be happy to look into other options outside of that if there are more administrative ways to go about that. But I think from our experiences with tenants that we've worked with, it's an inability to use the current Superior Court methods to enforce it because there is no private right of action. So that's kind of what we would like to propose.
So, I mean, that's what intrigues me, honestly, is on the one hand, there's the requirement that the landlord have the license, but whether or not they have the license, this idea of a private right of action of enforcement, that's in the mix of what you're talking about.
Correct. Yes, that's where our concern is that there is no way for the tenant to step in and say, you don't have a license, you should have a license, and we would like to enforce that responsibility or enforce that requirement. That's that's what we're what we're looking at.
Yeah, and I guess you have to have a license, and I get that piece, but, and then it's even if you have a license, then you would have, the tenant could still have a private right of action to say, under your license, you have this obligation, and I'm going to court to enforce that obligation. That's another one of the changes that you guys are proposing, is that right?
Yes, we hadn't really, I'd be happy to, yes, I think that is. I think we were more concerned on the front end of not having the license and not being able to enforce that requirement. I think that was what our focus was on in what we are suggesting. But be happy to talk more about the other part of it with you as well.
All right, well, thank you very much, and thank you to all of the witnesses.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Fruman. Let me just a couple more questions quickly. We do have a lot of other public witnesses. Dean Hunter, you spoke about some of the challenges for small landlords, and if you remind me, I think the band for small landlords is somewhat wide. And how do you define small landlord?
Well, when we say small landlords, we're primarily dealing with the owners of small multifamily properties. And multifamily properties are divided into two classes, right? Institutional, about half of the properties are owned by institutional providers, and those are 50 units or more. But when you deal with 50 units or less, they're owned with individuals. 2/3 of our apartment buildings are 20 units or less, Councilmember.
Okay. Okay, so landlords of
small rental properties.
Small rental properties, got it. Okay. So on the idea of the request for more resources, you spoke about a survey and outreach. I think those would probably result in some good recommendations. I was thinking about this during your testimony, and I can think of surveys and outreach that are done by advocacy groups and nonprofits. I don't think those things are usually done by the government. Is that what happened in Montgomery County? Did the government sort of lead the survey and outreach?
No, what I'm saying is SMOA needs money to do this work. SMOA and other organizations that support small landlords, we are the leading group to support small landlords. We need the resources to do this work, Councilmember. We've been doing this for 4.5 years now. We've been totally funded by contributions from small housing providers. And the reality of the matter is, housing providers are taxpayers and shouldn't have to come out of their pocket to get the support they need. So no, we're saying that the government should fund this activity through a nonprofit like ours, so that we can provide these services. In Montgomery County, that's what's done. There's a combination of funding to come from their housing authority and their Department of Housing and Community Development to fund the program. And it was actually done in response to our advocacy and work in the county.
I see. You may have sent this to the committee already, but if you would send or resend information on what Montgomery County ultimately did, so we can look at that, that would be helpful.
Will do.
Tricia, thank you so much. Tricia Kinch, appreciate your testimony around something I think is really important, doesn't come up enough, more permanently affordable home ownership opportunities. Comes up in conversations around co-ops, which is good. I like this idea even more broadly than co-ops. You are right to point out CNHED's TOPA report, a lot of good information in there. And Robert Warren, I couldn't agree more with some of the points in your testimony. We do have people who have been matched to vouchers that are funded, dying in the streets, unhoused in DC. That is absolutely unacceptable. And we do have to see housing as a basic right, and one that does have intersections with crime, among many other things. So really appreciate your testimony on those points. I want to,
Just real quick, council member,
yeah,
I just wanted to just comment on what you, one of your early statements when you implied that, that there would be cuts in the budget. And what I pointed out in my testimony, we only currently spend 3% of our overall budget, which is under $1 billion on housing subsidies and the housing trust fund, everything included, which is really, it's an injustice. Because every year we go to the mayor's budget forums and DC residents, housing is either 1, 2, or 3. So it should represent the same thing in the budget. Thank you.
thank you very much. Thank you again to this panel. Thank you so much for being with us. We look forward to working with you on these issues. We're going to move to our second panel of public witnesses, starting with Jean Stewart, Vincent Renner, Manager of Small Business Development with the Latino Economic Development Center, Dr. Janet Phoenix, Assistant Professor at George Washington University, Campaign to Reduce Lead Exposure and Asthma, Ryan Trout, Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, Yvette Banfield, Chief Economic Development Officer, also with CNHED, Vic Goncalves, Project Manager with Mikasa Incorporated, Krista Joyner, Olimatu Bey, Samuel Miskowski with the Sunrise Movement DC, Laura Pukech, and Charles Hopkins. We will get a sense of who is here. 1 second. Folks who are at the witness table, can you let me know who you are so I can check you off the list?
Good morning, I'm Krista Joyner.
Good morning, I'm Vincent Renner.
Good morning, I'm Olimatu Bey.
You have any idea with these next two, whether they're here or not? Charles Hopkins, are you with us today? No? Okay. Florence Mythica and Aries Compres, President of Los Hermanos Incorporated. Excellent. You can come to the table. It'll take us just a moment to get the folks online queued up. And Jean Stewart, you are first on this panel and you can begin. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for this opportunity to testify today about the performance of the DC Department of Housing and Community Development and the Housing Production Trust Fund. I am a member of the Energy Committee for the DC Sierra Club, and my name is Jean Stewart. The Sierra Club is the nation's oldest, largest, and most influential environmental advocacy organization. And our 3,000 local dues-paying members we work to reduce greenhouse emissions, expand sustainable transportation, reduce waste, and ensure safe and clean water. Councilmember White, thank you so much for your leadership in introducing, passing, and funding the Greener Government Buildings Act, which mandates that buildings owned or financed in significant part by the DC government must adhere to net zero energy standards. And my testimony today concerns DHCD's work to ensure compliance with the GGBA in district-financed affordable housing. The Act requires publicly funded projects to maintain net zero energy compliance as defined in district law. In short, projects must be energy efficient, use all electric building systems, and use renewable energy sources to meet the building's annual energy demand. Covered projects include new and substantially improved construction that receive at least 15% of their funding from district sources. This includes affordable housing funded by DHCD and the Housing Production Trust Fund. Emergency legislation set to expire later this year exempts district-financed affordable housing from the requirement if the district commits to funding the project before March 31st of this year. The Sierra Club looks to this committee to ensure that agencies comply with the GGBA or to seek appropriate amendments to it, rather than exempting projects from requirements through emergency legislation. The role of the HPTF in responding to the affordable housing crisis is to address the crisis, encouraging the development of more affordable housing at all levels of affordability. Net zero energy compliance can add to the upfront costs in rehab buildings. However, in newly constructed buildings, net zero requirements sometimes add some minimal additional costs, and in some cases add no cost. If there is an increased cost, it can be recouped through lower energy bills from highly energy efficient buildings, with payback periods varying, especially for renovated buildings. The district is transitioning away from fossil fuel to provide energy to buildings, and affordable housing should be first in line for the health benefits and lower utility bills from highly efficient net zero buildings. As more households transition off the gas system, the per customer cost of paying for the gas system will increase because there will be fewer gas ratepayers to shoulder this fixed cost of distribution. Funding for electrification for affordable housing will protect the low and moderate income residents who live here for these increased costs. Washington Gas Project pipes will cost ratepayers a tremendous amount of money. This should not be borne by low and moderate income residents. Thank you for this opportunity to testify, and we believe that DHCD is providing strong leadership, but should do more to ensure meeting our environmental goals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Vincent Renner with the Latino Economic Development Center.
Good morning, esteemed City Council members and Chairman White. My name is Vincent Renner. I'm a small business development manager at the Latino Economic Development Center. LEDC equips Latinos and other underserved communities with the skills and financial tools to create a better future for their families and communities in DC, Maryland, Virginia, and Puerto Rico. For the Latino and underserved small business community, specifically, LEDC empowers local entrepreneurs with the tools to realize the full business potential of their ideas by equipping them with practical business advice and accessible capital needed in launching their venture or expanding an already successful business operation. DHCD's funding sustains LEDC's small business development, technical assistance, and lending to underserved and minority entrepreneurs in the district, helping them to build financial wealth through striving businesses by providing them with tools and skills needed to grow their businesses. We do this specifically through one-on-one small business coaching, a unique model in the district for this target population, where we help small businesses with aspects ranging from assisting with licensing and registration, more so with business plan development, financial projections, sales and marketing strategy, grant applications, funding access, and anything in between to help their businesses get off the ground and to expand and scale. We consult and coach many hundreds of businesses and entrepreneurs in a variety of industries every year in DC. In addition, as a CDFI, as my colleague Eric Lin just mentioned, we provide lending to small businesses, many of them well known in DC, often for their initial expansion funding. We also provide an impactful food business accelerator program in the district, an industry that employs more than 8% of the district's workforce. Many workers and businesses in the food industry in the district come from the communities we serve. For both small business development and lending, we depend significantly on DHCD funding, about 80%. I had the opportunity to recently help co-lead the aforementioned food business venture program by LEDC for DC-based and incorporated food entrepreneurs. And I wanted to expand briefly on the program and the impact it had in 22 and 23. For example, in those years, we had 35 participants. We guided them through a 12-week intensive program of 24 modules and workshops, working with them to create actionable business plans and skills while providing one-on-one coaching. Subsequently, we facilitated their access to commercial kitchens in DC in partnership with Nourish DC and Martha's Table, fostering the transition from proof of concept to scalability. Many of these 35 entrepreneurs have gone on to successfully build their businesses, for example, expanding their catering businesses, food CPG companies, or becoming successful food truck owners in DC, creating additional jobs and or financial security for themselves and their families while building their dreams. Demand for our small business development, technical assistance, and lending services is strong, showing a clear need for our services in the communities we serve every day. The impact is equally important and visible. LEDC's small business development and TA relies significantly on the support provided by DHCD to carry out our vital work. I urge the Committee on Housing and Economic Development, please, not to cut funding for DHCD, to cut funding to DHCD. Adequate funding is essential for ensuring that small businesses across the district have the resources they need to be successful. I express my gratitude to Councilmember White for his support and the opportunity to present this testimony before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Dr. Janet Phoenix, welcome.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Chairperson White and members of the Committee on Housing. I appreciate this opportunity to testify. I am Dr. Phoenix. I am an assistant research professor in the School of Public Health at George Washington University, but I'm here in my capacity as a member of the campaign to reduce lead exposure and asthma. And this is a coalition of about 50 organizations in DC that have been promoting improvements, interagency coordination, and adequacy of resources to reduce exposure to lead in housing and to reduce asthma triggers in housing, especially for low-income residents in the District of Columbia. I really want to focus on three things. One is the single-family residential rehabilitation program. The second is coordination between DHCD and DOEE in terms of making resources, programs available to low-income residents in DC to keep their housing safe. And the third is really the need to improve safeguards, long-term safeguards that would assist in preserving affordable housing in the District of Columbia in a way that makes it safer for residents, free of hazards that contribute to adverse health outcomes like lead poisoning and asthma in that housing. there are several organizations that work on housing remediation who've been active in the campaign. And so we have been interacting both with DHCD in terms of the single family residential rehab program and also with DOEE, which is the other source of funds and programs that can assist low-income people to maintain and preserve their housing in a safe and healthy manner. The single-family residential rehab program is currently focused primarily on roof repair, although in the past it has had a broader mission. I testified last year that in hopes that the program could expand its scope to go beyond roof repair, but also to highlight pipeline issues, delays in terms of people waiting on the list for a long time before being approved for repairs. And then even after receiving approval, delays in that work actually being conducted. And I won't go into a lot of detail today about what those are. Those are included in my written testimony, which I have submitted. But let me say that an expansion of the scope, additional resources, and a better coordination between DHCD and DOEE could really serve the needs of low-income people, some of whom are single-family homeowners, some of whom are living in affordable housing units, to make sure that those units can stay healthy. And long-term, it seems to me that if we're going to devote public resources to creating affordable housing units, that there needs to be a long-term plan for how those units can be maintained so that the health of the people who are living in those units is preserved, so that there are resources to help remediate issues that might develop down the road. To me, it's not enough to check off the box and say we created a certain number of affordable housing units this year. That's certainly something to be proud of. But if in the future those units deteriorate and there isn't a way to ensure the health of the people who are living in them, then we haven't really accomplished what we need to accomplish in terms of, again, ensuring that all DC residents have access to safe and healthy housing. I'll stop there and will be available for any questions afterwards. Thank you very much.
Thank you for being with us. Ryan Trout with CNHED, welcome.
Good morning, Chairman White and members of the committee. My name is Ryan Trout, and I am the Chief Housing Officer at the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development. Established in 2000, CNHED is a dynamic association of 180 organizational members working to foster just and equitable community development solutions that address the needs and aspirations of low and moderate income district residents. CNHED and its members take our role as a solutions-oriented partner with the district and its various departments seriously. And it is with that frame that I offer my testimony today. As the Council conducts its annual performance oversight hearings for district agencies and programs, you will examine the effectiveness of housing policies and resources and the impacts of investments in affordable housing programs like the Housing Production Trust Fund, the Housing Preservation Fund, the Local Rent Supplement Program, TOPA, the Low Income Housing Tax Credit, the Home Purchase Assistance Program, and many more. It is important to recognize that each of these programs has an important role to play in the creation of new and preservation of existing affordable housing units. But we also know that each has room for improvement. We urge DHCD and the Council to consider several key areas for improvement and action, focusing on transparency, communication, and process improvements. First, CNHED asks that the department work with its partner agency, DCHFA, to improve transparency around the current pipeline, the bond cap, and the decision-making and scoring of NOFA proposals. In 2022, the district hit its cap on federal bond program that is fundamental to our ability to finance a wide variety of affordable housing projects across the city, creating uncertainty. This uncertainty and lack of transparency has jeopardized the viability of multiple affordable housing projects that are otherwise shovel-ready. It leads to substantial carrying costs during this indefinite delay and could lead to potential foreclosures, forced sales, for projects in the pipeline. We ask that DHCD work closely with DCHFA to track projects, develop projections, and communicate this to stakeholders on a regular public basis. We also continue to recommend increased transparency in the decision-making and scoring of NOFA proposals designed to strengthen competition, which will lead to stronger, more efficient proposals. Transparency in a competitive process is an essential feature to good government. Second, CNHED and its members recommend that DHCD simplify the submission and approval of draw packages. Not only does this help the affordable housing projects awarded funds, but it can alleviate financial pressures on the small business subcontractors working on these projects. Currently, members express concerns about 90, 120, and even 150-day turnaround times for payment. This can mean between 4 and 6 months of delay from when a small minority-owned business subcontractor performs and completes work until they are compensated. CNHED believes that the application of continuous improvement principles and practices in the government sector represents a promising approach to reduce government waste and inefficiency and to improve agency outcomes. Third, DHCD should recommit itself to TOPA. The goals of the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act have been to preserve affordable rental housing, provide opportunities for home ownership for low-income tenants, minimize displacement of existing tenants, encourage the formation of tenant organizations, and strengthening the bargaining position of tenants. When supported, TOPA can facilitate low-income and BIPOC home ownership, prevent displacement of long-term, very low-income residents, preserve diverse neighborhoods, and increase affordable housing in every ward while improving the quality of DC's affordable housing stock. DHCD should provide better oversight and enforcement of TOPA and the prompt sharing of notices to housing counselors. By rapidly sharing or posting the notices and informing the CBOs under contract with DHCD, the CBOs can ensure that tenants are informed of their rights before bad actors get involved. Delays in posting TOPA notices and the lack of clarity in the process disadvantage tenants and community organizations seeking to exercise their rights. We advocate for a more efficient and transparent system that supports tenant education and decision-making without undue delay, especially during critical periods like the holiday season. Finally, CNHED and its members are concerned about staff turnover and continuity at the department. The retention of employees is valuable for several important reasons. Cost savings, productivity, continuity, institutional knowledge, customer relationships, and employee development are just to name a few. In these trying budget times, agencies and partners are going to be asked to do more with less. CNHED offers itself as a resource to the district and to DHCD. Our members represent a broad spectrum of nonprofits, for-profits, and government agencies that build, preserve, and manage affordable housing, provide tenant technical assistance, protect tenant rights, and offer homeownership counseling, among many other things. We believe that collaboration, process improvements, and transparency can help us weather the upcoming financial storm. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today and for your continued partnership in this vital work. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. Yvette Banfield with CNHED, welcome.
Welcome and good morning. Chairperson Robert White Jr. and members of the committee. I'm Yvette Banfield, the Chief Economic Development Officer at the CNHED, an association of 176 member organizations. The members fund, finance, produce, preserve, and provide affordable housing and neighborhood-based economic development in the District of Columbia. CNHED and its member organizations appreciate the extra effort that the DHCD made to protect and ensure FY 2024 funding for the Small Business Technical Assistance Program remained intact and wasn't reduced. The agency's responsiveness to the concerns echoed by the small business support organizations only reinforced its commitment to protect this essential program. Currently, there are 13 HPTF grantee organizations offering workshops, coaching, technical assistance to new and existing micro and small businesses targeting low and moderate income communities throughout the district. Under this program, HPTF grantees provide technical assistance, support, and training to the small and retail businesses focusing on neglected commercial corridors and in those neighborhoods. The assistance provided to small businesses include microloan packaging, business planning, entrepreneurial training, one-on-one business technical assistance, tax preparation assistance, accounting assistance, or legal assistance. It is important to emphasize that the SBT program isn't an auxiliary service. It is an integral part of the district's small business ecosystem, providing local tailored community level support, information, and resources to individual business owners. As the committee assesses DHCD's performance, it is noteworthy to highlight aggregated examples of 4 grantees, specifically AEDC, LEDC, WAKIF, and Life Asset, and looking at their programmatic goals. In FY 2023, the number of individuals participating in trainings was 5,012. The number of individuals receiving coaching one-on-one was 1,272, and the number of businesses supported by loans was 339. And Great Street applications supported was 6. CNHGD also offers suggested operational and program improvements to further strengthen technical assistance to small businesses. I want to highlight 3 key points. The turnaround time for DHCD to get new contract agreements to HPTF providers has improved. DHCD has streamlined its RFP application process, migrating to an online grant management platform. But we believe more can be done to further reduce the compliance process. And we also believe that expedited turnaround will enable grantees to utilize the full fiscal calendar year to deliver services to small businesses. Support efforts to and strengthen the pool of competitive applicants. We recommend that DHCD convene an information session and workshops targeting prospective applicants. We want to see that the extended contract agreements for long-standing HPTF providers be extended to 2 years. And we also want to recommend onboarding of new grantees with an orientation about DHCD's reporting requirements, which will eliminate delays getting new grantees contracted, executed, and providing grantees a manual to help acclimate them to the government procedures and policies applicable to their grant. In closing, CNHGD and members of our member organizations look forward to continuing our partnership with DHCD and further strengthening the HPTF program. Thank you for this opportunity to testify.
Thank you very much for being with us. Vic Goncalves with Mikasa Inc.
Hello, Councilmember White and members of the committee. I'm Vic Goncalves. I'm a project manager at Mikasa. I'm also a tenant in a rent-controlled building in Ward 3 and have lived in DC for 11 years and worked in affordable housing for the past 6. Mikasa is an affordable housing nonprofit dedicated to providing quality, affordable housing and technical assistance to DC residents at extremely low income levels, the majority of whom identify as immigrant, Latino, or Black. TOPA is unique to DC. It came out of the home rule movement, which pushed for every resident in the district to have the right of self-determination, regardless of race or income. When successfully leveraged, TOPA is the most important tool that we have to preserve affordable rental housing, provide opportunities for home ownership for low-income residents, minimize displacement, and encourage the formation of tenant organizations. TOPA's public benefits are maximized when combined with affordable housing funding, policies, and coordinated practices that support its goals. The Preservation Fund and other bridge loans provide a way for residents to exercise their TOPA rights. However, this bridge loan funding does not guarantee that small, very affordable projects or co-ops have a path to get the construction and permanent funding that they need. We need to fully fund the First Right to Purchase program to ensure that tenants are able to exercise their rights. Additionally, many existing affordable housing projects have faced years of neglect. In order to preserve these units, these projects need robust funding through the Housing Production Trust Fund and a commitment to preservation. During the past NOFA round for HPTF funding, Mikasa supported 4 cooperatives in applying for this funding. One of those cooperatives, 3218 Wisconsin Ave Northwest, was chosen to receive funding. The other 3 will likely apply again this year. This funding is critical to preserve deeply affordable housing. Based on our experience, we urge the council to push the agency for more transparency in the funding application process. Specifically, we would like to see transparency around when funding is available, when the funding rounds will occur, and which projects have been chosen. At Mikasa, all of our projects provide deeply affordable housing, and we found that it's very hard for them to access funding that supports small projects. We're concerned that the prioritization prioritization of new development over preservation will result in the loss of hundreds of already affordable units. The district cannot afford to lose any of these units. Investing in the preservation of existing housing could save irreplaceable housing subsidies and prevent the displacement of low-income tenants. Additionally, there is a need for a dedicated fund for small preservation and TOPA projects. These kinds of projects do not score well in the RFP process because they provide housing for existing residents and the project itself cannot be changed to fit the criteria of the QAP. Oftentimes, for limited equity co-ops, applying for the RFP feels like an uphill battle, knowing that they are competing with bigger projects and developers that are able to tailor their project to the application. Once a project is rejected and it needs to apply again, it adds about $60,000 in pre-development costs, plus interest. The residents of the project must then wait a full year to apply again and wait to see if they will be able to improve their building conditions for the long term. This makes it harder to sustain resident beliefs that a building renovation will be funded. I invite the council members to look at my written testimony, which includes further recommendations for improving the ways in which DHCD's oversight of TOPA and the Housing Production Trust Fund can be improved. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today, and I look forward to continuing to tackle the issues facing our communities.
Thank you very much. Krista Joyner.
Good morning, Councilmember Robert White Jr. and members of the committee. My name is Krista Joyner, and my business is in Barnaby Woods in Ward 4. I am representing the Latino Economic Development Center, a U.S. Treasury certified community development financial institution. The LEDC equips Latinos and other underserved groups with the skills and financial tools to create a better future for their families and communities. My testimony today will focus on the importance of DHCD funding and its ability to fund programs like food venture initiatives by the LEDC. My small business, Mama T's Kitchen, LLC, primarily provides catering services, daily menu offerings, and meal prep for large or small gatherings. The LEDC recognizes the importance of partnering with government entities like DHCD to leverage resources and impact and ensure the availability of comprehensive and quality service for our populations. Access to technical assistance is vital for my small business in our evolving economy. My business was struggling with developing a business plan and financial practices that would keep my business afloat. With the help of the LEDC, I learned how to bookkeep and receive the education necessary to launch Mama T's Kitchen, LLC. Having access to expert knowledge and resources allows local businesses to fulfill their potential. Technical assistance for myself and many other entrepreneurs was an immense help to our operation, which in turn positively affects our products and services. In my experience, I would not have been able to obtain my business license to operate Mama T's Kitchen without the LEDC. LEDC helped me to educate and transition my efforts to an up-and-coming catering service into a full functioning one, Mama T's Kitchen. The knowledge and direction I received in developing my business plan, setting goals, proper food costing, and purchasing have been invaluable to my growth. I have been working at this for several years, but the LEDC took the scary off of the expansion. The hands-on mentoring, training style, and that I received was just what I needed to be held accountable and build the confidence needed to approach and obtain new opportunities in the entrepreneurial networking. As a result of my involvement with the LEDC, I now have the required licenses needed to attract more lucrative catering contracts. As well, I am currently vending at Eastern Market and providing catering services for many other events in the DMV. I credit the LEDC for putting me on the pathway for success in the culinary world. I am thankful LEDC was available to help me cut through the thickets of entrepreneurial paperwork and ignorance. My financial future is much brighter having gone through the training at the LEDC. Without the crucial funding necessary to support small businesses, organizations like the LEDC cannot provide small business coaching and group-based and one-on-one assistance to small businesses like Mama T's Kitchen. I ask that the Committee on Housing and Economic Development fully fund programs related to technical assistance from community-based organizations like the LEDC so that small businesses across the district can have the tools they need to be successful. In closing, I thank you, Councilmember White, for your support and the chance to testify before the committee. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being with us. Olimatu Bey.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman White, estimated member of the committee, and distinguished guests. My name is Olimatu Bey, and I'm honored to appear before you today as the owner of Ulay Hair Gallery, specializing in braiding and natural hair. I operate in 2 locations within the District of Columbia. Our primary establishment is located at 1815 West Virginia Avenue in the Trinidad neighborhood of Ward 5, while our second location can be found at 834 Upshur Street in the Northwest in the Petwood neighborhood of Ward 4. I'm here to advocate for the full allocation of funding of the Department of Housing and Community Development to ensure that small business owners, such as Ulay Hair Gallery, receive the necessary support to thrive in the vibrant community of Washington, D.C. My venture into the hair braiding and styling industry began in 2001 upon my arrival in the United States. Starting with a chair rental in a Maryland salon, I gradually built my clientele in Southeast Washington, especially in Ward 7. Through dedicated effort like distributing flyers at Safeway on Alabama Avenue and honing my skills, I established my own shop in the Trinidad neighborhood of DC in 2005. Following years of success, I expanded my business with a second location at the intersection of Georgia Avenue and Upshur Street in 2012. The journey of entrepreneurship in the United States was challenging, especially as a recent divorced young woman from Senegal facing language barrier. Despite limited English proficiency, I persevered, committed to learn the language and excel in the art of braiding. From a modest beginning in the Maryland shop to opening my own establishment on West Virginia Avenue Northeast, my success culminated in a second location on Upshur Street Northwest. In conclusion, my experience as a small business owner in the hair braiding industry reflects the opportunity available for those willing to work hard and pursue their dream in this country. I'm thankful for the support received and remain dedicated to contributing to the economic vitality of our communities. I would also like to take a moment to acknowledge the invaluable assistance provided for the Latino Economic Development Center, LEDC, during the challenging time of the pandemic. In the early stage of the pandemic, LEDC assisted me with the DC micro grant. After this introduction, I joined their business coaching team. This team guided me through the application process for the Great Street Grant for my West Virginia Avenue location. As a small business owner, I found myself navigating unfamiliar administrative tasks, particularly during the stresses caused by the pandemic. LEDC provides indispensable support for managing paperwork and processes. While LEDC did not perform the work on my behalf, they did push, guide, challenge, and support me. LEDC could also be tough, helping me confront difficult issues within my business. Their assistance expanded beyond grant application. They also guide me post-loan, reporting requirement, aiding in the forgiveness of my PPP loan, even through my PPP loan was with a different bank, not LEDC. I learned it a lot about my business and how to manage getting through tough time like the pandemic. They helped me be organized enough that I was able to apply for and receive many of the pandemic related grants that DC offered to retail businesses. I would not have gotten through this difficult period without the skill I learned from them. Most recently, I received once again awarded the Great Street grant for my Upshur Street location. This time, I managed most of the process myself using the skills LEDC taught me. Although Latino is their name, my experience is that their passion is to help all communities in need, like me. I continue to value their support and guidance. They have become a special part of my story. Over the past 4 years, my business has experienced growth in revenue and employees, thanks in a part of the resource and support provided by LEDC. I have learned a great deal from them, and I'm truly appreciative to the assistance they have provided. Thank you for the opportunity to testify before the estimate committee. I am available to answer any question you might have.
Thank you very much. Our next public witness is Samuel Mazowski. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair White and members of the committee and staff. My name is Sam Muskowski. I'm a Ward 1 resident and a volunteer with the Sunrise Movement DC, which is a community organization of youth fighting for a better climate future. I want to first, uplift a couple of folks who testified earlier today. First, Ms. Jean Stewart from the Sierra Club. I do want to emphasize, the importance of the Greener Government Buildings Act and making sure that we're not carving out exemptions to it. That adjustments are being made as needed because net zero is critically important to making sure that, DC is controlling, its carbon footprint as a city. I also, want to emphasize something in her testimony about, building a new building to net zero standards is often cheaper than on a per building basis than converting an existing building to be net zero. And that's an important part of the balance between preserving and creating new affordable housing. I also want to uplift the testimony of my colleague, Dr. Phoenix. We served together on the Lead Emergency Action for the District Coalition. That when we're creating affordable housing, we need to make sure that we're creating, safe and healthy homes for people, and not just, preserving the unfortunate status quo in DC that is a lot of people exposed to asthma triggers and lead in their water, and other threats to environmental health. Those are, critically important pieces as we're thinking about our affordable housing strategy in DC. But Sunrise DC is not just concerned about greening the city as it exists today, but also about building a city and an economy that is low carbon and equitable, because I think that we know that, collective action on the climate crisis requires everybody's buy-in, and equity is critical to that. And so to that end, I want to talk very briefly about the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, and also about, setting the stage for a Green New Deal for social housing. So first, for the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, I want to emphasize something about what it means to be a renter in DC. More than half of the city is renters, as I'm sure members of the committee and other folks here know. And I think you commonly hear that renting is this transitional stage in our lives, but it's not. There's people that live their whole lives as renters, and more than half the city wouldn't be renters if it were the case that everybody eventually became a homeowner. And so I think it's important that we keep that in mind, that renting is something that it is just going to be a part of people's lives for often the entirety of it. And we need to think about the problems there and not just think about converting people to homeowners. The Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act is a step to creating the same dignity for renters that homeowners experience. I'm a renter myself. I have been in the entire time that I've been an adult. And the stuff that you get in leases as a renter is wild. I think my last landlord had a provision about only having 3 nails per wall in rooms. And we sure did get charged part of our security deposit for violating that. And that's just a piece of, the daily indignities that renters face. TOPA is something that levels the playing field between renters and landlords that have so much power in their buildings. And it gives people the opportunity to be renters, but to experience the dignity and control that homeowners have in their homes. The ability to, have control over their guests policy, something that is often a part of leases for renters. It's just something that I think is an important part of making sure that people are not different classes of citizens in DC, that the rights that you experience in your home are level, whether you're a renter or a homeowner. And I think that that's something that's an important part of just, being a small d democratic city. The other piece is the social housing bill that I think we've heard so much about, which is similarly geared towards ensuring a similar level of dignity between renters and homeowners. It's premised on the idea that you can have the same rights and responsibilities in your home in collective if you're living in multifamily housing. And that's not something that's essential to just being a property owner, but it's something that you can enjoy as a renter. And so I want to encourage, as we're thinking about affordable housing policy, that we're thinking about making sure that there's not some big schism between what renters and what homeowners get to enjoy in their homes. Because at the end of the day, we're all residents of DC. And I think that that's a critically important piece. Looking at every program that has that kind of disparate impact and making sure that we're preserving the pieces, whether that's TOPA or encouraging new pieces of legislation like the Green New Deal for social housing, to make sure that there is fundamental equality there. And thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next public witness, Lara, sorry. Charles Hopkins. Okay, then let me get you in the next panel since there's no more seats at the table. Does that work? And what's your name, just so I know? Oh, nice. Yeah, I see. Okay, you'll be the first name I call on the next panel. Florence Mythica. All right. Aries Compress. Welcome.
Good morning, Council Member Robert White, members of the committee. My name is Aries Compress, and I'm the co-owner, along with my twin brother Raymond Compress, of Los Hermanos and Metro's Dominican Kitchen. Los Hermanos is situated in Columbia Heights, 1428 Park Road Northwest in Ward 1. Metro's Dominican Kitchen can be found at the shops of Dakota Crossing right there in the shopping center where the Costco's at in Ward 5. Raymond and I grew up assisting our parents in the family business. I serve as director and president while my brother Raymond holds the position of vice president. We are currently overseeing the management of the first Metro's Dominican Kitchen as a franchise, and we plan to transition into franchisees in the future. Los Hermanos was originally a bodega, which is like a small convenience store, back in 1995, almost 30 years, by our parents, who are immigrants from the Dominican Republic in the Columbia Heights neighborhood of Washington, D.C. Raymond and I aided our parents in transforming the bodega into a fast casual concept back when Target, giant big box stores started coming into Columbia Heights. We couldn't really compete with their marketing dollars. Our endeavors have garnered much attention in the recent years. We've been featured in publications such as the Washington Post, Washington Chief East in 2013, different news channels like Telemundo, Univision, Fox. We were on the Live Well Network, Check Please on PBS, and more. We've catered for the teams that play against the Washington Nationals for the past 5 years. And we were actually just at the White House last week and also at the U.S. Capitol for the event Dominicans on the Hill by Congressman Adriano Espaillat from New York. Being a member of the Latino entrepreneur community, I can attest to the dedication and long hours my family and I have invested into our businesses. Managing a business, running payroll, serving customers, handling inventory, customer acquisition. It leaves very little time to think about the many resources offered by organizations such as LEDC. We're just completely immersed in day-to-day operations at the restaurant. Instead of signing up for a Zoom meeting or hearing about the latest resources available to small businesses, I had a loan officer from LEDC directly approach me at the restaurant, and he told me about a 0% interest loan program they were offering for businesses that were interested in expanding. This is back in 2019. LEDC literally held our hand the entire way until we were approved for a 0% interest loan for $100,000 to open up Metro's Dominican kitchen. As a hands-on business owner, I greatly appreciated the constant reminders and communication with the LEDC team when I would forget to send them a document or fill out a report. This was not a relationship where we're just have a client making a payment to a bank. By opening up Metros, we created over 15 new jobs, half of which belong to DC residents. This would have been impossible without the help of LEDC's expansion program, as we had already exhausted all resources building out the new location and getting it ready to open. The constant emails informing us of new programs, grants, workshops have also played a critical role in getting over the still present challenges left by the pandemic. I want to thank LEDC for the continued support of the community and ourselves, and also for the community, for the committee hearing my testimony.
Thank you very much, and I want to thank this entire panel. Let me start with questions around the Small Business Technical Assistance Fund. So, Mr. Compras, food is amazing at Los Hermanos, just amazing. I didn't realize you had 2 locations, and now that you all are about to become franchisors, just congratulations. That's excellent. It's exactly what I think most of us want to see from local businesses. My worry was that the food would not be as good as you grew, but I didn't realize how long your family has done this. So my fears are alleviated. Biggest question, how did you find out about this program?
So it was pretty funny. We just had somebody that was a fan of Los Hermanos, and he turned out to be a loan officer for LEDC. And he just, on a whim, told us about would you guys be interested in expanding? And that's how that conversation started.
Wow.
And he literally held our hand the whole way through the process.
And what does the process look like? Do they pair you with like a coach, or what does the process look like?
So we dealt with just one person, with one loan officer from start to finish. We got to meet the people that actually signed the check all the way at the end once we were already approved. So it was really streamlined. I'd have to deal with 5 or 6 different people to just keep explaining the same process over and over again.
Okay, so they helped you with expansion, and where did the funding come from for the loan? Did that come through the small business fund?
It came through, yeah, it came through LEDC, yes.
Okay.
Yes, I know originally it was supposed to be just $50,000, but I believe once we almost closed, they said we were eligible for another 50,000 that was supposed to be refinanced at 3.5%, but it ended up just being 0% all the way through.
Wow. And how long ago did you do that?
That was about the end of 2019, I would say. We started beginning of 2019.
Okay.
Yeah.
And Ms. Bay, thank you for being with us. It's incredible that you have 2 locations now. My second job was sweeping floors at a braiding gallery. They offered me more than the barbershop next door. It came in handy because when I had 2 girls, I knew how to braid their hair. How did you learn about the program?
LEDC?
Yes, the small business program with LEDC.
I went to Mayor African event one time, and I received a flyer, and I did everything they say, put my email, I registered over there, and they called me one day, and yep, It was just out of the blue. When I registered everything, my email and my phone number, everything, they called me one day asking me if I need help.
Wow. So you had one location at that time?
No, I already have the two
You had two.
locations.
Okay.
It was in the pandemic when
Okay.
they called me.
And what did they help you with?
They helped me with micro grants. They helped me with marketing. They helped me organize like everything. They even come to my shop all the time. Even the let's say on the PP loan, the officer used to come to me and help me with all paperwork, luru by luru, show me everything, how to do it, everything.
Wow.
Yes.
And so they help connect you to various resources. The person that you work with, did they work for LEDC or work sort of was I'm trying to get a sense of everybody who works in this program, and I know I can ask you in a bit. But did the person who assisted you work directly for LEDC?
Yeah, he worked directly for LEDC.
Okay. And Krista Joyner, congrats on your success as well. I'm gonna have to check you out at Eastern Market, which I look forward to. Are you aware of there's a federally funded SBA program that every state has. Ours is based out of Howard University. Are you aware of this program? It's like a small business assistance program.
I don't think specifically that one I am aware of. So
Okay.
that's something that I definitely would want to look into. I am aware of the District of Columbia Small Business Program, but the SBA, I don't think I'm familiar with.
Okay. And I think what I was trying to understand for myself during the testimonies was the distinction between the programs, but I do think in these answers, I understand that aspect much better. So in working with LEDC on this program, what did they assist with?
Wow, just everything. Prior to getting introduced to the LEDC, we were basically just working. My mother and I, we have this catering company together, so it's a family situation. And we basically just were doing what we knew how to do, which was cook. And through the LEDC, and this is my mentor here, Vincent Renner, just amazing at hand holding, but guiding you through the process so that you know how to do it yourself. So everything from bookkeeping to financial practices to our accounting, all of those things we were able to tighten up, shapen up, so that the business would now function as a business. I was able to get my business license, which sometimes going to these sites by yourself, it can be extremely intimidating because you're not sure what you're looking at. Sometimes you click a button and it redirects you completely somewhere else. Sometimes you call those numbers and you get no assistance. So having an organization like the LEDC who had the know-how or wherewithal to be able to put us in certain positions, to answer certain questions, to take the fear out of what it means to expand and grow your business. Without them, I'm not sure of what kind of practice we would have today. So, I mean, that's how we were able to apply for Eastern Market and, begin to grow in the way that we would like to.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
That's amazing. Vincent Renner, do you happen to know why this program is funded through DHCD and not the Department of Small and Local Business Development? It is.
I do not know. I was last year, I just ran the program and I joined as a manager earlier this year. But I do know that we designed the program specifically to provide actionable skills and actionable tools. And then we accompanied them throughout the entrepreneurs throughout the process with one-on-one coaching in addition to that. So it was a very different from other programs that we know. Either you give the program, but then there's no coaching afterwards, or there's just assistance. We basically provide people with the skills and then we help them to actually implement them. Because that's, I think, a key thing to make it really past just having the program or attending program. So to actually help them implement.
Are there any it seems to be some concern about the funding being cut. Is that a concern?
Yes, that is a concern. Mhm.
Okay. Is that based on anything specific or just a general concern?
That is just the concern that we have been communicated, and that's why we're testifying to show you how important our programs are for the DC business community.
Okay. Are there any limitations of the funds or the program as it exists today that you think we need to be looking at?
I think I cannot respond that. I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay.
Sorry for that.
No problem at all. Gene Stewart, with the DC Sierra Club, you testified, at least one other person testified as well, that net zero requirements, which I'm a big supporter of, has minimal or no additional costs. What we are hearing, council members are hearing from people who have affordable housing projects that are sort of already in the pipeline, is that it breaks their funding plans. And what are your thoughts on how we should look at these concerns that are being raised to the council or to the committee?
Yes, Chairman White. I think what I was trying to say is that when we're talking about renovations, there will be substantial cost, which ultimately, ratepayers will be paying less and less for their utilities. But the upfront costs, of course, would have to be, the funding would have to be found from government, DC government sources. What I think is, what I believe is true is for new projects, where, you build in the net zero requirements up front, the costs should be minimal, hopefully less than they would be if you're trying to install a gas system. And we're a little concerned that some of the other government buildings are planned to include gas systems, but we want to avoid that situation with housing.
Right. Yeah, I fully agree. We do want to avoid that. We have to make long-term, environmentally conscious decisions now. I do get nervous when I hear folks who are developing affordable housing projects say that this requirement is going to prevent them from moving forward because of funding mechanisms that have been in place for some years. So that's something we're trying to figure out and balance. I've toured some net zero construction projects, and the basic feedback I got was that there are, this won't be in every case, there are some upfront costs, but they recoup those costs in a relatively short amount of time through the efficiencies.
Yes.
Yeah. So, we're turning a corner, and that comes with some complications in some places. So we're figuring it out. But I appreciate your attention to this very important issue.
Thank you. And we would like to stress that, excuse me, we're seeing a lot of efforts to introduce emergency legislation to get around the requirements of the Greener Government Buildings Act. And we would like to encourage, instead of that if there are amendments to the legislation that are needed, that this be addressed that way rather than having a whole flock of emergency legislation exceptions to the requirements of the GGBA.
Yeah, it would be, I think, a lot more helpful to look at these things at once as a package. I agree. Dr. Janet Phoenix, on the family residential rehab program, one of the major parts of your testimony is we should go beyond roof repair. Do you happen to know whether we usually spend all of the money in this program, and whether roof repair is the only permissible use, or is it just the only one we focus on?
It's my understanding that the scope of the program was narrowed in the past 2 years to focus specifically on roofs. But it's also my impression, based on my review of the budget documents, and let me just be honest and say that that's not really my area of expertise. I'm a health expert. It does not seem as if the line item has been exhausted. So it looks as though there would have potentially been funds that could have been devoted to other repairs in the pipeline. So in answer to your question.
I appreciate that. Ryan Trout with CNHED. One of the things you mentioned about the NOFA program is that it needs more transparency around decision making. I do have I have some questions on the bond cap issue, but on the decision making, can you say more? Do projects that are not funded get feedback to understand why they are not funded? And is it public which projects did get funded?
So my understanding from the membership is that ideally all of these things would be published, whether you're funded or not, because it helps provide feedback not only to the particular project, but also to the entire field. So then they can make better decisions and present better projects in future years. Virginia has a very transparent process. Maryland is less transparent than Virginia, but still more so than the district. And so that and in some states, they allow for projects to like score themselves beforehand. In a place like Texas, if your score does not match the score that then the agency gives you, you can actually be penalized for that. So it also then keeps the developers honest in their own scoring. So it's a way to provide feedback and transparency to the entire ecosystem, not simply just on a project by project basis.
Yes, sir. And can you just say a little bit more around the notion you mentioned about the uncertainty and lack of transparency hurting projects?
Yeah, around the like the NOFA scoring, or around the bond cap issue?
Around the NOFA scoring.
Yeah, so some of the, while the scoring is public, I'm sorry, the scoring criteria, right, through the QAP is public. It still, I believe, feels a little bit like a black box once your project goes in there, and then the projects get scored. And so it would, the transparency that it would create, that it would allow by making all of those projects their scoring public, would help provide certainty, would provide understanding of what projects are going to score in which way, and again, provide developers the opportunity to provide better projects on the front end, right? When you have a clearer understanding of what's being scored and how it's going to be scored, you're able to then better meet the needs of the agency and better meet the scoring criteria.
I appreciate it. And Vic Goncalves, I see your hand up. I was actually coming to you next with a question along these lines, because you mentioned that you had 4 projects in the last NOFA round. For the ones that were not selected, what kind of feedback did you get?
Yeah, so we did receive feedback on our specific applications. And that definitely is very helpful going forward. There were, there were some feedback of like minor issues that could have been resolved really quickly if we had had the opportunity to resolve those issues. And going back to the question that you asked Ryan, so we found out when our projects were or were not selected, but I didn't. I've been looking for a list of what are all of the projects that did get selected, and I didn't see that list actually until looking through the pre-hearing documents for this hearing. So, it's not readily available which projects did receive funding. Some of the other transparency issues that I did want to highlight include, it's not the same time every year that the NOFA becomes available. So it's very hard for us to plan, for projects to be able to apply because we don't know when the funding will come out and once the NOFA does come out, it's also not transparent how much the whole pot of money is. So, those are some of the transparency issues. Another one that I highlighted in my written testimony is,
Well, can I move to one different thing?
Sure.
Another part of your testimony that I'd love to get your feedback on, which is smaller buildings. Did you have any thoughts on how we might adjust the criteria in order to support smaller projects?
Yeah. So one of the ways is, that somebody else mentioned is ranking preservation more highly than new construction. For smaller projects, they're going to score a 0 in the category of how many net new units did they add, for example. Smaller projects also have a higher per unit cost, which scores them lower. So for example, if a building has 20 units and some of those are 2 bedrooms, the per unit cost for that is going to be higher than maybe a larger building of only 1 bedrooms.
I appreciate that. That's something that concerns me as well. It does seem that we disadvantage one, smaller buildings, but also multi-bedroom units. And I don't think that is good for the long-term health of our city or for the families that are here now trying to stay here. So I really appreciate that focus in your testimony. And that's a place that I want us to continue to make some progress. Before we move to the next panel, I just want to mention Yvette Banfield. I appreciate the stats you gave. It had me going to sort of our notes and pre-hearing responses on the small business program. It is just amazing the number of businesses that have been supported with this. So I appreciate that focus in your testimony. And I want to thank all of our witnesses for being with us. We still have a lot who want to testify, so I'm going to keep us moving. But thank you all for being with us and providing your testimonies. Our next panel of public witnesses be Keisha Robinson, Sam Buggs, David Schultz, Chapman Todd, Farah Fossey, Claudia Herrera, Teresa Liu, Joanne Savage, Hope K. Indeji, and Emily Neer. Yes, Charles Hopkins. 1 second. So, Mr. Hopkins, my understanding is that your organization requested to be grouped with another set. Yeah, that's the difficult. I'm trying to sort of arrange everybody with a few special requests. I apologize. I said that, then my team told me that you wanted to testify with another group. I can add you to this list if you want to testify without that group, but I couldn't move the entire group up. I think there are multiple people testifying with that group. Is that right? You will absolutely give your testimony, and I apologize for any confusion. We're trying to accommodate some requests as best we can. Thank you. Jakeisha Robinson, are you there? You would hit your microphone, please.
Good morning. We have an opportunity and we have a window to both lay a physical and transformational foundation for a population in this city whose success is interconnected with the success of all of us. Let's not delay for what we all know needs to be done today. Thank you for the opportunity. I am Jakeisha Robinson, co-chair of the DC Reentry Action Network and a founding member of the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. I am here representing our coalition's dedication to addressing the critical housing needs of returning citizens in the District of Columbia. We are here today not only in recognition of the problem, but with a supportive legislative solution. I sit before you not only as a representative of these organizations, but with the charge to amplify the voice of countless individuals whose lives are directly impacted by the decisions made within these esteemed chambers. The DC Reentry Housing Alliance is a collective impact effort led by returning experts, housing leaders, and community leaders with lived experience who you will hear from today to address the persistent reentry housing challenges in the district. As you are aware, we face a unique challenge with its high incarceration rate, which has led to a significant number of our residents experiencing unstable housing upon their return home. They are coming home. They are here, and they need our support now. It is in all of our interests to provide it. The lack of adequate housing options not only hinders their ability to rebuild their lives, but also impacts the broader community through increased rates of recidivism. We know that this, along with continued cycles of poverty and crime, affect the success of our city. The data supports it. We are not blind. We all know this. The punishing impacts of structural racism, mass incarceration, neglect, and misplaced fear have created the conditions in our city in which 57% of individuals experiencing homelessness are formerly incarcerated. So when you think of the homeless, think of majority returning citizens. As an alliance, our mission is clear: to ensure that individuals returning from incarceration have access to safe, affordable, and supportive housing, whether in halfway houses or transitional arrangements or permanent units. We firmly believe that stable housing is the key. And with that, let me outline the solution. The Reentry Housing and Supportive Services Act of 2023 would establish a combined housing and supportive services fund and program within the District of Columbia to provide funding for permanent and transitional housing for returning citizens with community-based, that's the key, reentry services by organizations that provide such services. We are not leaving people out to dry. They will have a supportive net. Our coalition has a specific goal to identify solutions and structural changes that will ultimately result in a net increase of 500 new units of housing dedicated to returning citizens by 2025. In conclusion, I am here to foster a future where housing is a right. And with that, you will next hear from my colleague, Sam Buggs.
Sam Buggs, good to see you again.
Well, to see you also. Good morning, Chairman White, panel.
My name is Samuel Buggs, and I would like to thank you for my testimony, sharing my testimony with you today. I'm a native of Washington, D.C., and a proud member of the Leadership Advisory Council for the D.C. Reentry Alliance, and a longstanding member of the Jubilee Housing Board of Directors. Today, I sit before you as a living testament to the transformative powers of safe and adequate housing in the reentry process. My journey began in 1973 when I entered into incarceration at the age of 16. 15 years later, at the age of 31, I found myself released into a world that had changed significantly. Unfortunately, the passing of my mother left me with nowhere to go and no place to call home. I was determined to break the cycle of incarceration, but the lack of stable housing pushed me into unsafe and precarious situations. Jubilee Housing not only saved my life, but also granted me the first opportunity in my life at 55 years old to have an apartment in my name. It was a transformative experience, a rebirth, a chance to live and exist like a normal human being. Without Christ's House and Jubilee Housing, I am uncertain where my life will be today. And it's with deep gratitude that I acknowledge the impact stable housing has had on my journey. But my story has darker chapters. The lack of stable housing led me to sleep in laundry rooms, hospital waiting areas, and unsafe surroundings. This desperation soon led me back to drug use, and my life spiraled into chaos. It became a stark reminder that safe and adequate housing is not just a necessity, it is a lifeline, a foundation upon which individuals can rebuild their lives. As a board member of Jubilee Housing for the last 6 years and a resident of Adams Morgan for 13 years, and with over a decade spent on Jubilee Housing's property, I can attest to the profound change that safe and adequate housing brings to individuals like myself. However, my story is just one among many. To do nothing in addressing this critical housing need of those returning from incarceration is not just a policy failure, but a moral failure. It risks increased community and family breakdowns, lost economic opportunities, and the continued degradation of individuals seeking to rebuild their lives with dignity. Today, I implore you to take action and support the Reentry Housing and Supportive Service Act of 2023 in order to work collaboratively towards solutions that address the diverse housing needs of our community. Safe and adequate housing is not just a privilege, but a fundamental right for every human being. Next, you will hear from Mr. David Schultz, preceded by others on our panel of my colleagues for the Reentry Housing Alliance. I would like to thank you very much for your time and consideration. If you have any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you very much.
Thank
David
you.
Schultz, welcome.
I stand before you as a proud returning citizen and a dedicated member of the DC Reentry Housing Alliance. My name is David Schultz, and I am a testament to the transformative power of support and opportunity for individuals returning from incarceration. Having been released in June 2020, exactly 1 year later, I graduated from the Georgetown University Pivot Program. Motivated by my own journey, I chose to channel my efforts into helping others like myself. I currently serve as the Director of Reentry Services at Changing Perceptions, a nonprofit organization committed to assisting individuals returning from incarceration by facilitating employment, securing housing, and providing comprehensive support for a successful reentry journey. I'm proud of my success on this journey and the ways I now give back to the community. And yet, after years of greater stability, one of the challenges I continue to face is uncertainty when seeking a long-term apartment lease under my own name. For those of us leaving the justice system, the path to rebuilding our lives is fraught with obstacles, yet one of the most fundamental needs upon reentry is stable housing. Without a place to call home, individuals face insurmountable barriers to securing employment, accessing education and healthcare, and reconnecting with their communities. In essence, stable housing is not just a roof over our heads, It is the foundation upon which successful reintegration is built. My job allows me to speak with individuals in different stages of reentry every day. 90% of those individuals state they have some form of housing insecurity. This is where organizations like Jubilee Housing come into play. Jubilee understands that housing is not merely a shelter, but a catalyst for positive change. By providing affordable housing options and wraparound support services, organizations like Jubilee empower returning citizens to break the cycle of incarceration and rebuild their lives with dignity and purpose. The significance of housing providers like Jubilee cannot be overstated. By affording returning citizens the opportunity to secure stable housing upon reentry, organizations like Jubilee not only alleviate immediate housing insecurities, but also foster a conducive environment for long-term rehabilitation and community integration. Investing in housing for individuals leaving prison is not just a moral imperative. It is a smart investment in public safety and community well-being. Studies have shown that stable housing reduces recidivism, ultimately leading to safer communities and more equitable system. In closing, I urge the DC Council to prioritize housing for individuals reentering society after incarceration. By doing so, we can unlock the potential of countless individuals, strengthen families, and build stronger, safer communities for generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Chapman Todd.
Thank you. Thank you, Chairperson. And I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today and along with my colleagues from the Reentry Housing Alliance. My name is Chapman Todd. I'm a longtime resident of the District of Columbia, and I've worked on issues related to housing and homelessness in the district for a number of years. I currently focus my work on the development and operation of affordable and supportive housing throughout the city. I'm testifying today, along with my colleagues that you've just heard from, as part of the Reentry Housing Alliance, which is a coalition dedicated to addressing the critical housing needs of returning citizens in the District of Columbia. Our group came together over the last several years with a shared goal to ensure that individuals returning from incarceration have access to safe, affordable, and supportive housing, whether halfway houses, transitional housing, or most importantly, permanent housing units. We believe that stable housing is a key to successful reintegration into the community. And through our work, we have been aiming to identify solutions and structural changes that will ultimately result in the net increase, as Keisha referenced, of at least 500 new units of housing dedicated to returning citizens in the District of Columbia. We acknowledge and appreciate the existing efforts of the district's Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD, to support opportunities for returning citizens to access housing. In particular, we want to recognize that in recent years, priority in scoring has been available in DHCD's Affordable Housing Consolidated RFP process for proposals that include programming and permanent affordable housing units marketed or reserved for underserved populations who face barriers to housing, which does include returning citizens. As my colleagues have referenced, there is currently legislation before the council that would make this more sustainable and a permanent part of the structure for affordable housing in the District of Columbia, and that's called the Reentry Housing and Supportive Services Act of 2023, which is when it was introduced. This will expand on the current efforts. There are two key elements to the proposed legislation, which are housing need and service component, that I'd like to quickly highlight for you today. First, the proposed legislation addresses the housing need by creating a dedicated fund and development program within DHCD to support the construction and operation of housing specifically for returning citizens. Second, the proposed legislation addresses the service component by emphasizing the importance of wraparound services connected with the housing, including workforce development, healthcare, and life skills training to ensure a holistic approach to reintegration. In regard to how this legislation focuses on assisting returning citizens could drive meaningful change, I'd like to raise for you the comparison to existing district government effort focused on housing need and service components, which is the district's success in creating permanent supportive housing opportunities for individuals and families who have experienced homelessness. I believe the structure there is a model for how this might work. The district is rightfully viewed as a national leader in the effort to create permanent supportive housing, or PSH units, for individuals and families who have experienced homelessness. A significant reason for the district's success in this area is the coordination of different district government agencies' resources via the DHCD consolidated RFP towards the shared goal of developing and then operating PSH units. Within the consolidated RFP, in addition to DHCD capital funding, available resources include Department of Human Services Supportive Services funding, Department of Behavioral Health capital funding, and the DC Housing Authority Local Rent Supplement or LRSP operating subsidies. I believe the PSH example of coordinating and aligning resources from multiple all agencies, all of which have the goal of providing housing, supportive services, and operating support for individuals and families who have experienced homelessness, is how we can collectively work to foster a similar collaborative effort across multiple agencies who are serving returning citizens in the district. This proposed legislation will be a great step towards that alignment moving forward. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that for those of us working on the D Street Housing Alliance, we believe that by providing stable housing and support services as a community, we are providing an investment in returning citizens, and that recidivism rates will be reduced, public safety will be improved, and stronger, more inclusive communities will be the result. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Thank you for being with us. Farrah Fossey, welcome.
Good morning, Councilmember White. My name is Farrah Fossey. I'm a Ward 4 resident and an affordable housing practitioner and researcher, both locally and nationally. Over the last year, I've had the privilege of working with the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development to research TOPA outcomes and support their study, Sustaining Affordability, on the role of TOPA in DC. With this report, DC now has the information to make housing policy decisions based on sound data. I appreciate the Council for funding the study and DHCD's support and approval of it. The study looked at multifamily residential sales from 2006 to 2020. We analyzed detailed information on the vast majority of sales, over 22,000 units of rental housing, where tenants initiated TOPA. Through TOPA, tenant associations negotiated meaningful affordability. This is why tenants participate. In over 7,700 units of housing, tenant associations preserved affordability through rent control, nearly always with improved housing conditions. Through almost about the same number, slightly more, tenants use low-income housing tax credits, LIHTC, also often with other subsidies. LIHTC was added or preserved in 101 sales. Outside of TOPA, only 10 sales had LIHTC. Tenant associations also negotiated to extend Section 8 contracts to maintain federally subsidized units for over 3,000 homes. I want to address why it's important to have tenant negotiation in housing that is already preserved as affordable. First, TOPA works to preserve and extend subsidized housing. Not one unit of subsidized housing has been lost through TOPA. It's a possible outcome, but when there is funding, tenants always choose to create and actually add affordable housing. Most affordable housing has a time limit, a covenant that will run out. Tenant associations negotiate to ensure continued preservation, to extend or add affordable housing contracts. 3, tenants negotiate greater affordability than is required. For example, in LIHTC properties, tenant associations will negotiate additional rent increases for existing tenants to make sure they don't end up with big rent increases after the TOPA. And 4, through TOPA, tenants negotiate quality of life issues that actually do prevent displacement. For example, a property management team that speaks their language, security, on-site community spaces and services. At Wall Luck House, for example, in Chinatown, tenants ensured their Section 8 contract was extended, new subsidy was brought in, and amenities for seniors were added. This building houses almost all of DC's Chinese residents, in part because Museum Square 1, their neighbor, was sold through a TOPA loophole and lost its Section 8 subsidy. So it's a dramatic counterpoint. In addition to these preservation, TOPA maintains DC's aging housing stock. It's the only mechanism where renovations are added for buildings without subsidy. Renovations and repairs were negotiated in 15,000 units of housing. TOPA has challenges. Bad actors have been increasingly misusing the TOPA process by pressuring tenants to sign their rights away. This has led to the loss of affordable housing, particularly in small buildings east of the river. It generally happens when the building is so run down that tenants want out as soon as possible. There are fixes we can take that DHCD and the council can take, requiring tenant association registration before an assignment of rights. DHCD can record assignment of rights. DHCD can ensure that CBOs have the offer of sale information within 5 days of registration. This information should not be publicly available. It should go to CBOs, to grantees. Third parties who meet with tenants should be required to disclose conflicts of interest. And tenant associations should not be able to immediately sign their rights away. They should meet with the CBO before doing that. We have heard TOPA's been being scapegoated for problems downtown, for problems in DC redevelopment. This is opportunism. I understand that TOPA can take some time, that it's a pain, but it works. It is meeting the goals that we have as a city. It is preserving affordable housing, preventing displacement, and giving tenants a seat at a table. Fluctuations in the real estate market are unrelated to TOPA. TOPA's been in existence since 1985. We've had highs and lows since then. But our highs and lows are much more related to other similar cities. They correlate to the effects of the pandemic, the bond cap, high interest rates. To summarize or to end, I would like to really encourage you to use our goals of an inclusive, diverse, and racially just city to continue to invest in TOPA, invest in tenant organizing, ensure DHCD funding priorities make better use of TOPA, reinstate the first right tenant purchase program, and adjust scoring criteria in the QAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Farrah Fosse. I apologize about mispronouncing your last
No,
name.
no worries.
Thank you. Claudia Herrera, welcome.
Hi, sorry, I have a little cold, so please excuse my voice. Thank you all for allowing me the opportunity to share a little bit of I'm just a tenant in my tenant experience. This is not my first time testifying regarding housing. It's actually my second time testifying regarding housing. I am a previous recipient of the rapid rehousing messy problems that occurred after COVID-19. I did not qualify for any other type of assistance. I was considered over income, which is still pretty much low income in the District of Columbia. But I am here to make a request, I guess, on behalf of our current housing situation, which is the Elm Garden zoning request that was submitted. Is it twofold here? Just because I agree with everything everyone has said regarding affordable housing and what it means to have a tenant association and what that means for aging buildings that are necessarily completely clean in the sense of how they've aged and in need of repair. Either way, I just wanted to share with you all just the need of continual affordable housing, and not just that, but I wanted to also bring up the health issues in regards to what it means to live in housing that is also, yes, affordable, but at the same time, not necessarily meet standards of health, including what was mentioned previously by another panelist in regards to health of asthma and other types of issues dealing not just physical, but also mental health. A lot of the units that are considered affordable are either, in desperate need of repair, but are also very badly constructed. They are very noisy. They are very cramped with individuals. And I wanted to just really quickly just bring up inclusionary zoning, which has not been very successful in housing. As many of us have been waiting to be housed. I don't necessarily have numbers or have, the data, but I wanted to just quickly put that under the radar. I have been applying for units under the inclusionary zoning since 2000, I want to say 16, 17, 17, 18, something like that. And it deserves a second look desperately. The only time I was able to get approved for housing was for a 2-bedroom. And that is when my sister and I wanted to do something together. The entire household was 5. And inclusionary zoning thought that a 2-bedroom unit would fit us perfectly. And we were chosen immediately. But, considering that it was a cramped space, we decided to decline. She went her own way, I went my own way. And since then, I've never qualified for any inclusionary zoning. So I just want to put that under the radar. Either way, I'm hoping that the committee can approve the upgraded needs that Elm Gardens and Tacoma Park has submitted. I would like to request also that units, while being considered for this unit to be updated and reconstructed, that there is a request for non-smoking of either marijuana or cigarette. It seems kind of common sense nowadays, but apparently that's something that's tolerated constantly in other units that I have lived with that were not inclusionary zoning and were not low income. And I'm not sure how that fits into the discussion at this moment, but that has been an issue that not just myself, but others, plenty of others have complained about. So I'll just leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. If you could just clarify, I heard gardens, but I didn't hear the first word of the property.
Oh, sorry. It's Elm Gardens in
Elm.
Tacoma Park, DC.
Got it. Thank you very much. Teresa Liu, welcome.
Hello. Can you hear me?
I can. You can
Hi.
begin. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, council members, and thank you for allowing me to testify. My name is Sharice Liu, an attorney at the Washington Legal Clinic for the Homeless. The District of Columbia has a worsening affordable housing crisis. In 2023, DC saw a 12% rise in homelessness, with housing costs increasing by 3% from the previous year. There is no indication that those trends will reverse without intervention. A fundamental contributor to the homelessness and housing instability in DC is that there is a dearth of deeply affordable housing for those at 0 to 30% AMI. Despite this, the funding of the creation of deeply affordable housing continues to fall dramatically short of its legislative mandate. The Housing Production Trust Fund is the fundamental source for creating and preserving affordable housing in DC. The intention of the HPTF is explicit through its mandates that specify how the funds are to be used, including that 50% of the annual funds are to be used for the creation of deeply affordable housing. Disappointingly, year after year, that legislative mandate fails to result in any substantive increase in deeply affordable housing creation. In FY 2021, only 30% of the funds were expended on the creation of deeply affordable housing units. In FY 2022, the percentage decreased to 19%. It is deeply concerning that funds allocated for HPTF for extremely low-income housing creation are not safeguarded from misuse on projects that do not serve that population. The most recent Inspector General's report detailed that 82 million of the HPTF money meant for 0 to 30% AMI was misspent in 2020, obviously contributing to DC's failure to produce an adequate amount of housing stock for the extremely low income. Unfortunately, residents are the ones who suffer from the consequences when the law is not followed, and there's a lack of agency accountability. Clearly, aggressive oversight and intentional enforcement measures are necessary to ensure compliance with Housing Production Trust Fund legislation. In 2022, the Council passed the Housing Production Trust Fund Accountability and Transparency Amendment Act to acquire additional reporting, but data and reporting requirements should go further. Incorporating additional provisions from the previously introduced Housing Production Trust Fund Transparency Amendment Act of 2021 would further increase transparency. Now, this committee and council must ensure that DHCD timely complies with all reporting mandates. Accurate reporting and transparency in its decision-making are the only ways to truly ensure that the HPTF is an effective tool for deeply affordable housing creation. In addition, council should also consider taking more affirmative measures like separating the funds for extremely low-income housing to avoid further misallocation and encourage increased monitoring. The data is clear that a failure to prioritize deeply affordable housing creation will mean further displacement and homelessness, particularly for Black DC residents who suffer from the largest racial wealth gap in the nation. DC Council can demonstrate its commitment to solving our affordable housing crisis by creating safeguards against misallocation of the funds intended for the lowest income bracket, enforce the legal mandates for the creation of affordable housing, and continuing with aggressive oversight. Thank you for this time.
Thank you very much. Joanne Savage, welcome.
Good afternoon, Chairman White. My name is Joanne Savage. I'm the managing attorney of the Consumer Advocacy and Homeownership Preservation Practice at Legal Counsel for the Elderly. I'm here today to talk about the Homeowner Assistance Fund. HALF is a vital, game-changing program for homeowners who were impacted by the pandemic and continuing economic difficulties. DHCD has been tasked with running the program, which will distribute $50 million of funds from the American Recovery Act. It is critical that DHCD spend the money effectively and that the department move the money into the hands of DC homeowners before the program expires in September 2025. I want to start by saying that we do applaud much of what DHCD has done. In setting up the program, the department worked collaboratively and transparently with legal services providers, housing counselors, and other key advocates. The program eligibility criteria were well crafted to ensure that lower income homeowners, often shut out from previous programs, were able to successfully apply. This has helped ensure that the Black and Brown communities hit hardest by the pandemic and already facing displacement pressure can receive an equitable share of the funding. Some noteworthy positive elements include streamlining documentation requirements versus earlier programs, ensuring that heirs not yet on title are eligible for assistance, and prioritizing condominium owners in the pilot phase to try to quickly get much needed funds to those owners and their associations. That said, the program has been egregiously slow in delivering aid to homeowners. And we hear regularly from our clients that the process has often been agonizing for the homeowners trying to navigate it. Some of those experiences will be discussed in my forthcoming written testimony. I understand that DHCD has emphasized its improvement in processing time, and there has been improvement, but the council needs to look at the end result, the actual time it is currently taking to process applications. In our experience, for our most recent applications submitted last fall, it still takes a minimum of 4 months and typically much longer, since most of them are still pending, just to get to a decision, and with many more months until payments. And I'll add that those are ones where we know the corrections, if there are any, are being submitted in a timely fashion. The council and the department should expect better on behalf of the people that HALF serves. I'll refer to the statistics on approval and payment timing offered in testimony by my colleague Debbie Hill at Legal Aid DC. The statistics developed by Legal Aid very much match our experience. In addition to slow initial review, the payments are both slow and unpredictable in ways that can put homeowners back into foreclosure. I want to focus on one aspect of payments, and that is for real property tax foreclosures. In order to fully resolve a tax sale foreclosure, the legal fees of the tax sale purchaser must be paid, and that is part of the HALF assistance. But in our experience, those payments simply are not being paid. My office alone has 8 clients in this position who have remained in foreclosure court for over 6 months because the legal fee payments have not been made. And I do know that those vendors are registered with the program. We've tried to escalate this problem several times, and in the meantime, those legal fees continue to increase. Those are funds that HALF will eventually have to pay. These older homeowners deserve resolution so that they can move forward without a foreclosure hanging over their heads. And this is just one example of the problems that seem to persist in the program despite stated intentions. I want to close with a request for renewed collaboration to address the issues in the program. As I stated at the beginning of my testimony, DHCD's collaborative approach early on helped build a program that includes many elements that are quite beneficial for homeowners, particularly lower income homeowners. We do recognize that the program is complex, and I know that key program staff at DHCD are working very hard to solve problems and probably need additional staff capacity. But taking time to interface with those of us with direct experience, both with the DC foreclosure processes and the homeowners served by HALF, can ensure that the steps DHCD does implement to address some of these program issues are well-tailored and effective. As specific goals, we think the council should require timelines for decision and payment, and should also work with advocates or ask DHCD to work with advocates to identify parameters for cases that warrant expedited review while HALF is working to speed all processes, so that we can keep homeowners from going into crisis while they await HALF payment. And I thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Hope Ndeji, welcome. I see you on my screen, but you will have to unmute and turn on your camera. Hope?
Have I unmuted now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay.
Perfect.
Okay.
And we can see you. Welcome.
Oh, thank you. I really appreciate your time, and I'm highly privileged to be invited to be on this forum. My name is Hope Ndege. I'm not supposed to mention my age, but I'm in my 70s. I live in Southeast and Ward 7. I wish to give thanks to the government and the council, the committee members and the chairman. I have a small complaint. I don't want to complain a lot, but it has already been talked about by many people. That is the length of time spent waiting for the beautiful promises. I applied for assistance half in 2022, July. Okay, that's when I put in the application with the help of the very good and helpful advocates from ARP. I give thanks to them. After putting the application, I had to wait for the year, July 2023. I was told that the approval was given and that funds would be released to pay to the condo association, which has really been a harassment. I was very excited. Actually, I slept almost 24 hours nonstop. To my disappointment, despite the fact that I was excited, which is, I don't want to call it short-lived, because I'm still hoping. The advocates have been ringing. Up to now, the payment has not been released. I'm still getting harassment from the condo association, threatening to reopen foreclosure, all kinds of things. And due to that, they even took away the privilege of my parking spot because they said I hadn't made the payment on time. And I have some health problems. I'm even having problems even moving from a long distance to come to my place of abode. Honestly, I don't know, because releasing the payment is now over 7 months. My anxiety has gone up, and I don't want to add more because it has already been discussed. I'm requesting Honorable Chairman and Committee, please ring the half office tomorrow so that they can release what they promised to do. Otherwise, I appreciate everything that you are doing. And may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And I hope you'll stick around for a few minutes. I have some follow-up questions for you. First, though, we have one more public witness on this panel, Emily Neer.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White and members of the committee. My name is Emily Neer, and I serve as the Housing Preservation Coordinator at Housing Counseling Services. Since 1972, HCS has provided counseling, training, and technical assistance to low and moderate income district tenants, home buyers, homeowners, and unhoused residents. We are one of the community-based organizations which DHCD funds and supports in providing tenants with critical information and education about their rights. And our team has a combined decades of experience in providing essential education, organizing support, and technical assistance needed by tenants who are facing displacement pressures due to sales, poor conditions, increasing rents, and conversion. The team specializes in offering assistance to tenants exercising their rights under the Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act. Today, I am here to underscore the importance of TOPA in the district in ensuring that tenants have a voice in their homes and communities, preserving much needed affordable housing, supporting developers in their partnership with tenants to develop new affordable housing, and in creating the opportunity for long-term, often minority district residents to remain part of this community. I will also address concerns regarding loopholes in this critical right. For decades, TOPA has been a fundamental right of DC tenants, boasting a proven track record in preserving and developing affordable housing and granting tenants a voice in this process. By offering tenants the opportunity to negotiate with a contract buyer, seek alternative buyers, or become buyers themselves. While ensuring rents remain affordable during necessary repairs and renovations, TOPA ensures that tenants in multifamily properties have a say in the future of their communities and neighborhoods. The options presented to tenants who have opted to exercise their rights under TOPA primarily fall into two broad categories: becoming owners themselves or remaining as renters. In recent years, and for a variety of reasons, most tenant groups have opted for the latter category, to remain as renters. For these groups, TOPA rights remain a crucial lever in property sales through negotiation of legally binding contracts known as development agreements. Many benefits of this tool have already been covered in testimony on this panel, and my written testimony has more detailed information about the process of negotiating and codifying these agreements. I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have today. The seat at the table granted to tenants in the TOPA process is a critical tool for safeguarding district residents. It has facilitated both the preservation and development of affordable housing across the district, alleviated displacement pressures, and extended affordability covenants and programs to more properties. Tenant agency and engagement should continue to be a priority for the city, as we are focused on a more equitable and racially just future. Unfortunately, in recent years, dozens of buildings have had their TOPA rights undermined through manipulation, misinformation, and deceit perpetrated by some sellers, buyers, and their brokers. A loophole exists within the first 45 days of the TOPA timeline, which every building with 5 or more units is already subject to. This loophole is exploited by bad actors to manipulate the TOPA timeline and obstruct DC tenants from exercising their rights, leading to the truncation of the TOPA timeline by these unscrupulous players. In the first 45 days after an offer of sale has been filed with DHCD and provided to the tenants, which initiates the TOPA process, there are many technical and bureaucratic steps that tenants must take to successfully exercise their rights under TOPA, such as receiving training and education from CBOs, garnering buy-in amongst their neighbors, formalizing a tenant organization, and registering their interest with DHCD. Without taking these steps, tenants cannot access their TOPA rights. However, since sellers control when tenants receive TOPA notices, they wield significant influence over whether TOPA will be a meaningful option for the property's tenants. There are numerous ways in which bad actors manipulate and subvert the TOPA process, often by misleading or deceiving tenants about how TOPA can be utilized or the value of these rights, and by dissuading them from exercising this right so that a sale can proceed without tenant input. My written testimony goes into much more detail about what our team has seen in our outreach to tenants who have had their TOPA rights stymied by these bad actors. We urge you to close this loophole by instituting a 45-day cooling off period, which runs concurrently with the initial 45-day period during which tenant groups deliberate on exercising their rights under TOPA. This will not add any additional time to the current TOPA timeline, but will safeguard the timeline so that all buyers acting in good faith must already follow. We aim to ensure that every tenant has the opportunity to learn about TOPA before deciding whether and how to exercise it. TOPA is a vital tool in the District of Columbia, utilized by thousands of tenants over decades to strengthen communities by preserving the agency of those most impacted by neighborhood development and affording them a seat at the table during residential building sales. We urge you to take decisive action to safeguard TOPA and the equitable rights of the current and future tenants who benefit from it against those who seek to undermine it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to get into a few questions for this panel. A couple testimonies on TOPA, which I appreciate the recommendations on changes to TOPA. That is not something I'm going to do like in the budget, but I am getting a lot of information about TOPA, so I'm going to digest that, but I don't have any questions beyond the testimonies on TOPA. On Ms. Indige, you said you applied for HAF funds in July of 22. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And have you been approved and you're waiting for the funds?
Yes, sir.
When did the approval come?
That was July 2023.
Okay, wow. It took a year to get approved, and now a long time, a lot of months, still waiting for funding. When you reach out, what do they say is the delay?
They say they are working on it. It will be solved soon. I even asked our advocate of RP. They're also following it up. But that's the same answer I keep on getting. It's more or less in suspense, sir.
And you said as a result of the loss of funds, you've lost your parking spot where you live?
Yeah. Yes, they took it away, sir.
Do you have a car?
Yes, I do.
And
when they approved, they said it will be released by September. That's last year. So I've been waiting.
And they keep saying it's close.
Yes.
I'm really sorry to hear that. We're going to get into some questions about that. The agency is also here, so my hope is that they are hearing your testimony and will be in touch with anything else they need from you. And if not, getting the funds to you quickly. The committee will be here to help as necessary. Joanne Savage on
Yes,
HAF
sir.
funds. You asked for more collaboration. What's the gap between where things are now and the collaboration you're asking for?
I think, and Chairman White, I want to recognize that I know staff at DHCD is working hard. I very much get that impression, but you know, I think that it would benefit to take time to us. We sort of, I think we're having a harder time getting email responses. I mean, many of our clients are in similar situations to Ms. Zendeje, and it's just unclear what is happening. I mean, the tax sale payments are that I talked about in my testimony are a good, it's just sort of one example of an issue where we don't understand what's going wrong. We do have a good deal of knowledge about the tax sale foreclosure process. You know, the attorneys that need to be paid are the opposing counsel to us. And we can facilitate that, but we can't help problem solve if we don't get a little insight into what's going on. And, you know, not every problem we may be able to solve, but I think that if the agency is talking to us, that when they do, you know, use what resources they have to try and implement a fix, we can be sure it's a fix that's going to be effective or that meets the sort of highest priority needs of what we're seeing in the community. So I think, and I know there's lots of conversations going on about the program right now, but I think simply carving out some time for the advocates in DHCD to sort of talk about what are the key issues we're seeing, what can be fixed, what can't be fixed in some rebuilding some direct conversations, I suggest would be very helpful.
I appreciate that. We do have to make progress. We have some funds like ERAP that don't take this amount of time. And it is important that we figure out what the issues are and how we fix it. I know a couple things that have held funds up in the past, but we've got to get on top of this. So we have some questions to the agency about this, and we'll be a partner in working through these delays.
Thank you.
For Chakisha Robinson, do you know, so on the issue of reentry housing, you are incredibly right. It's a great need. Reentry has been a primary focus for me since I've been on the council. We grew the Office of Returning Citizens Affairs from 4 FTEs to 19. We've created housing vouchers specific for returning citizens, free ID programs, employment incentive programs. I've been trying really hard to get our halfway house back up in a new, better halfway house up and running. Seems to be on its kind of final stage, but there's still a great need for housing. You mentioned in your testimony that this legislation could result in 500 new units for returning citizens within a few years. How is that? You would just hit the button. There we are. Thanks.
I'm actually going to let Chapman talk about the actual how of the funding and how we would able to net it. But I could say the specifics, but I can tell you broad-based, there would be qualified organizations who could apply to the fund, right, which exists similarly as Chapman talked about with the PSH fund. These organizations would need to provide both the housing, the units, and the supportive housing. And there are enough organizations right now in the district that we've identified that provide a combination of both or could work with the services component where we believe that we could get to the 500. Chapman, do you want to talk about the specifics for the number?
Sure. If I can jump in on that, if my mic is on, correct?
Yep,
Yes.
it is. They're a little low for some reason,
okay.
but we can hear you.
Part of the, as I referenced, this conversation came together from a variety of interest groups over the last few years, where there was a sense that housing was the need that we kept hearing over and over again in talking with the Reentry Action Network, with the other interest groups. And the common thread was how to figure out how to combine resources or different departments focus on housing in a way that would say make 1 + 1 = 2, and figure out how to get those coordinated in a way that, as I referenced on the permanent supportive housing side, we have seen come together with agencies that have a shared goal, but previously didn't necessarily have a framework to work together. And so where we came from with the number, honestly, was through conversations with a number of folks in the community saying, we think this is a reasonable target for us. We think there are resources out there where if we create a framework that we'll be able to pull that together. There in our written testimony and in the information that we gave you some more background. We've talked with national folks, looked at different models to try to back up where we're coming from with our numbers and the thought on how it might come together. So I will reference that rather than, saying that we figured out exactly how the numbers will work, because we haven't. What we're trying to do is create a framework of collaboration that there's a model for and there's clearly a need for.
And I'll just quickly add on that. It's coming back now. We came up with a number for how much it costs to provide both the housing and the supportive services times the amount of people that we think we can help every year.
What's that number? We have it.
I don't have it right this second, but we did have a formula and I can get it to you. And that's how we came up. It wasn't just pie in the sky. It was an actual number. I also want to point of privilege, thank you for your leadership with returning citizens. It's been clear and I want to recognize it publicly.
Thank you. So one of the things I'm kind of thinking through is, we have one of the primary needs I hear from returning citizens is housing. That's why I created housing vouchers specifically for returning citizens. There's no limit to how many we can fund. It's just I'm funding as many as I can and need more support from the administration and from the broader council. Why not fund more housing vouchers?
Oh, I'd love to answer that question.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't exist in isolation like what we envision. So with vouchers, it's a relationship, right? You can show up with your voucher, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the units exist just for that population with the voucher, or B, that landlords want to take the voucher in the first place. Many people run into that barrier. Versus what we're envisioning is organizations that can build the housing, the construction for the housing, develop the programs along with the supportive services, and then operate the housing. That is change making. That's where we need to go.
How is this different than sort of like transitional housing that exists today?
Well, we're envisioning permanent supportive housing and some transitional housing, but I guess what's different about it is that it would directly serve this population.
Well, transitional housing for returning citizens, I mean, how is it different from that?
Well, we're looking to build the permanent supportive housing, right?
The sense is permanent. And again, I don't want to, we've had so many conversations and I would defer to some of my colleagues on this. The permanence is the importance. Transitional is time limited. The desire was to create something that was a permanent home, a permanent community. And in addition to leveraging the vouchers that you've used to look at the capital resources that might be available, that are already existing for housing, to have a priority for this specific group, as well as looking at ongoing service support. So the idea is that, I'm trying to reference the resources, many of them are out there. Are they coordinated, working towards the same goal in a way that if you were trying to do housing targeted to returning citizens, that you were able to look for capital, you were able to use the vouchers, you were able to look for supportive services money from whether it's OBSJG or other departments, a way to do that all at once and bring some collaboration and framework to a permanent fix for this housing deficiency for the returning citizen population that we continually hear.
Okay. We'll keep looking at this, that there's some overlap with existing programs and some overlap with other proposals that we've gotten regarding uh, housing for specifically for returning citizens, and some models that people have brought to the committee. So we will keep looking at this. It is incredibly important, as you all noted in your testimonies. Quick question of clarification for Claudia Herrera, if you are still with us. You may have had to leave. Okay, I think you left. So I guess finally for Teresa Liu, the recommendation of separating funding for deeply affordable housing is an interesting one to me. I had been frustrated that we were not putting enough funding into deeply affordable housing. The agency has moved the ball forward on that, but also has suggested, as you've probably seen in prior hearings, that there may be some more efficient ways to use our funding in order to create more housing in the deeply affordable space. So I'm with you on the fact that we've got to meet that need, and I'm going to keep pushing the agency on this idea and work towards some recommendations on making sure that we are producing more deeply affordable housing. So I appreciate your testimony very much on this. We have, I think, a couple more panels, and so I want to keep moving, and I want to thank everybody, all the witnesses from this panel, for very valuable testimonies.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Panel, have a blessed day.
You too. Good to see you twice in 2 weeks.
Hey, thank you. Excuse me.
All right. Our next panel, Charles Kenneth Hopkins, Peer Engagement and Advocacy Coordinator with Voices for a Second Chance. Darnell Keys with More Than Our Crimes. Gina Day Williams, Director of Reentry for Jubilee Housing. And Jim Knight, President and CEO of Jubilee Housing. And Allison Dunn Allmauger, Lead Organizer for WIN DC. All right, Charles Kenneth Hopkins. Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Greetings, Chairman White. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today, share my impressions of what we can do together as a city to address the needs of our citizens returning from jails and prisons. I'm Charles Kenneth Hopkins, Peer Engagement and Advocacy Coordinator for Voices for a Second Chance. And Voice for a Second Chance, I always say, is the oldest returning citizen organization in the world. We support the full funding of this bill for the following reasons. It establishes a dedicated funding stream for reentry housing and supportive services. 2, it creates a division within the Department of Housing and Community Development based on returning citizens housing development program. 3, requires the funds from DHCD be allocated for community-based reentry services organization that provides supportive services and quality housing. It's well established, and we heard this earlier, it's well established that a number of problems confronting returning citizens, both men and women, is a lack of housing. more importantly, affordable housing. When you couple this with what it takes for us to get housing, the policies and procedures, it poses barrier, and the fact that we are competing with a large segment of the population who are not just as involved, who are seeking housing, we become frustrated, spend nights on the streets, running from shelter to shelter, fueling our hopelessness. The full funding of this bill will reverse our future by creating housing and supportive services specifically earmarked for returning citizens, which goes to your question you asked earlier. What's the difference? The difference is an agency gonna exist where when people come out, they'll know I can get housing and wraparound services in this place. So I know where I'm going at. I know, so now I'm coming out like that. I'm coming out saying, okay, I know I'm gonna get this, as opposed to have to compete for vouchers, have to take a SPDAT test, and then have to take a SPDAT test that tell me, ask questions don't have nothing to do with what I've been doing the last 40 years in prison. All right. Giving us all becoming productive members of society, offers the opportunity to become more stable and create an address that we can use for correspondence with employees. So we be able to have an address where we can say, this is where I live in. Just as you need a place to call your home that provides a grounded space, we would like the same. That's all we're asking. With everybody else, but where everybody wants in society, just some stability. This bill is evidence-based. The full funding will go towards housing program and services that already exist and operate on a shoestring budget. And this is what you see in Voice for a Second Chance. We operate on a shoestring budget. We have housing mechanism that we use, but we're a nonprofit, so we're operating on a shoestring budget, but we're doing the work. The current funding does not allow providers to expand the opportunity they need to offer our constituents. It's limited, provide pool, and limits their ability to plan effectively for each year. We would like to see this funding stabilized and include in each year funding so that we can count on the availability of the housing we need as we prepare for the 2,000 justice-involved individuals come home from the city each year. In conclusion, if you want to know what full funding look like in this bill, just look at the thousands of DC returning citizens who are housed, linked to service organizations, getting wraparound service assistance like me. However, if you don't have to look far to see what it don't look like, because today, and this is the other part of evidence-based, today, everybody in this room passed somebody homeless. Today, everybody in this room gonna walk past somebody homeless. And that homeless person, man or woman that you see, has a returning citizen. Thank you. I'm available for questions. And I will submit my testimony today. Thank you very much, sir.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Darnell Keys, I don't think is here. Let me have Stacy Barton join this panel. Is Stacy Barton with us? No. All right. Gina Day Williams, welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, members of the committee. My name is Gina Day Williams, and I'm the Director of Reentry Housing and Services here with Jubilee Housing. Jubilee Housing is a member of the DC Reentry Housing and Services Alliance. While I recognize that this is an oversight hearing, I do want to recognize the important role that DHCD plays in providing housing and services to returning citizens and express our strong support for the passage of the Reentry Housing and Supportive Services Act of 2023, introduced by Chairman Middleton. For over 50 years, Jubilee Housing has developed and managed affordable apartment communities in thriving neighborhoods in Ward 1, while also providing supportive services to our residents. Our reentry transitional housing program is Jubilee's response to target housing, community support, and comprehensive services explicitly for returning citizens. Jubilee's reentry program currently offers housing for an estimated 45+ returning citizens each year. Jubilee demonstrates the impact of stable housing and services through its recidivism data. We have served over 600+ returning citizens within the 13-year history of the program and have successfully averted millions of dollars in DC incarceration costs by achieving an overall recidivism rate of only 11%. However, residents of transitional housing all too frequently reach the end of the program and their support services and have nowhere else to go, and often face their journeys with very low incomes. 99% of participants in this program earn at or below 30% of area median income. DC's returning citizens need time to adapt to a changed city. However, at the same time, DC has changed dramatically over the past decade and is experiencing an affordable housing crisis and a fiercely competitive housing market. Returning citizens come home to a city with intensive gentrification and major population shifts, where an individual would have to work 80+ hours a week at a minimum wage to even afford an average one-bedroom apartment. On top of these challenges, returning citizens face stigma regarding their incarceration, substance use disorder, mental health, and trauma, combined with co-occurring disorders, which compound these obstacles. Too few are provided marketable skills training during their time in incarceration to assist their reentry into the workforce upon release. Additionally, both housing providers and employers frequently discriminate against formerly incarcerated community members, and even federal affordable housing programs have stipulations that prevent returning citizens with certain convictions from accessing and securing stable, safe housing. The DC Department of Corrections reported a decrease in the jail population from over 1,400 inmates in January 2021 to 1,262 by the end of December 2022. This is just one example of the constant flow of formerly incarcerated DC residents coming home. For example, in 2020, according to data compiled by the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, a combination of 8,026 DC residents were released from the custody of the Federal Bureau of Prisons and the DC Department of Corrections. Successful reentry for our residents not only reduces criminal activity, but also helps lay a proper foundation for public safety and stabilizes our local economy. In fact, successful reentry program and reduces additional incarceration costs, which are now approximately close to $40,000 per year per incarcerated person. Jubilee is working to establish a continuum of housing and service that meets returning citizens where they are. Jubilee provides intensive services from the earliest days of release to graduated support over time that supports life goals. Simply put, people deserve to live the American dream. However, dreams become a distant thought without a stable place to live. To bring this to a close, we are currently expanding our current housing and services for returning citizens as a continuum, which is the KEB Ontario units known as Ontario Place and the King Emmanuel Baptist Church, a multi-building development project called Ontario KEB. This is a first of its kind. This is the first of its kind in the region, urban aquaponics farm at Ontario Place and community kitchen at KEB. This innovative pilot program would not have been possible without unique funding provided in the original Reentry Housing and Supportive Services Act of 2021, and we greatly support its expansion in the current bill introduced by Chairman Mendelson to provide similar subsidized housing and services through the district in order to prevent homelessness and recidivism. Thank you again for this opportunity to testify, and I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. And Stacy Barton, are you in the room? Oh, there we are. Please join. While you join, let me turn to Jim Knight. You can begin your testimony.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the committee. My name is Jim Knight, and I serve as the president and CEO of Jubilee Housing, and also connected to the Coalition for Nonprofit Housing and Economic Development, and one of the co-founders of the Housing and Services Alliance, the DC Reentry Housing and Services Alliance. So a couple of paragraphs on Jubilee that I will speed through to say that we're an active partner of the district in developing and sustaining affordable housing. And we have a number of units that we've completed in partnership with DHCD and a number more that are under development now. In the context of oversight, we view DHCD's role of servicing its affordable housing pipeline of one of its highest priorities. We support the measures that were earlier named by CNHED, and I especially want to reinforce the importance for the agency to continue to evolve and maintain sufficient levels of staffing needed to underwrite and close transactions, such as attorneys, project managers, underwriters, asset managers, all of the key people that enable them to process projects and keep us all moving predictably and efficiently. I want to point out that even during the most difficult budget seasons, few investments offer greater long-term impact for inclusion and equity than affordable housing development, and few factors affect health and prosperity more than where you live. promote these outcomes now and in the future, we must continue to invest heavily in the production of affordable housing. I'd like to offer a few comments on the current pipeline. In the most recent 2023 RFP cycle, there were 54 applications for gap financing. Because of constrained resources, 4 were selected outright and another 6 appear to have a pathway to funding at this time. These 10 join a pipeline of approximately 23 projects and over 1,700 units that have already been selected but have yet to reach closing. The 44 projects that did not progress to selection in 23 are waiting for the next RFP cycle. Based on 3-year average of 71 units per project, that's over 3,000 units that are ready to go waiting for financing. At the same time, as you've heard, the Housing Finance Agency has an active pipeline of projects which have already exceeded available bond cap. So we have the housing in the pipeline if we can find the resources to deliver it. We urge the committee to support forthcoming budget recommendations from CNHED. I want to highlight a couple in particular. A request of $125 million in Housing Production Trust Fund would support the movement of about 650 additional units from this sort of round that has not been selected yet. We also want to highlight an opportunity to invest in more of the district's LIHTC program, DC LIHTC, where annual budget authority equates to about 7 times the amount of available capital in a project per budget dollar. For instance, at $5 million, at the $5 million floor at 70 cents a credit, produces approximately $35 million of project level equity. So we are suggesting that you increase the amount of budget authority for that program and point out that a budget dollar of DC LIHTC equates to about $7 of HPTF. Tight years, it may be the more effective way to deliver more units. We also support an administrative change that would allow DHCD to determine the optimal credit allocation per project rather than the current automatic amount. Doing so would allow DHCD to fund projects with trust fund and DC LIHTC alone, alleviating some of the pressure on the bond pipeline. Finally, I'd like to make a handful of comments related to the DC Reentry Housing and Services Act of 2023. As Gina already indicated, Jubilee has a project under development that was fortunate enough to receive the 2021 pilot dollars, and I want to lift up a couple of the key characteristics of that funding as you consider supporting its expansion. And the first thing is that it is flexible funding. It will fund resident rents, it will fund operating costs for a property, it will fund the cost of social services. The second key factor is that it's multi-year funding. It comes out in a contract, and that enables you to go leverage debt and equity from the capital markets. You asked the earlier panel sort of what's missing. Right now, the typical operating support that we can get through OBSJG and places like that is 1-year money. Sometimes it's 3-year money. That won't get a bank or a tax credit investor comfortable to make their 15-year commitment. So it's that recurring function that is super critical. I'll leave you with the rest of my written comments. I really appreciate the opportunity to be before you today. Really appreciate the partnership of DHCD, the whole team, and happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Stacy Barton, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for allowing us to be here. Good afternoon, Chairman White. Thank you for allowing the DC Association of Realtors the opportunity to share our feedback regarding the Department of Housing and Community Development, DHCD. DCAR and our over 3,000 members are a voice for real estate professionals, small housing providers, homeowners, and renters who live and work in the District of Columbia. DCAR has been happy to work with DHCD over the past year, and together we have taken meaningful steps to enhance transparency for DC residents navigating the HPAT process. We also worked together to modify administrative regulations that determine how much recipients receive and ensure recipients can build equity from their property. DCAR is grateful for the attentiveness of DHCD leadership, and we believe that our collaboration has had a positive impact. We strongly encourage DHCD and the Council to continue calling on DCAR in the future. DCAR and its members have a wealth of insight and boots on the ground experience that we can share to help make policy that leads to common sense results. We also want to acknowledge a serious need to increase funding for AIRS and HPAP programs. Both programs aid low to moderate income residents in accessing homeownership opportunities they might not otherwise have. The economic benefits of these programs cannot be overstated, and additional funding will help to expand these opportunities to more residents across the district. If we want to encourage residents to stay and attract more prospective residents, the district needs to fund homeownership programs that can make buying a home in DC desirable and affordable. DCAR appreciate you allowing us to share our perspective, and we look forward to any questions.
Thank you very much to this panel. I do really appreciate the partnership of DCAR on HPAP issues that present challenges every year. It's such an important program and expensive program that it runs out of money. But we always have to look at how we can optimize it more, which includes efficiencies in the program. But as you noted in your testimony, more funding is always good. Now, let me say this on funding. We have not gotten the mayor's budget proposal, but schools have gotten their proposed budget for next year, and schools are going to lose positions. So I want us to kind of center ourselves in that reality. If schools are losing positions, the idea that we're going to have huge new pots of money is not likely. You know, I'm trying to wrap my head around you know, what that means and what that looks like. And as the committee with jurisdiction over our housing and social services programs, what we have found continuously is a huge struggle to just keep funding programs where they had been. I'm always hopeful that we can increase funding. That's what we're always working to do, but we've had to fill a lot of gaps and then protect funding like SNAP funding and emergency rental assistance funding that the administration tried to use for other programs just over the past 4 months. So, you know, that's one of the reasons I'm asking the types of questions about the reentry housing that I am, because this bill authorizes a program. It doesn't fund the program, you know, so the program isn't real until it's funded. My guess is that this program is going to come with a hefty price tag. And I've already struggled in past years, our best financial years, just to get a fraction of this amount for housing vouchers. So I'm just trying to look at what options are. I'm also always very careful about expectations, that the expectations are accurate. And I don't do anything that creates false expectations as we fight for where we want to get to. Oh, I'm sorry. I do have one more witness for this panel. Allison Dunn, but I apologize. I got onto my soapbox. And let me have you give your testimony, and then I'll get back on my soapbox.
No worries. Thank you. I didn't know if that counted on my time, Councilmember White.
It does not.
I'm just joking. Good to see you all. Thank you all for having us here today. My name is Allison Dunn Almaguer, and I am a lead organizer of the Washington Interfaith Network. I am testifying on behalf of our teams today, on behalf of the Black Equity Through Home Ownership team and also our Win Ward 3 campaign team. But as an organization, we know that each of our campaigns, including public safety and gun violence prevention and climate and healthy housing, and all of the justice issues in the district are interconnected. WIN is a multiracial coalition with members in all 8 wards, made up of churches, mosques, synagogues, and unions, and also nonprofit members. And since February 2021, the WIN Black Equity Through Homeownership team has organized in partnership with community institutions of faith, nonprofit housing developers, and also nonprofit people who are training homeowners and preparing them for home ownership to preserve the legacy of Black homeownership in the district and create homeownership opportunities for Black and middle income individuals and families to build a path to intergenerational wealth. So right now, WIN is actively organizing current residents who want to become homeowners and also current Black homeowners who are struggling to maintain and keep their homes, many of which the Housing Committee is working on. particularly DCHD. And we're also partnering with other housing organizations to hold housing fairs and connect existing Ward 7 homeowners in need of repairs to more needed resources. We are actively continuing to support our WIN neighborhood teams right now in 2 Ward 7 neighborhoods around Deanwood and in River Terrace. And through our partnership with the Beyond Gas Coalition, we were able to secure a $2 million middle and low income electrification pilot, which we're currently working very closely with DOEE and DCSEU to ensure that families are signed up from this program and benefit from the funding that is there to electrify homes, weatherize, and help folks maintain the homes and get necessary upgrades that they need to be able to stay and pass down their homes for the next generation. This is a precursor to the Healthy Homes Act that we are actively supporting and wanting to ensure gets passed. To your point earlier, Councilmember White, this is already funded. This was funded last year. And we would like to ensure that it is passed as soon as possible to ensure that families across the district have the ability to capture the Inflation Reduction Act money and be able to help repair and keep their homes within their families for even more generations to come. So right now, particularly, we are also working in Ward 3 around the Chevy Chase Library and pushing for increased mixed income housing on the library site. Our WIN team has knocked over 600 doors and spoken to residents about this project and are continuing to push for maximized affordable housing there. We do know that the RFP is out, and we are actively working to ensure that that there's maximized affordable housing on this public land site as a way to help fill the gaps within our affordable housing and affordable homeownership crisis. So right now, we want to particularly name a couple of recommendations, and one is particularly, I have my sick child here today, around leveraging DCHA and DCHD land for homeownership opportunities for public housing residents and middle-income homeowners. We also want to advocate for the creation of a home ownership fund that will help close the gap to buy down the difference of the cost for building and renovating homes for middle and Black homeowners. Yes, for middle income and Black homeowners. And this is not necessarily funding that is not there. We recommend utilizing and the Black Homeownership Fund that was created, the $10 million, using portions of that have been unused. To ask where is it and how can we ensure that that is being leveraged to create opportunities to buy down. We see this completely tied to the economic development that we are pushing for as a district around the transformation of downtown. We know that stadiums and other things can create economic growth, but we also know through studies of every large city that the main piece of tax dollars that we need are rooted homeowners and rooted families who are living in the district, playing in the district, and we need residents at all income levels. We also want to see increased opportunities for young homeowners by programmatically leveraging Black student debt forgiveness and utilizing programs like Maryland and the Smart Buy program. And lastly, want to urge DCHD, as they've continued to use some of their properties, but DCHD, DMPED, and all to work together, all housing agencies to work together to rehab our vacant and blighted homes. Right now we have.
I'm going to pause you there. I'm sorry. We're about 2 minutes over your time.
I am so sorry. I was distracted by my child, but thank you very much. You'll read more.
No problem. Your
Thanks so
child did a good strategic job. My girls ask me questions when I'm in meetings because they get an easier yes. So
yeah, exactly. I just nodded my head.
that's
So
right.
thank you.
Just yes. So Charles Kenneth Hopkins, really appreciate your testimony, which I think grounded this panel well. There's a lot to be said for the aspects you mentioned in your testimony, predictability in housing. One note, because I just always want us to be sort of aware about the reality versus sort of what we think may be. This program, even if it hits those 500 units, will not be a predictable landing spot for everybody returning home because we have many more people. So it will, just like all of our other housing programs, it'll be based on availability and whatever that criteria looks like. I think in a more perfect world, that there is a much more robust safety net for people when they come back from particularly the Federal Bureau of Prisons to have housing that helps them to stabilize. And some people do need more permanent housing. The benefit to permanent housing is that it's permanent. The detriment is that it doesn't make room for others, as many others to come behind. And so there are pros and cons, there are trade-offs to everything. And that's why I look at these issues very carefully. And we have a lot more work to do here. For Stacy Barton on HPAP in particular, is there anything that you believe realtors are not seeing now that you need to see on the HPAP program?
I think one thing that would be helpful for us is processing time, for the loans that go through the HPAP program. Because when buyers are in situations where they have to compete, it can be a challenge for them to win a bid if they're in a program that's going to take 30 or 60 days longer than just a standard loan. I think that's a big challenge. We've been seeing that recently in this market, and especially now because the inventory is down. And as things start to level off with rates and more buyers are jumping into the market, I think we're going to see more of the competing bids again.
Yeah.
And so I know that that's something that we talk about a lot, is just the processing of everything.
Is there something in that process that you think could be truncated?
I would have to get back to you on specifics about that.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Yeah, sure.
Thank you. For either Jim Knight or Gina Day Williams, Mr. Knight, in your testimony, you mentioned that there is housing in the pipeline, but it's not enough funding to keep it all going. What amount of funding would be necessary to keep those projects going?
So I think my friends at DHCD might be able to answer that a little bit better, but I think a rule of thumb right now, the average trust fund financed project per unit trust fund investment is somewhere in the 175,000 per unit level. So if you were to take that total number of units, I think it was 3,100 that I cited, and do some quick math, if it were all going to be trust fund supported, it would be on the order of that math. We have other resources, and I don't know that I have as much data on the other resources, but I hope government could help us answer that question. And I do think it's the right question because each budget cycle, we're going to have different amounts of resources. And if we are always making allocations based on that year's thinking, we may miss the larger goal over time. One of the reasons that you see me recommending an investment in the DC LIHTC program is like a $5 million investment in the trust fund probably wouldn't do a whole project.
Yeah.
But a $5 million investment in DC LIHTC would help do multiple projects. So knowing that there isn't any available extra money, how do we use what we do have as carefully as possible?
I appreciate it. Well, I want to thank this panel. We have a number of people who may have come after we started, and before we get to our government witness, I want to make sure we can get to them.
May I make one last comment?
Yeah, we needed to be brief
I
though.
appreciate that. It would go back to the reentry topic. Just want to make sure that there's an understanding that we could make a lot of progress with a relatively small investment. We know of a few projects right now that are already built. All they lack is rent support and social services support. So a few $100,000 of recurring money would make those projects go. So it doesn't have to be big numbers to make a difference.
Okay, if you would send us those, I'd appreciate them. Maybe ones that are already on our radar, they may not be, so that would help. So what may or may not be a final panel, thank you very much to this panel of witnesses. Monique Watson, Tiara Smith, Walda Yan, Donald Isaac, Madeline Odendahl, Cheryl Court, Charlotte Simpson, Laura Ucat, Florence Mathika, Philip Timier. Welcome. I just called a lot of names, so if you can let me know who you are, I would appreciate it. Hit the microphone, the button on your microphone. Yep, perfect.
Right there. Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon, Councilmember White and members of the Committee of Housing Community. My name is Gualda John. I'm the Housing Counseling Program Director at the Latino Economic Development Center and co-chair of the Ownership Working Group at CNHCD. As I represent, I present this testimony on behalf of LEDC and the communities we serve. At LEDC, our successful partnership with DHCD has created jobs, leveraged millions of dollars in private mortgages, and enriched the quality of life for many of low to moderate income communities in DC. As a nonprofit focused on comprehensive bilingual wealth building services in affordable housing preservation, small businesses development, and homeownership, we recognize the importance of a holistic approach to community economic development. We've been seeing the potential of DHCD's critical investment in these grants and areas, a lifeline for many that allows our communities to build wealth for themselves through homeownership. Programs such as the HPTF program, homeownership counseling, and the Housing Production Trust Fund and neighborhood-based activities programs are essential investment and meet rising rent burdens. We implore the committee to fund these programs as our communities strive toward economic prosperity. Few programs mean so much to DC residents as this is Housing Purchase Assistance Program, Credit and Housing Counseling, and the preservation of decent, affordable housing through TOPA. In fiscal year 2023, through our pre-purchase housing counseling and the HPTF program, we helped 39 individuals become educated first-time homeowners. Out of those 39, 18 were Latino families. We also provide to 335 DC residents with individual counseling, and 1,698 participated at least in one of our classes. Supporting housing counseling services in DC is critical given the ongoing affordable housing crisis in the district. The community is thankful for the improvements to the HPTF program in the most recent years. Those improvements give our clients a better position when competing in the market, but we suggest to review the program to assure prospective first-time home buyers will be able to receive the funds when they need it. Also today, I'm providing testimony in behalf of my colleague, Tawana Ziegler-King, who is the Director of Tenant Services at LEDC. The MBA grant LEDC receives from the DHCD provides important funding that helps support tenants in the district where they can live in safe and decent housing. It allows tenants to utilize their voice and ensure they understand their rights, as well as discourage the displacement of tenants. Through the Affordable Housing Preservation Program, we work with 66 buildings and tenant associations to improve housing conditions and preserve housing affordability by leveraging TOPA, conditions and rent control, and preserve 3,225 units as affordable. The tenant organizers conducted over 900 one-on-one meetings with tenants to provide technical assistance, leadership development, and connect them with essential resources. LEDC would like to take this opportunity to thank Council Member White and Nadeo for attending the TOPA tour held by CNHD. Your willingness to learn the history of the properties we visited through Wards 1 and 4, as well as taking the time to understand how TOPA is used as a tool in preserving affordable housing doesn't go unnoticed. It will be helpful also if IRAP could follow behind what was done for the pandemic rental assistance program, where there was an option to pay the tenant if the landlord refused to participate or have a requirement for landlords to participate in their program to ensure a housing stability. Also, we would like to advocate for the continuity of the most important tool we have to support and protect tenants in the district, the TOPA law. It is an essential for tenants to have a voice in the sales process and perhaps help them to stay in their units. We strongly encourage the council and the DHCD to do everything possible to increase funding for technical assistance providers for tenants, so tenants can exercise their TOPA rights. We respectfully ask this committee to consider the tremendous benefits of supporting these programs at the suggested levels. A comprehensive economic development plan is key for the preservation of our vibrant communities, and we are ready to continue our partnership with the DHCD to improve the quality of life in our communities. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do we have anybody virtually? Okay. So just one quick question, or you testified about a number of programs on HPAP. You could wave a magic wand and change one thing on HPAP today. What would that be?
I would say the amount of funding. I think it's important to keep the funding level and to review the structure that it has right now. The $202,000 is a sustainable amount to continue helping the number of DC residents that the program is historically helped in a fiscal year.
So possibly reducing the amount of funding in order to help more people. Amount of funding individual clients can get. Yes.
I think probably reviewing that number is important.
Okay. Well, really appreciate you being with us and for hanging out so long at the last witness. Public testimonies are incredibly valuable, both to the hearing, but also to the ongoing work of the committee. So thank you very much for being with us today. That concludes our panels of public witnesses. Before we hear from our government witness, the director of DHCD, we're going to take a 15-minute recess. So we're going to resume at 1:55, and we'll resume with the director of Green from DHCD. We are in a brief recess.
We sent them the template. Would be great, and it'd be great if we'd known that, like. Just the way they do with, RFC.
We're gonna have kind of. Yeah, that kind of meeting there.
Involved in the process. Like, you know.
But I do think it is.
So, I hope so, because. Primarily, I think housing count.
Share amongst us too, yeah,
slide them left and right.
Here, yeah, exactly. So hopeful that I'm just here, because I can't. You know. Pretty, yeah, that's all.
Even with the relaxed look with the jacket, that's.
No.
I don't. We are resumed. I want to welcome Director Colleen Green, Director of DHCD. As you know, it is the practice of our committee to put our government witnesses under oath. So I will ask that you raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Thank you. And you can begin your testimony.
Good afternoon, Chairperson White, members of the Committee on Housing, and council members. I am Colleen Green, the Director of the Department of Housing and Community Development. When I last came before you to speak about DHCD's performance, I was a newly appointed agency director with only weeks on the job. Today, I appear before you excited to share DHCD's performance for fiscal year 23. We are facing challenges due to changes in the market and the district's fiscal outlook. But at DHCD, we are passionate about our mission to create and preserve affordable housing. We continuously think about solutions for affordable housing finance and community development. Housing is a basic need, and it is in high demand for district residents across the income spectrum. Before I begin my formal testimony, allow me to take a moment to acknowledge the residents and organizations who have testified before the committee today and shared their compliments, critiques, and suggestions. We appreciate your feedback and look forward to your continued advocacy on behalf of district residents. Thank you for your testimony. It has been a great pleasure working in the administration of Mayor Muriel Bowser, whose unprecedented commitment to the Housing Production Trust Fund and other housing programs has been pivotal to accomplishing the levels of production and preservation we have been able to deliver. In 2019, Mayor Bowser set a bold goal for the district to produce 36,000 new units of housing for residents at every income level. Achieving this level of production will help ease the supply crunch that is at the root of the high cost of housing. She also directed that 12,000 of these units be subject to affordable housing covenants, both through new construction and rehabilitation of existing buildings that do not currently have affordable housing protections. In 2023, the mayor set a further target to support 20,000 Black households in becoming homeowners by 2030. The district is well on its way toward meeting these goals with a combined total of affordable units created by all of the housing agencies reaching 8,620 between 2019 and December of 2023. DHCD is responsible for a large portion of this total, providing development financing through the Housing Production Trust Fund and other federal and local sources supporting inclusionary zoning units and placing existing buildings under new affordability covenants using the Housing Preservation Fund. Our pipeline of subsidized projects in underwriting and construction is expected to deliver over 6,100 more affordable units in coming years. The IZ program alone has a pipeline of almost 950 more affordable units. Under the mayor's leadership, DHCD strives to work with our partners, be solutions-oriented, and provide service excellence in everything we do. We achieve most of our production by filling the financial gap between the total cost of project and investment from private sector lenders and investors. We have more than a dozen affordable housing programs to assist housing developers, small building owners, first-time home buyers, and current homeowners at different stages of development and property operations, and we combine them to provide various levels of affordability. For example, by working with sponsors of new construction projects and deploying project-based local rent supplement program vouchers more effectively, we increase the number of units funded for extremely low-income people. In fiscal year 22, 20% of the Housing Production Trust Fund was allocated to units for households earning less than 30% of MFI. In fiscal year 23, that percentage more than doubled to 43%. DHCD also works to preserve affordable housing, which can include placing new covenants on existing units. We have committed over $46 million to the Housing Preservation Fund, allowing fund managers to raise another $138 million in private capital. These funds have been used for acquisition, pre-development costs, and critical repairs of over 2,600 units to date. Some first-generation loans are now being repaid and redeployed alongside funding made available late in fiscal year '23, resulting in increased activity so far in fiscal year '24. The Housing Preservation Fund is fundamentally an anti-displacement tool, and it is worth noting that 78% of the projects have been acquired by sponsors using Tenant Opportunity to Purchase Act, TOPA rights. DHCD also assists first-time home buyers to purchase homes through the Home Purchase Assistance Program, HPAP, which increased the maximum loan amount per client to $202,000 and almost doubled its volume to 444 purchasers in fiscal year '23. 76% of HPAP program participants are African American, making this program a major vehicle for racial equity. HPAP is good for the community at large, as well as assisted households. 67 million in assistance has helped HPAP and employer-assisted housing program homebuyers with purchases worth about 171 million. Further, we help owners sustain and retain their homes. The Homeowner Assistance Fund, a response to the economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, has approved 1,472 applications, almost 29.8 million, and expended 23.4 million to date. We realize that individual experiences vary because applicants come to us with so many different situations, but the HAVE program cut the average time from application to approval almost in half between the first and fourth quarters of fiscal year '23. Average time from approval to payment has fallen by 3 quarters. So far in fiscal year '24, we are sustaining this performance. The single-family residential rehab program completed work on 124 homes in fiscal '23 to date, a 40% increase over fiscal year '22. 66% of HAF and 95% of the single-family residential rehabilitation program applicants are African American. We have also awarded $1 million under our new heirs program to provide legal services to homeowners on how to sustain their real estate investment and to pass it on to the next generation. Our housing counseling grantees conducted over 39,000 coaching and training sessions with homeowners and prospective home buyers. All these programs are central to our efforts to create and sustain Black homeownership. We account for housing units, people assisted, and dollars expended in each of our major programs, and the improvement in those numbers demonstrate Mayor Bowser's commitment to permanently affordable housing for a range of income groups. DHCD projects also stabilize communities and make the district's growth inclusive and equitable. The Mayor's Housing Equity Report envisions a future in which all neighborhoods in the district are accessible to households at varying income levels, and all neighborhoods provide environments where residents can flourish at different stages of their lives. In areas that already have a wide array of amenities, transportation, and opportunities, this means working with projects of any scale to increase the overall number of housing units that are affordable to low-income people. In areas that have been less well-served over the years, we work to catalyze private investment by supporting businesses along neighborhood commercial corridors and investing in housing projects with a mix of incomes, including home ownership and rental opportunities. We focus on quality property management, resident services, and community facilities. I would like to take a moment to illustrate the impact of DHCD's investments. Walking down the street near our offices at 1800 Martin Luther King Jr. Avenue Southeast, I see the results of decades of public investment, leveraging private funds, and bringing a mix of housing and commercial development to historic Anacostia. DHCD has anchored this resurgence by investing funds to support large projects like Mapleview Flats, the Clara, and components of the Berry Farm New Communities redevelopment adjacent to the Anacostia Metro Rail Station. We have funded community facilities like Bread for the City Southeast Center on Marion Berry Avenue, and millions of dollars in facade improvements and small business technical assistance to support economic activity along the corridor. We were among the first agencies to move offices to the neighborhood, spurring large-scale commercial development. Over many years, we have funded rental and homeownership projects in the blocks near the avenues strengthening the fabric of the neighborhood with quality housing. These projects has offered units for households with a range of income from 30% MFI through 80% MFI, and several are the result of TOPA acquisitions. In a similar way, DHCD is a part of a catalytic investment strategy at the Walter Reed Army Medical Center site. Our inclusionary zoning division currently oversees 141 affordable dwelling units, which will eventually grow to 432 as the full site is built out. DHCD has also subsidized 121 units in 2 senior independent living projects and 54 assisted living units on the site. Across the street, we just awarded Housing Production Trust Fund funding to the Aspen Cooperative, which will provide 30 low-income shareholders with affordable homes in a neighborhood that continues to improve. Other examples include over 200 affordable units funded near the restored Atlas Performing Arts Center on 8th Street Northeast, the Baldwin House Community Collective, which just acquired a 6-unit property for a resident-owned cooperative using a Housing Preservation Fund loan, will benefit from the broader neighborhood stabilization work the district led in the Columbia Heights neighborhood years before. This has included several housing preservation projects funded by DHCD, plus over 300 units currently under construction within the blocks of the Columbia Heights Metro Rail Station. The Worthington Woods development, which will rehabilitate 349 units in Ward 7, is expected to have an anchor effect that will be reinforced by several other affordable housing projects DHCD recently funded in the area. As these examples show, DHCD is more than an affordable housing creator. We are a community developer as well. Consistent, intentional investment in quality housing and community development over decades stabilizes neighborhoods. It also provides affordable units so that low-income residents can stay and thrive in the communities they care about. Equitable growth also requires placement of affordable housing units in neighborhoods where housing costs are highest, because amenities, transportation, and services are already there. We are helping to finance a 100% affordable project in Noma Union Market, which will bring 115 units for households earning 30% and 50% of MFI to one of the district's newest and priciest neighborhoods. The Lisner Senior Independent Living Project will provide 93 units west of Rock Creek. Inclusionary zoning projects blend affordable units into larger developments without subsidy from DHCD. Developers have brought almost 2,400 affordable units online since the IZ program inception, with most production of any year, 413 units in fiscal year 23. These projects are located all over the district, but concentrated in places where market rents are high and developers want to build. We expect over 450 additional affordable units to be delivered in 5 projects that have reserved tax abatements under the HANTA program. These projects are in the Capitol Hill and Rock Creek East planning areas. We're using all the tools to our disposal to deliver affordability in high opportunity areas. We've achieved a high level of performance, and we are continuing to innovate. We just closed on Ridgecrest Phase 2 transaction, which is the first project in the district to use 501c3 bonds as a first trust mortgage, along with a substantial grant for energy improvements and housing production trust fund. We have offered to assign our right under the District Opportunity to Purchase Act to developers willing to place a long-term affordable housing covenant on at least 71 units at 801-811 R Street Northwest, across the street from the Shaw Metro Rail Station. We piloted this practice of purchasing properties from owners and developers and leasing them back through the 2023 consolidated RFP, with 11 applicants, 20% of the total, proposing such a structure. We believe that if we were able to make such funding available earlier in the development process, we could substantially reduce the cost and the risk of acquiring properties for affordable housing in high opportunity areas. We would also like to decouple the DC low-income housing tax credit from federal tax credit allocations so that we can award them to projects that need the DC tax credits most. We will continue to work with our partners on ways to secure more housing in high opportunity areas and maximize production with the resources we have. All DHCD activities, preservation, production, rental, homeownership, community facilities, small business technical assistance, come together in neighborhoods to create housing stability for low-income residents and quality properties that contribute to the neighborhood life. Success depends on strong partnerships between public agencies, homeowners, tenants, businesses, community-based organizations, and housing providers. Strong relationships drive production, improvement, and innovations. If we all fulfill our responsibilities to one another and keep investing in our community, the future district will be more inclusive, diverse, and economically healthy. We will make a difference as we move forward in fiscal year '24. Overcoming challenges in the economic and fiscal environment will be fundamental to our success, and I'm confident in the dedication and technical skill of the DHCD staff. We will continue to be solutions-oriented and provide service excellence in everything we do. Thank you for giving me the chance to testify today. We are open to any inquiries you may have.
Thank you very much, Director. I appreciate you and your team being here. So let me start with something that I mentioned in my opening statement. I think at least one witness mentioned a concern here, which is staff attrition. DHCD's vacancy rate has more than doubled since last year, from 6% to 14%. So by my count, there are currently 25 vacant positions within the agency of about 174. Is that right?
I think it's about 22, but maybe 25.
Okay, I think, from what was listed, I think there are a couple people that we know of who left since
Okay.
what was listed. But what has caused this attrition?
I think that it's a natural attrition. With new leadership, there is an opportunity to innovate, and people that were longstanding in DHCD had the opportunity to move on because of their wonderful contributions and characteristics. And this provides me with the opportunity to innovate. I was happy to work with them, especially the people on the senior team. And I think that with change in leadership, sometimes that happens. We had long-standing people that were there for more than 8 years. And as I always say, once DHCD family, always DHCD family. I'm sure we'll see them again and working as partners in this space, because it's a very special boutique space that we operate in. And I just think that they decided to move on to different things. And I welcome the opportunity to innovate, and we continue to work with them.
How has this impacted capacity in the agency? Well, let me start there and then I'll go into specifics.
I don't think it's impacted capacity in any significant way. I mean, as you transition, people come on board and they need some time to onboard and acclimate, but I don't think it's impacted the agency in any significant way.
So we heard a number of concerns around timing for HAF program, HPAP. Is any of that related to staff attrition or
Absolutely
vacancies?
not. The HAF staff is in the same HAF staff that was in place when I started there. And in fact, I mentioned in my testimony the major improvements that staff has made in terms of responsiveness and timing and getting payments out.
All right. I'll get into more detail around the HAF program in a bit. So, I was glad to see that DHCD made compliance with reporting requirements a priority this year. I disagree that all reports have been produced timely. For example, none of the HPTF quarterly reports for 2023 were online as of earlier this week, and I think that was one of the concerns raised by public witnesses. The Unified Fund Report, which was due in October, isn't available yet, and the consolidated RFP report is almost a month late at this point. Are these due to low staff capacity?
DHCD has produced all those reports on time, and they're under executive review right now.
So, the timeline, of course, is more for the public than the agency. And so the, wherever the holdup is, they're still not on time.
Agreed.
Does DHCD need to change its internal timeline to address the backlog in sort of the administration's review
We can
process?
change the we can look at that. I think that we thought that we had produced things in enough of a timeline, and we'll look at that to make sure it doesn't happen again. But the agency has produced the reports.
I appreciate that. I struggle with issues like this because some issues are beyond the control of an agency, even an agency director. But the agency director is the representative from the administration before the
Understood.
committee, and the committee needs to make sure these issues get produced. So my request would be that you let the administration know that the committee is concerned about multiple reports that are not on time from the council and public's standpoint. And we will be expressing the same concern, but we do have to get them there. And you're the one that's going to keep sending it back for these hearings. So the questioning around these issues will get more intense as time goes on. My hope is that we can get those reports out by the first week in March. So we will try to work toward that timeline, and I'd ask that you do the same.
Yes, sir.
Certainly, I do understand natural attrition, and you're right. You know, some of the folks who have left DHCD have gone to some great places. Attrition still costs money, even if they stay in, folks stay in government. What steps is management taking to retain workers or to assess, you know, what things DHCD employees might need that are different?
We definitely talk to our team all the time. Our human resources department does a lot of communication. We have weekly staff meetings. We have managers that work with our staff to make sure that we're meeting whatever needs they may have. People avail themselves of all the benefits that the district government allows them to avail. But I think you'll find that in the next few weeks, you'll see many of these positions gone down. We've identified people for almost all of the positions, and with the hiring fair that happened, yes, Tuesday, you know, that was sort of the expedited way to get people on board. So you'll see a vast change in that, and we had a lot of people sort of waiting in the pipelines for that hiring fair because sort of the way to onboard was more expedited in that way. You know, people can, it's kind of interesting and new for me when I resigned from someplace in my capacities before. I usually give, you know, a month, you know, 60 days, especially if I'm a senior position. And in the district government, 2 weeks is the notification, and then it takes much longer to get someone on board. And so even people that you know that would be great, it takes some time to get on board given the process that is availed to us to do so. So I think you'll see immediate results in the coming weeks around that staff. As I said, many of those positions have been identified.
Okay, well, that is good. I don't know the administration's internal timeline, but given budget constraints, at some point, I imagine there might be a freeze on hiring. Not that you are not, I'm sure you are accelerating that as much as possible already. But that is something to be aware of. But in terms of, let me go back to retention strategies. So, you know, some of the things we do on our team, we sort of monitor issues like psychological safety. We try to deliberately get feedback, encourage team members to sort of push back, funnel concerns up so that we always understand workforce is changing. I'm getting old quickly, more quickly than, I want to. And sort of, every generation of new employees has a different expectation, which is a challenge to management to keep sort of contending with what's changing. So we will, I do want to make sure there's some focus on retention strategies, not just hiring, because that level of turnover can obviously be very detrimental to an agency. I am over time. I apologize. Councilmember Fruman has joined us, so let me turn to Councilmember Fruman for a round.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. Nice to see you, Director Green.
Nice to see you, Councilman.
A couple of different topics. One, the pre-hearing questions provided the clearest, most complete answer on where the rental database stands right now. And so I'm grateful for that. I think that there may be reporting requirements around that as another set of requirements that you met in a sense today, but have lagged in recent times. And the target, as I understand it, is completion and rollout to the public sometime late this summer or this summer. I'm hoping that I wouldn't be surprised if you had a statutory obligation to provide update reports, but regardless, I hope that we can get update reports on where things stand in the development of that database between now and then. It's been anticipated for a long time by a lot of people. And can you help us on that?
Yeah, absolutely. We're eager to get it out as well. As you know, it was a database that was supposed to be produced by OTA, the Office of Tenant Advocate. It was transferred to us, and there were some items that were not fully developed without a budget to continue to find the development. So DHCD had to do some reprogramming and find monies to actually develop the finished parts of the database. We started doing that. There was a change in I would say contracting officers, and there was a stop work order put on it for several months. That stop work order, I believe, is going to be lifted, hopefully in the next couple days, actually. We've been kind of waiting on that as they, first they had to figure out what they were analyzing, kind of what was done, what was not done, and as part of the stop work order. And we're at the point where hopefully the stop work order will be lifted shortly, and we'll be able to begin to finish the development of the database.
Well, absolutely. Please do keep us posted on that, particularly on the stop work order. It's a little disheartening to hear, and maybe I should have been aware of it before, that work was not proceeding. We're all waiting and asking, and work wasn't proceeding because of stop work order. I'll probably be checking back with you on the status of that.
Absolutely.
And one of the things in the pre-hearing questions is that OTA had a real challenge with what was then DCRA and is now DOB and DLCP. And it sounds like you've largely overcome those hurdles and are getting to cooperation from them. That's good. You will be providing historic data going back 3 years. I'm curious how it is you came up with 3 years as the period that you would go back.
I believe 3 years is statutorily required.
Is that right? And then will it be updated every year? Will there be a reporting obligation from landlords each year?
Yes.
To provide, so we will build.
It'll be cumulative. Yes.
It'll be cumulative. And it looks like landlords, it may be an obligation for landlords to upload their data. We've seen instances in the press of inaccurate data being uploaded in different kinds of databases. What kinds of protections are you thinking about to make sure that the data that's entered is accurate?
Well, my understanding is that they have a right, obligation, and it's legally required that they provide accurate data. I mean, we also have some of our own data to compare against what they are going to provide and upload. So there'll be some sort of comparison and check to make sure they're at least in that ballpark, but they are legally required to upload accurate information.
And when the day comes, am I right that I'll be able to look at it for a rent stabilized building that is not exempt from the rent stabilization program, but is part of the rent stabilization program, unit by unit, seeing what the rent is, what the rent has been over 3 years? And is that going to be the average rent collected or the nominal rent? How do you deal with where there's been vacancies and the landlord hasn't received rent?
I'm not sure, but I can get back to you on that.
I mean, I think what the world is interested in is what is the rent that is charged or would be charged on that unit, as opposed to you could get numbers that look very low because for 4 months a unit was vacant, but that would not tell you what I think people are looking for, which is what would be the rent charged for this unit under the rent stabilized program, or what is the rent being paid for the unit in a different way. Both of those things are important pieces of information. I'm going to turn to a different subject, which is the 4% federal bonds, which for the LIHTC deals. And my understanding is today there are none available, which creates a big challenge in the affordable housing world. And at some point, hopefully, they will become available, that we've used up our allocation of 4% bonds at this point. Do you have a sense of when 4% LIHTC bonds will become available again in the mix of vehicles
So
to fund?
they become available every year. So it's
But-
the annual allocation every year.
So my understanding is that we have used up all that we have. So are you saying next year we'll get more and
Right,
we'll be
so
able
it's
to?
there's a new allocation every year.
But, and we have not, so when will that allocation occur?
So the timing, I think, and you'd have to ask HFA around what that is. It may be annually around January, they get their new allocation for bonds. So all of the fiscal year 23 bonds have been utilized. Fiscal year 24 bonds have not been utilized currently. And so now they have opened up a readiness round in order for people to avail themselves of the bonds.
To avail themselves of 4% bonds for
fiscal year
FY
24,
'24?
yeah.
Okay, well, I have gone over, and so I will stop for now and come back to you with other questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. Councilmember Henderson, do you want time to get settled? Are you ready for statement or questions? Oh, excellent.
Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon.
I'm not a member of this committee, but I appreciate Councilmember White giving me some time. I want to start with some of the goals that DHCD has outlined or has made for themselves in conjunction with Mayor Bowser. So one of those was one of the top 5 goals was increasing home ownership, including 20,000 new Black homeowners by 2023 or 2030. Do we have a target number of how many new homeowners we want to see per year to reach that goal?
No.
Okay. Do we set goals by ward?
We don't set goals by ward. No, we don't.
All right. And so when we say new homeowners, are we talking about first time, someone hasn't had a house before?
First time home buyers.
All right. So how are we making progress in this goal?
So we're making progress every year. Our biggest engine to create first-time home buyers is through the Home Purchase Assistance Program. And so we have approximately from fiscal year 23 to date, we have 700 home buyers that have used HPAP. There are other programs that, can be used as well. There's IZ, where we produce some for sale units there as well. So there's a number of other programs, but that's where we are.
Okay. Would you say we're on track?
We have a lot of work to get there, and the economic environment is making it even more challenging.
Oh,
to
yeah.
get to.
The interest rates for sure, are something that you all don't control, but definitely something that homeowners look at. If HPAP is our sort of driver in terms of the tools that we have available, I'm curious, how do you all communicate the recent changes to the programs to CBOs and applicants in FY23?
We did a number of stakeholder conversations. We work with our HPAP administrators as well to communicate. We put out information on our website. We sent letters out to NOE holders, notice of eligibility holders that people were eligible to receive HPAP. So we did a number of different things.
Okay. On average, how long does underwriting take in the HPAP program?
It depends on the individual, what they're buying, but the underwriting of the HPAP program, once the administrator receives a full
Application? or-
application and full documentation, that should take maybe 30 days,
Okay. Should take, but how long is it taking?
about 30 days,
About
30 to
30 days.
45 days.
30 to 45 days. Okay. Would you consider that in the housing space to be a normal timeline?
Yes. And it could take longer if, documents need to be updated, things like that. And that would depend on the back and forth with the buyer and the lender.
When we look at the CBOs that we work with in the HPAP program, what are the performance metrics that you all evaluate whether or not we want to continue that partnership?
So the performance metrics are, so with HPAP, there's community-based organizations that provide housing counseling. So we've done 39,000 housing counseling sessions. It's a metrics of how many they do, how often they do it. Right now we have 700 on average people that have notice of eligibilities. So they're far ahead of anything that we can provide in terms of HPAP assistance that were available to people that are interested in buying homes today or eligible even to buy homes today. So we look at the number, how many, how often, monthly, but they put in a plan when they apply for funding, and we agree to their plan. And so metrics could be very different depending on the CBO that has submitted it.
Okay. So over the last year, how would you rate the success of HPAP? Because I want to hear from you in terms of how you feel like it's going. Because I hear from realtors how they feel like it's going. And in some cases, they are counseling their clients not to use this program anymore because of all of the hiccups that we've seen in the past year. Do you feel like there are things that you all could have done better?
I think in the past year, we did really well with communicating around HPAP. It was very clear about, well, I would say, okay, so the first year, fiscal year 23, we're talking about.
Yep.
Okay. So fiscal year 23 was a year where HPAP went from what was, $80,000 on average to $202,000 on average, or up to eligibility for $202,000. There was not funding that met that program change. So we were in a position of, as we kind of got to the point of running out of funding, to reprogram lots of dollars to make sure that we were able to continue the program for as long as we could. That caused some hiccups to try to keep up with the pace of the program change and the demand. So last year was a really interesting year, I think, for HPAP because of the changes and our ability to try to keep up with the demand at 202. So I would say that at the end of the day, we did 444 households. It was not probably executed as well as it could have been, because we were looking for different funding and wanting to make sure that people got funding as long as they could. But at the end of the day, we spent almost $70 million. And then in this fiscal year, in this quarter, we improved a lot by putting out the dashboard and communicating when it was coming, as the balances were going down, what they were.
Mhm.
And then when we got to the last million, you had to actually reserve to make sure that you had funding availability. So it became very clear about whether or not you would have the funds or not. So that was a big improvement.
Okay. I'm almost out of time. I would say this, that, having talked to a lot of the constituents who were met with the hiccups of the HPAP program in the last year, they would argue that the communication wasn't great. And I think overall, both the mayor's office and the council, when we made that change to increase the amount of money that a person can get, I remember asking at a budget hearing, what doesn't that mean that the money is going to go faster because you're not adding anything in, even though you're increasing the allocation? And so if that's something that we're going to continue, then I think we all have to get comfortable with the idea that we're only going to have maybe roughly 400 households in a year who are able to use this program. Also, that the program will run out of money at a time when perhaps inventory in the district on the housing side is not at its peak. Because usually housing inventory is a spring, summer. That's when people are putting their houses on the market, not in October or November. So with that, thank you, Councilmember White.
Thank you, Councilmember Anderson. Let me round out. I appreciate the line of questioning around HPAP and LIHTC, and I'm going to come back to those myself, and I'm glad my colleagues are asking about these important programs. Let me just round out the retention series of questions. Obviously, it does, as you were saying, take a long time to fill vacant positions. Are people in leadership at the agency sort of coaching and training the folks under them to move into those positions so that as more senior positions become vacant, there are strong internal options that can help keep programs going and also motivate employees to sort of see opportunities for growth?
Absolutely.
Okay.
And you will see some of the people that are existing at DHCD moving into some of the positions.
Right. On January 18th of this year, about a month ago, a gas leak caused a daycare center across from DHCD's building in Anacostia to explode. There was a lot of news attention, a lot of attention to the daycare in particular. Rightfully so. This was across the street from DHCD's headquarters. Luckily, thankfully, no one was physically hurt, but some DHCD staff noted significant concerns with the agency's safety protocols and communication among staff. And we've heard from the union about this as well. Has management implemented a new evacuation plan?
So just to be clear, the daycare was next to the site that was impacted by the gas leak. And so the daycare had to evacuate, but that was not the building, it was a building next to it. But yes, management has reinvigorated the BERT team, has reinvigorated Everbridge, has improved their communications plan around it. The emergency response plan that we had in place did not necessarily have something specific to a gas leak happening across the street from your building. It actually had sort of a wider breadth of situations than that. But yes, we have been meeting with the BERT team, reinvigorated it. Like BERT team is the building emergency response team. We've been working with, the building management on situations and been taking steps to improve the communications plan, updating phone numbers, understanding how we can better communicate in the situation if that happens again. But it was not, again, it was across the street, not our building. And our building, actually, I do want to applaud the staff that was there. They actually ran across the street, got some of the emergency response people that were there to come check our building and to make sure that we were safe in that building, going through and doing, because there was reports of gas leaks or smell of gas, going through and making sure that there was actually no gas in the building. So while there was a smell, there was not an impact in the building of gas.
What is the protocol for when there is a smell of gas in the building?
So there is no existing protocol, right? So the protocol that we put in place was to follow the emergency people that were on site and the building that was on site, and to call, into the administration for advice on what to do. Our actual building became the sort of command post for all of the agencies because it was actually safe, throughout the day and in the lobby.
Right, which probably happened sort of after things had settled a bit, but in the moment, sort of seeing something like that across the street, smelling gas or hearing that other people smell gas will cause a significant reaction. Has the
So that protocol that we followed was to get the fire department to come in and check to see if we had gas in our building escaping.
Okay, but people are supposed to stay in the building until the fire department comes?
So it was a challenging situation. We needed to get advice on what to do because it was across the street. If you were to exit the building actually did explode. Like, it caught on fire and there was debris that fell. If we were evacuating at that time, people could have been hurt. So we were waiting for advice on what to do and when to do it. And so that's why they were in the building trying to establish, is there immediate need for you all to leave right now? And then some people did, take it upon themselves to begin to evacuate. And that's not necessarily the safest thing to do, because if someone had walked out the front of the building at the moment that situation happened, it could have been a really bad thing for someone that was out there.
Right, which is all the more reason to not have that as an unknown thing. The protocol has to be
Right, so our
clear.
protocol at that point was to follow the lead of the emergency people on site.
Who in the agency, or what position, I don't necessarily need a name, leads BERT for DHCD?
So currently, the chief administrative officer leads the BERT team.
Okay, and is that position one of the ones that's filled or vacant?
It's a filled position.
Okay.
So when I see you looking at your staffing schedule. So sometimes the pins are moved around and the title does not match the pin.
Okay, so then I'm having trouble figuring out who the chief administrator. Yeah, on the chart, it's vacant.
Right, no, so that's one of the things. So the chief administrative officer came in on a pin, and again, I don't know why or how this happens, but the chief administrator came in on a pin that was formerly the deputy chief of staff pin.
Okay.
So the titles don't necessarily match the pin.
I understand. So who is that person now then?
Charles Lindsay.
Okay. And has management met with the BERT team? I know so it's the chief admin officer, so I'm sure it's part of the management team, but has the BERT team updated policies? Is it working to update
Yes,
policies?
they have.
Okay, they've
And
updated.
submitted to HCMA
Okay.
for review. And we're also in the process of moving our building, so there'll be a whole nother set of evacuation procedures and policies that we're putting in place for the new building as well. And our BERT team actually, after this incident, I think went from like 10 people or 12 people to 20-something people, so it doubled. So I'm really happy that the volunteerism to be on the BERT team actually increased after this.
Have you had an opportunity to read the AFGE local 2725 investigative report on this?
Yes.
They cite a failure of leadership and lack of sensitivity or concern towards staff. How do you respond to that?
I say it's absolutely not true.
Can you say more?
Yeah, so the staff was, again, trying to assess what was going on, what was what the proper thing to do was through different communication channels. Again, reaching out to the emergency, the fire department people that were on site, drawing them into the building. They were in communication with me the entire time. After the incident, we referred them to, if some people did see the actual building explode, they were not aware that the children had evacuated. So the reaction was to see it had to be traumatic. Those people were called and reached out to individually, checked on by senior staff. We also sent out and encouraged managers to talk to their staff and make sure that they had been referred to mental health services if they needed it. We had several staff, I think 2 staff meetings after that, just to talk with managers about best practices and protocol, and also with the staff at large as well to check in, also talk about what happened, what we could have done better. People were literally helping people down the stairs, running around the building, making sure that everyone was out when the decision was made to let them leave. But again, our building, all of this was done. Our building was not impacted. We were doing this as a result of how people obviously were demonstrating they were feeling about something that was in the neighborhood.
When the new protocols are approved, could you send them to the committee?
Absolutely.
I appreciate it. I am over time. I apologize to my colleagues. Councilmember Fruman.
Thank you very much, Chairman White. I want to ask about hardship petitions. You have, you provided data on all the different kinds of petitions that came through your office. Hardship petitions from landlords, it looked like there were 6 or 7 of them in the last year, and I believe all of them were approved. Can you talk to me about that process and whether or not there are issues raised about the efficiency of that process? How does it go? How burdensome is it?
Councilmember Freeman, I would like to bring up Lauren Pear, who's our person in the who deals with that, since you have very specific questions.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I'm going to swear you in very quickly.
That's my question.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes,
Thank you.
sure. That's fine.
Yes, that's right.
Okay, I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question, Councilmember?
So the question is on hardship petitions. I forget whether it was 6 or 7 in 2023. Looked like they were all granted, as I recall. They get done from it looks like 3-4 months was typical to get them resolved. But I'm curious how that process goes, whether you get questions about ways in which it could be streamlined or made more efficient, and whether you get questions about the difficulty of putting together an application for a hardship petition. What's involved in
I
that?
feel like we had this discussion back in my confirmation hearing. I haven't fielded any direct questions about the efficiency or how difficult it is to put the hardship petition together. So if you're getting that, query from a stakeholder, I'd be very interested in getting their feedback. The way the hardship petition process is set up is by statute. So there's a specific section, I think it's section 212 in the Rental Housing Act. And then we also have even more detailed implementing and, instructions in the regulations that were updated recently by the Rental Housing Commission. It is a complex process. I mean, to the extent that we're asking for financial proof. We have a housing provider that's coming to us saying, I am not getting my statutory 12% rate of return. And we're asking them to prove up, what are you actually getting? What are you asking to come up to that 12%? And so in the process, we receive, financial statements, proof of payment, the insurance, operating costs, management fees, all those kinds of things. We send it to an auditor. We contract with an auditor to go through it to make sure that it's being prepared according to the statute. I think it's cash basis. And, the accounting stuff is a little bit beyond me, which is why we have a professional look at it. So the report comes back to us from an auditor with a recommendation. Are they making a 12% rate of return? If they're not, what is their actual rate of return on their investment? And from there, we make a decision whether or not to allow the housing provider to increase the rent. And that's really our duty with the rent administrator's duty. Tenants have the opportunity to appeal any decision we make. I think that it's called exceptions and objections. And from that point, it goes to the Office of Administrative Hearing for further consideration. and a disposition. So in terms of the timing, under the statute, I believe we have, the Rental Accommodations Division has 90 days to, we review a petition for technical completeness, and then we send it on to our auditor. When we get the report back, then we have that time frame to prepare our order, administrative order. So the reason why it does take long, I mean, it's pretty serious. We're proposing raising rent sometimes by a considerable amount. We want to make sure that we've done the review properly. We've got the proper expert opinion to base our order on, and that we're rendering a fair and impartial decision.
And the reason that I ask is I do sometimes hear from landlords anecdotally that this is a very difficult thing to do. And yet when I look at the data and 7 applications made and they were all granted, it does not look like it's such a formidable process. How long do you think it takes for the landlord to put together all of the materials? If you get a petition, is that petition like this, or is that petition like that?
Well, it depends on the size of the building. So, let's just, if we get one, let's say, for example, from someone who's got, 100 units, of course, it's going to be pretty substantial. But we get binders, like giant binders full of materials, but they're predominantly copies of their materials. And these are all fine. These are, to me, unless, I can get some feedback directly from a stakeholder that's suffering through the process, let's say, I would want to understand why these wouldn't be documents that they would keep in the ordinary course of business. You're running a rental of multifamily residential building. It's a business, it's an operations. You have operating costs, you have capital costs. So you should have all those records together. You're filing taxes, you're doing business reports. I don't think that what the statute is requiring is out of the ordinary course of business. So that's why I'm a little curious about you've been talking to, and I wish they would come talk to us and give us some feedback. We might be able to streamline some aspect of it. I don't know, but I need that feedback in order to help the stakeholders. I want to make sure the tenants are being treated fairly, especially when they're being asked to go, maybe have even an astronomical kind of increase. But I also don't want to administratively overburden a housing provider either.
So I really appreciate that, and I really appreciate it if you've said it for the second time, but I just am trying to make sure that I'm very clear on it. I'm going to move to a different kind of petition.
She may be able to answer the vacancy.
Well, the vacancy on the
Database,
on the
yeah.
database. If you can answer the vacancy question, that would be great. Thank
If
you.
I recall, you were asking about how the database would be treating vacancy adjustments.
Yeah, I mean,
I wasn't quite clear on your question.
So I'm thinking that what the database is going to show me is the rent for a unit in a year. And let's say that unit was renting for $1,500. The asked for rent, the allowable rent under the rent stabilized system was $1,500, but it was vacant for half the year. Is that going to show me a $750, or is that going to show me $1,500 as the allowable rent, even if it wasn't all collected during the course of that year?
Well, the landlord or the housing provider is required to apply for a vacancy adjustment within 30 days of the unit becoming vacant. So if they want to capitalize, the statute right now provides that a housing provider is entitled to a vacancy adjustment if, depending on the length of the tenant's tenure in the unit. So if up to 10 years, they get a 10% increase. For tenants who occupied more than 10 years, they're allowed to increase the rent charge by 20%. So that will show, and then they have to, so once the tenant moves out, they've got 30 days, or they lose to perfect that vacancy adjustment, or they lose it, they forfeit it. So the database will show vacancy adjustments if the landlord gets them in time.
I see, but I think your answer is even more helpful than my question. But so is it that the rent, will it show me the rent, the database, will it show me the rent for all 12 months, or will it show me one number for a unit for the year?
It will show, I believe, one number for the year, but it should show I believe it'll also show the breakdown. I haven't played with that feature yet, so I can get back to you once I get into it a little bit better with the developer. But it should show, I don't think it's going to go month by month, but it'll show, okay, the rent was up to $1,500, the tenant left, the tenant lived there less than 10 years. So they get a 10% increase. It'll show when the increase went into effect and what the new rent charge will be.
And
they don't get a vacancy adjustment for 6 months.
right, no, I understand that. And I'll just try to close it out. What I'm trying to get at is if they're not collecting any rent, Is it a zero that shows up on the database or is
Well, it
it?
would depend on the reason that they would have, that they were getting collecting zero. Did they discontinue housing use or did the tenant moved out? If the tenant moved out and they never filed for vacancy adjustment within the 30 days, they don't get anything. It stays at 1,500. They
Yeah.
forfeit their right to.
No, they forfeit their right to an adjustment, but they're still treated as a $1,500 unit, even if nobody's in there paying that rent.
Right.
That, okay,
right.
that
Sorry.
was the question. I was
Sorry,
asking.
okay.
No, but
wanna
you
be
gave me
very
an enormous amount of good information. My question may not have been perfect. I don't think it was exactly responsive to my question, but it was super helpful. And then I got the answer.
It's
to my
a, it's a,
question.
it's a complicated, I mean, if you want to engage in further discussions and, we can coordinate through the director, I'm happy to, talk to you and.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Second round, Councilmember
Oh,
Henderson.
sorry, you do?
Thank you. Oh, yep, stay
Good.
there.
Oh,
Sorry, I have some questions about rent stabilization.
Okay.
I hear you're the person.
Yes.
Great.
Yes,
All
ma'am.
right. Or the director, either one. So until last year,
Exactly.
annual rent increases for rent stabilized apartment buildings were set at CPI plus 2%. Is this typical for cities to tie annual rent increases for rent stabilized units to CPI?
I believe so. I'm not an expert on other jurisdictions. The only one would be New York City. And I'm a little familiar with their paradigm. It's different from ours.
Okay.
Ours was modeled on theirs, so it would not surprise me if it was tied in. And I see the director nodding.
But
her
it's
head.
not New York's rent increase, it's not CPI. They have a rent control board that sets what the increase will be, and there's a vote, and it comes into a lot of different things. CPI is one of the considerations.
Okay. Are there any jurisdictions that just do a flat percentage, like, and we're only going to allow 4%, period?
Not that I'm aware, not in the larger jurisdictions, maybe in the smaller ones, but I mean, DC and New York are the two largest ones in the country. So no, not that I'm aware.
Are you all comfortable with our current way that we set the increases? I mean, obviously, this past year, with a record high of inflation, that of course was pushing our numbers in a direction that was going to be really difficult and challenging for some residents. I'm just trying to think and anticipate sort of going forward. What should we do?
I feel like that's more of a policy question, council member, and I feel like that's something maybe better suited from, not in this particular forum. I am an administrator, not a policymaker, so I can't really opine on what's good and what's not. What I can say is that with the recent cap that was put on, the 12% cap for the next 2 years, calculating rents for landlords and for tenants is going to be challenging this year. And also the fact that the legislation kind of ends after the rent adjustment year for 2025 may also create some complications. So it's not going to be as straightforward as CPI plus 2% because of the caps and how we have to calculate. And also depending, did they file before the cap went into effect or after the cap went into effect? So there are a lot of variables that were introduced while trying to protect tenants last year.
Okay. Well, and I know you say you're not a policymaker, but this is a policy related second question. So I introduced a bill at the end of December on certificates of assurance. And so as you know, well, this was actually before I became a council member. The council put a moratorium on certificates of assurance in 2020 to give the council and DHCD some time to sort of get their arms around that particular issue. It's 2024, so it's about 4 years now. What's our thinking on this?
Well, I think one of the reasons why it's been lingering is because, COVID interrupted a whole lot of business. And so council and DHCD obviously had to refocus their attention. I don't really have an opinion on it. I mean, we just need to make a decision one way or another, and evaluate the economic benefits of, our landlords being really protected by getting a certificate of insurance. What does that mean for the district? And I'm doing this off of my memory, which is not as sharp as it once was, but as I recall, if council ever changes the legislation which impacts a landlord's ability to collect at the set rent levels that they are, the city owes them for the difference between. So, I mean, that's an evaluation. Again, that's a policy issue. I am not an economist, but I think there needs to be a serious evaluation of what that means for the city if we continue to allow certificates of assurance. We do have some pending ones that came in before that initial moratorium deadline that we need to finish up. But like I said, I'm happy to participate in a policy discussion, but I'm not comfortable saying, yes, we should absolutely go one way or the other
Okay.
on that decision.
Still on the topic of rent stabilization, there is currently a moratorium on voluntary agreements. I think this is in effect only through the summer.
Yes.
Have you all received any complaints from tenants that there are building owners who might be neglecting capital repairs and improvements until this moratorium is complete?
Not directly. That might be a better question for the Office of the Tenant Advocate, for the Chief Tenant Advocate, but I have not fielded any directly. What I can say though, I mean, and I understand the concerns about voluntary agreements, is that one of the things that it's created for us administratively, it has created a little bit of a problem when we have a situation where it's above board. For example, we have a tenant who maybe started off living in a second floor unit and they've stayed in their home for a long period of time. Now they may have a physical ailment that prohibits them from making that second floor climb, and they want to switch units to a unit on the first floor, but the rent on the first floor rent is higher than the second floor. A voluntary agreement in, prior, we would have been able to negotiate something, get the tenant into a more comfortable unit at the same rent that they were paying, but without that vehicle, where it's kind of foreclosed on us. So voluntary agreements definitely had their uses. I understand council's concern about the abuses that might have been occurring, but throwing it out completely has created a little bit of heartburn for us on those issues, when on those particular cases when we really want to help a tenant and we're a little strapped on how we can do that and keep the landlord in compliance with their rent adjustment requirements.
Prior to the moratorium, how many voluntary agreements would you all see?
Oh gosh, I don't know that off the top of my head. I can certainly get back to you, but we saw quite a few.
Okay.
Yes, quite a few.
Let's talk Rock Creek West, which is not rent stabilization. This is just a general.
So do I need to stay?
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, I'll stay. I'll
Great.
keep you
Yep.
company. I'll keep you company, Director.
So I know we have various goals outlined in terms of where we want to see affordable housing production happen across the city. Rock Creek West is one where it's particular focus given its small number of production of affordable units thus far. So we have a goal of 1,990 units by 2025. In 2018, there were estimated 470 units there. Where are we at now?
I don't know the exact number for that, but I can get it to you.
Okay. Is anyone behind you? You have a whole crew of individuals
I
behind
don't
you.
know that we have a particular number but we can get that to you.
Okay. What would you say are the three biggest challenges so far in housing production, affordable housing production on that side of the city?
Well, I think it's cost, right? I mean, that's one of the highest areas in which to produce housing. So we've tried to employ some very different types of financing, land acquisition structures that will buy down the cost. But cost is the highest cost area that we have. So it requires more money to produce there.
That's one more way.
Thank you, Councilmember Henderson. I'm going to move to engagement with program participants. Communication was another consistent theme that came up in witness testimony. In the agency's FY24 performance plan, you list 4 proposed objectives. One of those objectives is to, quote, create and maintain a highly efficient, transparent, and responsive district government, end quote. Out of the 4 proposed objectives, this is the only objective that doesn't have a proposed operations or proposed key performance indicator and workload measure, which is meant to outline how the agency will achieve the objective. What proposed operations, or I guess, how will DHCD implement this objective of creating and maintaining a highly efficient, transparent, and responsive government?
I think we are transparent as we possibly can be. I mean, there's always improvements, but a lot of the communication we have is through our website, through, we can probably use Twitter a little more, but most of our communication is through our website, through letters, we have a a sort of stakeholder listserv that we send out information to and ask them to look through our ANC communications, through our community-based organizations, which would be on our listserv. So all of the people that have registered as wanting information from DHCD will get it. So those are sort of the transparent ways that we do it. But again, we try to put, or we do put everything that we possibly can on our website, so that if you want information about DHCD, you can get it. Also, there's also the opportunity to ask. The Ask the Director emails are constantly monitored. If you want to ask a question, we will respond to that Ask the Director email as well.
Let me push this a little further, because whenever the administration has a ribbon cutting, I know about it. Whenever they roll out a new program, I know about it. Apparently, the mayor is going to plow on Friday because I got an email about it. But we keep hearing people say they don't know what's happening with NOFA. They don't know what's happening with HAF. You know, when they have a question about where they are in a process or program, they're saying they have a lot of trouble getting clear communication from the agency. How do we turn the objective of creating and maintaining a highly efficient, transparent, and responsive district government to action for these programs?
So for HAF, there is a dashboard that is updated every other week to understand where HAF is. I also think that there's a portal that people can go into HAF and understand where their application is specifically that they can use. So as far as HAF, you just have to log in to figure out where your application is. And then the HAF dashboard is there to see like how much is being expended, how many households have been helped, what the timing of the payments are. That's available and updated, I think, on a bi-weekly basis. And that's available through our website. And the other one that you mentioned?
HAF and then NOFAs.
So NOFAs so just to clarify, when the NOFA is coming out or what's happening? Because we publish the NOFA obviously on our website and we send out information to all of our stakeholders that the NOFA is available to respond to.
And HPAP as well. There's been some improvements, but some significant improvements over the past several months. But we're still hearing gaps. But so for HAF, we heard from Hope and Digay, who said, you know, basically she applied in July of 22. She was approved, I think, in July of 23. But in the meantime, she's still waiting. So for somebody in her position, what would the dashboard say to her?
The dashboard would say where she is, it was pending or a payment was processed or what have you. So in her case, I believe she had multiple rounds of edits. So that would say it's, you know, an edit is required or multiple, you know, or we're still pending or you're in the appeal process or what have you. She actually, a payment was made to her vendor. It was never received by her vendor. That's because the vendor didn't update their registration. They had changed their name and changed their ownership holding company. And so they never received the payment. We had to reprocess that payment under the new vendor. All that information, I believe, was communicated to her. That does take a longer time as a result, unfortunately. And we do ask vendors to update their registration. And we're constantly in contact with vendors. We went from not having enough vendors register to now we're like, you have to update your registration. So that unfortunate was unfortunate for her. But we did make the payments as prescribed earlier on. And again, it was rejected. So
Would she have been able to see somewhere that the payment had been sent to the vendors?
yes.
Okay. So it gives that level of detail.
Mhm.
How do you measure success with this communication and transparency?
I would, best case scenario, everyone understands where they are. And I think that they can understand that through the HAF portal, and getting updates from there. Now, the satisfaction of where you are may be different, but I do think that they're communicated with.
Let me quickly start. I want to move into HPAP and have specific funding. On HPAP, DC regulations allow the director to give an additional $5,000 in HPAP support to very low-income households that demonstrate a need. What's the application process for this additional funding?
For additional funding
For HPAP, statute allows the director to give an additional $5,000 for very low-income residents. And I'm trying to figure out how someone applies for that additional funding.
I haven't received any applications for the additional funding for $5,000 for HPAP.
Okay. How do people find out about the application? Or
I'm not familiar with that.
okay. All right. We'll need to work with you and your team. This is from DCMR 2503.1,
Okay.
subsection C. So we'll work with you and your team on that. Councilmember Fruman.
So I just want to go on the record. I do have some information on the Rock Creek West, even though Councilmember Henderson is not here. So.
Why don't you go ahead and respond? Is that the
Sure, I was going to start there, not asking questions, but why don't you provide the information that you have?
So what I have is that for Rock Creek West, there are 136 units that were created in Rock Creek West since that goal was created. That were additional units. And there are 470 dedicated affordable housing units in Rock Creek West when the housing equity goals were set in 2019. So.
Yeah, I was going to say that we're not close to reaching that goal of 1,900 in Rock Creek West. I will say, and I don't know whether or not that 126 includes things that are in the pipeline. For example, before I came onto the council, I was the chair of the board at the Lisner Home, and that's 93 units, and that might be the biggest chunk of that 126. So we have a long way to go, and I think you're spot on when you say the challenge is land cost, and that's why things like the Chevy Chase Civic Core and using air rights over public buildings is one way to get around that. I will say also that Rock Creek West is the home to a very substantial amount of rent stabilized housing. So that's not income restricted, but it's more affordable. So that's one positive thing. Also, there have been a significant increase in the number of tenants benefiting from vouchers, which is an income restricted thing and which has contributed to access to housing in Ward 3. So the picture is a little bit different than that 126, but in terms of adding new housing that is affordable, a huge challenge, and it's very strong commitment on my part to try to get that done. One thing that people talk about, and you talked about it a little in this space, is land acquisition. And so that does seem like an important strategy. I've not seen it used in Rock Creek West yet. You may have seen different proposals by the Northwest Opportunity Partners. You have your SAFI program that could be a vehicle for that. Can you talk with us about how we could use the SAFI program or build it out so that it could make a meaningful difference in a place like Rock Creek West?
So we don't really use the SAFI program as much as we once did. We use the Housing Production Trust Fund program instead of that. So it would come in as an application there. Or the Ornamenta Newsom program could help with some acquisition and pre-development costs. But the SAFI program was originally to assist a nonprofit in buying land and acquisition and hold on to it until they point where they got to the Housing Production Trust Fund RFP through that. I don't know that in that sense, it would help. But if the district owns the land, there is opportunity, and we lease it back, there's opportunity to reduce the costs and to extend affordability. But I don't know that, just using a certain funding source to acquire and to carry and hold makes a difference, which was really what the SAFI program was.
So, I mean, do
Because
you,
that was, done where still the ownership was by the sponsor.
and what, I mean, do you have a tool where you could acquire a property if it came onto the market and then use it in the sort of way that you were, I heard you suggesting that, I'm filling in blanks, but district buys it, district issues an RFP, and it takes land cost out of the mix and enables whoever builds something there to include much more affordability. Do you have an existing tool that you could
Yeah,
do that?
we've done it in some of our production that we have. I think 20% in our last RFP, we did it that way, where the district held on to the land and leased it back. So we are using that.
No, that's where you have it, but where you purchase the land, where it's, a commercial building comes onto the market and then the district could purchase it. It's not in its portfolio today, but it's added to it. Because when I look around Rock Creek West, I don't see that many places where the district owns land that you could do it. But you do see every once in a while, particularly as the market for offices goes down substantially, places where the district might be able to buy a property and act nimbly and then do an RFP. Do you have a way to buy a property
So
so you could do that?
we have acquired property. We have a division that can help us acquire property. We don't have necessarily, that'd be a large funding to do that, even if it, of that size. But we do have the mechanism where we could purchase a property, yes.
So the
I mean,
mechanism.
there's the DOPA option as well, but that's for existing residential building. But to just buy and purchase, we can do that.
Yeah, and then it becomes, you may have the tools, but you probably don't have the money. And if it's given that the problem is land cost and this is a solution, it's sort of, the Northwest Opportunity Partners, when they come out with the idea that they've come out with, I think that there is something significant to that. And I'd like to work together with you to think about how that could be implemented.
Okay.
A different idea that is out there is social housing, and you heard public testimony about that during the course of the day. And here the way I'm understanding public social housing, which there was a lot of testimony about a couple of weeks ago, is frankly the Montgomery County model, where what the county does, or what an entity in the county does, is where there's a financeable project where the developer would have had to go to private equity to fill out 40% of the cost until the project was stabilized. Instead of them going to private equity, there was an entity in the government that could provide that 40% financing and get it at a very reduced rate and have it paid back, not entirely, but very close to entirely. And then once the project got stabilized, it could be refinanced by a bank at affordable levels, and that opens the door to create the possibility of a lot more affordability into the project, because it's another thing that lowers the cost, significantly lowers the cost of getting the project built. Are you looking at things like that? What's
Well,
your
I think
reaction?
when we talk about the Ridgecrest project, that was one of the first entrees into us looking at that, where we use internal revenue bonds at the debt at a much lower rate. That internal revenue bond could potentially, or our bonding authority could potentially be used to do that in sort of an equity way as well. So that would be rotating and done the same way as Montgomery County does it.
And are you looking at expanding that sort of
Yes.
model? Another thing, I'm into the red, but another topic that I'm going to want to pick up the conversation with you on. Thank you very much.
Oh, I thought you were gonna go up. Okay.
Thank you, Councilmember Fruman. And so, still with HPAP, the home buying process obviously is incredibly complex. There are a lot of parties involved: lenders, buyers, sellers, realtors, inspectors, banks, et cetera. Getting government funding to support a purchase adds more complexity, and all the parts have to move together, or else the train stops. And that was something that happened a lot over the last 8 months on HPAP. And I heard from many residents who got stuck, heard from realtors as well. People were confused about money running out. They were unsure where they were in the process, and weren't hearing back from DHCD or from the HPAP administrators, DCHFA and the Greater Washington Urban League. Last summer, I asked DHCD to be more transparent about the amount of HPAP money left, to provide more predictability for buyers, sellers, and lenders. In October of last year, DHCD created a live dashboard to show the remaining HPAP funding in FY24. What lessons has the agency learned about communicating with HPAP participants over the last year?
I think the dashboard was a huge help. I think that understanding when it was running out, I think that one of the challenges is people never want it to run out. So they'll sort of push the envelope and take their chances when it's kind of coming to the end, and then kind of say, oh, I was in the pipeline, when they actually, some of them weren't. But I think the dashboard did allow for it to be very transparent about where the money was, and when it was becoming to an end, so people could really make very specific choices. And even when we were down to that last million, you actually had to reserve your dollars, so you would know whether or not you were going to be able to close or not. So that I think that was a great innovation for us to do. And everyone was able to know, like, okay, they're down to the last million, what do we do here? And if we were down to that, you did not have a reservation, you knew that you were not going to be able to move forward with your purchase.
And so I agree that the change with the live dashboard has been really helpful for folks. How does the agency measure its progress on improving communication with HPAP?
I think we've done well. I think we've done well. We put out exactly what was supposed to happen. We implemented it exactly as we said in October. We shared as much information as we could, and I think we've improved it significantly. Where we can go from here, I think we need to figure out, what's next. And as we figure out what's next, we'll communicate that as well. And whether it's the dashboard, whether we do something completely different, there's a lot of options to avail ourselves of, and it all depends on, where we go with this program from here.
What's the feedback loop on HPAP? So how do you determine whether the communication coming from the agency is meeting the needs for users of HPAP?
Well, we hear from users. We often talk to the lenders and the stakeholders. We talk to our community-based organizations that are doing housing counseling, and we get feedback from them all the time. We meet with them, the HPAP administrators, on a weekly, if not more often basis, depending on the urgency of it. So we get communication all the time. And, we would try to, in my agency, really have moved towards this goal of service excellence. And when people ask us to respond, we do our best to respond. They sometimes they don't like the answer, but we do our best to respond. And that's a mandate that I've asked all of the departments to do and make sure that they do. So we've worked towards that. And I think we've actually done well. And so the measure is, how many, we keep a call log of people that are calling into the agency and what our response has been and where it's been referred to. So we have that as well.
So if I were looking for a measure from the perspective of the committee or me as a council member on the communication for HPAP, I'd measure it by the number of calls my office gets about those programs, which is a lot. And so your conclusion on how good the communication is with the program is different from my experience, just because we get a lot of calls. I would like to, like, how do I reconcile your perception of how communication is going on HPAP with the number of calls that we get for clarification?
So so what DHCD gets and maybe what the HPAP administrators get could be very different. So I think that we get sort of the second level, or probably at the level that you get. And we respond to those, and we work with our HPAP administrators to resolve those issues that they may come up with. So we ask them to report on their reports, who they're getting calls from, did they respond to them? And they'll raise it to us if it's something that they can't answer. We also get, if the HPAP administrators are not responding, we get the complaints and we respond to them. We try to get the explanation. So challenging to reconcile maybe. You get probably HPAP administrator complaints as well as DHCD complaints, but DHCD is always responding.
A lot of the complaints we get are about lack of clarity in communication. Do you?
And the communication, like, again, about our process this year was clearly delineated on our website. And there was a email, they had to ask questions, we responded to them, so.
I think we would get fewer complaints. I think you would too, if there was more deliberate feedback from customers. I know DC Water does this. They request feedback from users. I think that feedback would help DHCD understand where the gaps are for users and would result in fewer issues. So I encourage you to look at that.
Okay.
In October, DHCD announced changes to HPAP program eligibility. How does DHCD make decisions to change program requirements?
So we look at the market, we look at what housing costs are, we look at potential availability of funding. We want to make sure that we can help as many purchasers as possible. We often work with IZ on like what their affordability levels are and how they are processing applications, because really IZ units are not meant to use HPAP. So we do a lot of analysis in terms of that. And we talk to stakeholders, we talk to lenders in this case. And said what makes sense, what works, what doesn't work, where are people falling out, what is sustainable for folks for your underwriting. So we did all of that in this case.
As you look at next year, do you have thoughts at this point on the amount of money we put into HPAP or for individual customers?
How much? I'm sorry.
So the 202,000 mark, is that sustainable?
I don't believe it's sustainable.
Thank you. Councilmember Fruman, do you have more questions?
Thank you very much. I do just have a couple more questions. Some are things that I just want to make sure that I fully understand. I have long wanted to support teachers, firefighters, police, and having access to stable housing and to home ownership. And you do have programs around that. And I just want to make sure that I understand how they operate. I guess there's the employee housing program and the negotiated employee housing program. And under the first, it's described as a loan of up to $20,000 and then a $5,000 matching grant. So is that loan, I think it's referred to as a deferred loan. So
Mhm,
is
the
that,
deferred loan, so it burns off after time.
oh, so if you hold the property for long enough, you don't have to repay?
No,
it?
so it's deferred.
Yeah.
So that you have to pay it, you don't have to pay it, you have to pay it upon refinance, depending on your income level. If not, you have to pay it after 5 years.
After 5 years, and then you would refinance as a way of paying
Right.
for it.
Mhm.
So you have to pay it, but you
Mhm.
don't have to pay it for 5 years, and
Right.
then you do a refinance. Okay, and then a $5,000 matching grant, which is, you don't have to repay, is that correct?
So I think the employee portion is a grant that you don't have to pay. So if you're a DC government employee, you can get the 5,000.
Okay. And then if you're a first responder or an educator, then there's a separate thing, which is a $10,000 recoverable grant. What does that mean? What's recoverable mean? Is the idea that if you don't stay in the home for long enough, that's recovered at the time that you let
Right.
go of the home?
Mhm.
But otherwise, you don't have to pay it.
So recoverable grant is still a payment.
Is you still have to,
Mhm,
it
you
still
still have
has
to
to be
pay it back,
repaid.
yes.
Someday, you
Mhm.
have to repay it.
Mhm.
So if the house gets, if you move and sell it, you pay it.
Mhm. Correct.
Okay. But you're not paying interest on it in the interim, so it makes it easier to get there.
That's exactly right.
And then there's a matching grant of $15,000. And is that another piece that you don't have to pay back?
So, if it's recoverable, then they have to pay it back. HPAP is a loan. The other grant piece I have to get back to you on for the teachers that you're talking about. I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, I mean, the way I'm interpreting it is that you may have access to as much as $50,000 in different baskets, and some of it will be repaid someday, and some of it won't have to be repaid.
Mhm.
And I want to, as I think about these programs, I want to think about how do we make this as attractive as possible for people to use? Frankly, I think these are programs that can pay for themselves because the firefighter or the teacher who might have lived someplace else and we don't get the benefit of their income taxes for their whole careers.
Mhm.
If we help them be in the district and then get in whatever cost it takes us to help them to be in the district will be offset by the income tax revenue that we get over the
time.
years. So
Mhm.
I want to do everything we can to have as many of our workers live in the city as
district.
possible. So there's data about inclusionary zoning, and when I looked at the numbers on inclusionary zoning, and it's about 2,000 units from 2009 to 2022. And that's not very many. Now, we had a financial crisis and there were periods where not very much was built. I see you say there's 1,500 in the pipeline, new inclusionary zoning units. Do you know how the pipeline, what does that mean? Does that mean in the next year, the next 2 years, the next 3 years?
So the pipeline is under construction, essentially, or people that have designated that they're going to build. So we consider that in the pipeline. So it could be anywhere from this year, depending on when it's complete, to 48 months, depending on where they are in the process. But we can get you sort of an estimate about the timing of them if that's helpful.
Part of the reason that I'm asking about it is inclusionary zoning is a good thing, but part of what I hear in my sense is it's emptying the ocean with a teaspoon that would never get to where we need to get if we relied very heavily on inclusionary zoning. And when I saw the 1456, I thought, okay, well, maybe it's a bigger teaspoon, and that would be a good thing.
Mhm.
I don't know that it's that much bigger of a teaspoon if it's in the pipeline over an extended period of
Right,
time.
it's over a period of time.
Yeah.
Just-
All right, well, with that, and
And just
also in
to
the,
go back to the matching grant does not need to be repaid.
either of them.
No.
So you could have $15,000 that you didn't have to repay
Mhm.
and $35,000 essentially that you did have to repay. Um, but likely when you move out or at 5 years if you refinance.
Correct.
Okay. Also on the inclusionary zoning, am I interpreting it right? There's the registrants for inclusionary zoning, it looks like 24,919. So those are the people who are in line waiting for an inclusionary zoning
Those are
unit,
people that have registered,
right?
that they're interested in an inclusionary zoning unit.
And they're waiting, or maybe it's 24,000 now, maybe some of those people, but there's 1,500 in the pipeline, so.
Right. And they would have to go through a lottery, to actually apply for the unit. So those 24,000 people are registered for a lottery to apply for an inclusionary zoning unit as it becomes available.
Oh, so something happens and there's a new set of inclusionary zoning units. You get a notice and then you decide, well, I could be interested in that unit. I would want to live there.
You would
And then you
get
put
the
in for the
lottery.
lottery.
Yeah.
And do you have a sense of if there's 10 units, how many people apply for the lottery? What's typical?
Hundreds.
Hundreds.
Thousands.
It's a
Maybe
lottery.
whisper to
It's
thousands.
a true lottery.
Mhm.
Okay, thank you very
Yeah.
much.
Thank you, Councilmember Ruman. The the regional analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, which was done by COG, and discussing the agency's pre-hearing responses, lists 7 goals for the district, including 2 that are relevant to HPAP. Now, one is creating more housing for families earning at or below 60% of the median family income. And the second is helping more protected class members become homeowners. When DHCD changed the HPAP policy in October, did the agency consider these equity goals?
Yes, we did. And in fact, the change in the policy made very little difference into the number of income levels that were affected and very little change into demographics. So it was almost the same amount of people in the same, brackets of income, and the same number of women that were helped, and the same, by a very small margin, the same number of Black households that were helped.
So my, I think the number of Black and HPAP recipients decreased from 76% to 65%. The reverse was true for white HPAP recipients. 12% of recipients in FY23 were white, but 21%, it went up to 21% in the next fiscal year. So there seems to be a significant shift.
A significant shift in white borrowers from very small.
Shift down for Black borrowers,
Right,
shift up
but,
for white borrowers.
I mean, the comparison between 75 and 66 is not, they are still the majority of the people that were helped with HPAP. And there was, some increase in white borrowers, yes.
I would say over one fiscal year, 10% shift down for Black recipients is significant.
But that's not necessarily just because of the HPAP. I mean, we also have had, increase in home prices and things like that. So there's a number of things that could have shifted, and Black homeownership is nationally declining, and we still were ahead in terms of HPAP users that were African American and women.
So a similar trend happened with income in FY23. 25% of recipients had income from $40,000 to $50,000. That dropped to 7% of recipients this year that are in that income bracket. Overall, the average income increased by $10,000 from $71,000 to $81,000 for income. But again, a shift from 25% to 7% over 1 year is also significant. So my concern is we have these stated goals of creating more housing for families at or below 60% of the MFI and protecting protected class members, but it seems we're moving in the opposite direction. What are your thoughts on what we do with the program going forward?
I think it's a slight shift given the economic challenges everywhere. The classes were still protected very significantly. I think HPAP has to go back to being the gap financer that it once was and not be in the position of being first trust. That's the only way that it's really sustainable over a long period of time. I think that there's other things that can be done. Again, advocating for lenders who are making money off of HPAP buyers to put in more down payment assistance to help these groups. And in fact, some of the folks that did not qualify, they actually went and renegotiated with their lenders and were able to still move forward. That tells me that there's more opportunity for partnership from the lenders to provide down payment assistance to help in this plight as well.
So I'm really big on metrics. If a 10% shift in Black users and a 18% shift by income is not significant, what percentage does it become significant?
I would say 20% would be something that I would take a deeper look at, because I also don't know, like if I were to do this next year, and I wouldn't look at 1 year either, right? So I would look at the trends of what has happened before. Last year was sort of historical blip in the system, right? Because of the 202 and the amount of money that was put in. This year, we kind of trended to normalcy. If we're going to make the program what we did last year normal, then we could get to those same numbers. But this year, we went to what is probably sustainable for the program over time. And I would look at what happens, next year before I made any strong determining assumptions about it.
So I'm really concerned about this because I think there's a broader picture that we have to look at it in. The average income in the city, which has been studied significantly for Black residents and Black families, is substantially lower, which means that home ownership opportunities for Black residents are substantially lower, which means if we're going to sort of make real the efforts of the Black home ownership strike force and goals that the mayor has set, then we have to be very conscious about how we are tying programs like HPAP to users. And in fact, DC regulations require the agency to prioritize low-income, elderly, disabled, and displaced district residents for HPAP. So I'm worried that we are quickly moving in the wrong direction. If we measure the success of HPAP, back to metrics, by the number of people helped, then in a city with a declining Black population, declining number of Black people who can afford to buy homes, it'll still look like success. But if we're measuring success based on things like Black home ownership, then it doesn't look like success. It's not necessarily the more people who utilize the program, the more successful it is. We have to be clear about what the goals are and how we measure success. For me, I'm measuring success based on the number of Black and low-income families that utilize these programs.
And I think I agree with you, and that's a priority that we all should measure. But I think we also have to look at, again, the number last year and the sustainable number and what that means. And to the extent that we can come up with further programs that make sense, that are sustainable, I think we should work on that.
Okay. But we also have to know what sustainable means. And this comes back to the goals. Is it the number of people who utilize the program, or is it the number of people of particular classes who utilize the program? If you try to do both, I tell you who's going to lose every time. And we need to be aware of that and sort of clear about what success looks like.
I agree with that.
So DHCD was part of the Black Homeownership Strike Force, is that right?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And the strike force was charged with developing recommendations to increase access to homeownership for longtime Black residents. And when the mayor increased the maximum amount of HPAP funding from to $202,000 from $80,000, that was in response to a recommendation from the strike force. So I just wanted to make sure we sort of, I get very frustrated in the district about what I hear in press conferences and read in glossy materials and sort of where I see things working and not working. And we all have to push ourselves on those issues.
And I think, I think you're exactly right when you say, well, what's the priority, right? So do we need to help the most people that we can in the income brackets. I still think we had very high numbers in those comparatively in sort of percentages. Yes, we did help some more people that were not in those numbers, but we still had really high numbers, and we were still able to sort of make impact on home ownership in this 80% and below category. So we were also able to help some people that otherwise would not have been able to own a home. But yes, could we change the program so that, far less people are helped, but, you still make impact on those lower incomes? That is a question, right? But I think ultimately we can do that. It's just a matter of there's so many different competing priorities. You have to sort of figure out what's the best and sustainable, because as we've talked about, we want HPAP to be relied upon to the best extent that we can as well. Is 202 sustainable? We're looking at budgets right now. Is it? I don't know if there's $70 million every year for HPAP, we could get to where we were last year. If there's not, we have to figure out that answer.
Right, but again, $202,000 is sustainable if we have a goal of helping the number of families within sort of particular categories. Is not sustainable if our goal is just to maximize generally the number of people who can utilize the program.
And then that would also mean we just heard from Councilmember Fruman about maintaining district residents, right? So are all those district residents in the category that, teachers and the district employees that he said he wanted to help? Like, there's just a lot of competing priorities.
Let me move to the Homeowners Assistance Fund, or HAF. DHCD's pre-hearing responses say there are regular updates and clear communication strategies that have made HAF more accessible and understandable to homeowners. Based on what we're hearing from HAF participants and their representatives, we heard from a number of them today, owners aren't feeling these improvements yet. That said, I'm glad to see that next month, LEDC and DHCD will start providing updates to people in the program as they await their payments. How are LEDC and DHCD determining when and how to connect with people in the program?
So again, there's a portal. They can go in and get the information. There's email. LEDC is actually our CBO that interacts with the homeowners directly first and processes the applications. They are in constant communication with folks and telling them the status of their application. They can go on the website and enter into their portal and see where their application is on the HAF, on the HAF website. So these are just methods of communication. We also work with LEDC and our other CBOs and meet with them on a monthly basis. We work with the legal aid society and meet with them on a regular basis and say where we are and constantly talking to them about improvements that are needed, reporting to them on particular clients that they may have. So these are all communication tools that we're using.
So if we use the witness who testified earlier as an example, the issue with you say there was a payment that was processed to someone that got stuck. Who was that? When
I think it was, you were talking about Ms. Nadej, was it?
yes,
Mhm.
you were saying a payment was issued, but then it got stuck somewhere.
The payment was issued, was rejected
It was rejected.
because the vendor had not updated their vendor registration. And then the payment was reissued and that payment was made again. So it's a matter of them processing, and it was made to a new entity that they had.
Okay.
And we are in communication with vendors all the time. If they've changed their sort of registration needs to be updated, and their information needs to be updated, we ask them to do that all the time, but we don't know until something like this happens if they did it or not.
All right. So the issue with the vendor would speak to some of the delay, but over the course of a year and a half, at this point, that can't be the only delay that there was there. Just using this one as an example. Communication is part of it. The other piece is sort of just moving as quickly as possible. What's making HAF funds take so much longer, take so long?
So I think right now, and I just have this note here, HAF takes, sorry. In fiscal year 23, HAF took 103 days. Right now, it takes about 36 days from application completion to when a payment is made. So one of the things that can take longer is if there's edits, if people need additional information, and then when they kind of go out of the system, they kind of go back to the top of the system. So if you have to make an edit or make a change, other applications keep moving, so you kind of go back to the top. And so that's kind of what ends up being a little longer for you. If your application is not complete, we're moving on with other applications, and then we're waiting for you to come back with your edit. You're coming back in, and you go to the top of the process.
What are these edits?
So edits may mean information that you did not provide, information from your application is not complete, your current income level, information about your job, or do you have this is a sort of emergency situation, so you have to provide all the documentation in order to get that funding.
Are there a category of like frequently occurring mistakes that lead to the need for edits?
It's a good question. I'm not sure of that question, but I can answer that.
I think looking into that may help. And my concern, and I'm sure you share this concern, is these delays can lead to foreclosure, which is exactly what we're trying to prevent here. When residents are waiting on the support. So anything we can do to quicken the process, reduce the number of
So one of the things that I will say is that I have not heard of someone that had a HAF application that was in process and they ended up in foreclosure. They may get the foreclosure notices. They will share that with the HAF program, and the HAF program will call that vendor and let them know that there's an application pending, what have you. And so I actually have not heard of a situation where someone went into foreclosure waiting for HAF, because if that does come up, they let us know and we contact if it's a utility provider or a mortgage or whatever, saying they're approved or they're waiting for the payment, and we tell them their status. So that actually has not happened. It's scary when you get the foreclosure notice, but if we get that information, and when we've gotten that information, we contact the mortgage servicer and say it's coming.
Okay. So you will look to see if there are common mistakes that we can try to get ahead of, give a different direction, additional direction, clear direction, whatever it is, to applicants. And one of the things that we've heard is that the way payments are processed also slows things down. Is there anywhere in the process that you see that is slower than you'd like to see?
At one point with a change in diffs, it was challenging. I think a lot of that has been resolved today. Again, it's taking now a month from application to payments in fiscal year 24. So I feel like a lot of that with the registrations being updated and diffs kind of working itself out, we've had payments happen within 30 days, 36 days, 40 days. So I don't think that was an issue fiscal year 23. I don't think that it's currently an issue. We've worked really hard with our CFO to make sure those payments are processed on a regular basis, and they're doing it in batches. Some of the payments that we have had challenges with have been around utilities, mostly and through DOEE, and we're working on that too. That's not something DOE makes the payment, so we're constantly working with communication around that and improving that. So I think that's the area that probably can still be improved around utility payments, but the mortgage payments are pretty much working, and condo association payments and things like that.
Okay. It does seem that on average, ERAP moves more quickly than HAF. Is that your perception?
Well, I don't do ERAP.
Yeah.
So you would have to provide that information to me, but I think with HAF, that is a nationwide program that is guidelines are by the feds. So we don't have much jurisdiction over how we do them. We have to follow the federal guidelines around processing and what's required and what the reporting has to be like. So the HAF program is done through the Treasury. So there may be some differences in that in addition to like the district guidelines that have to be followed.
Okay. And you will work with like legal aid and these other folks.
We will
and
continue to
clients?
communicate with them. Like I said, we're on a weekly call with legal aid. We're on a weekly call with LEDC. We're always communicating about that. You know, the edits, that's an interesting question. What is a common edit? I will definitely look into that.
Let me turn briefly to two other DHCD programs. Also impact this conversation around communication to program participants. In your pre-hearing responses on the single-family residential rehab program and the small buildings program, DHCD said the regulatory framework isn't ideal for homeowners or landlords. Does this mean there are delays in these programs?
The single-family rehab program, we have vastly improved the process there. There was a backlog when I started. I think there's maybe 22 or 30 left in the backlog of applicants. So we've significantly improved that backlog on single-family. I don't know that there's any regulatory challenges. I do know that we do have to go through an OCP process. So, you know, it's different. I have this conversation all the time. Why can't we just get 3 bids and move on, right? but there's a OCP process with rules and regulations that we have to go through, and they do that. So we've done some novel things in terms of batching projects together so that, you know, several can go at once. We just try to make that happen. So maybe that's the regulatory process that that question is referring to, because it's not like, you know, I can't just go out to 3 contractors, say, give me 3 bids and I'll take the lowest one. That would be nice.
Um,
That would move the process along.
what is the timeline for the single-family residential rehab program now?
Currently, it's about 6 months from application, from receipt of confirmation of a completed application, 6 months. It used to be a year.
Okay. And what about the small buildings program?
Small buildings program is sort of a new program that really hasn't, it's kind of a demonstration program. I'm not sure sort of what we're kind of talking about in that instance. That's a program where we've done 1 building so far in terms of grant, and we're actually going to be rolling out a difference in that small buildings program to sort of change it from grant to a loan program in March sometime. So I'm not quite sure where what that question is really referring to in terms of.
Okay. Could you double check with your team the timeline on the single-family residential rehab program? I think the pre-hearing responses said that that's still at a year.
It was a year. So it was a year, it took a year. Now it takes 6 months, about, you know, average 190 days.
Okay.
I actually double checked that before I walked in here.
Perfect. I appreciate it. What contributed to that reduction?
So there was a whole lot of conversation around process improvement, but I think that the biggest sort of advent was trying to work with OCP on batching programs with contractors, so they would all go out. Also in addressing critical repairs sooner than the overall like doing roofs or preventing leaks, so that we could get out to those issues and then coming back later if they needed greater rehab. So I think that's part of what.
And what is, I think roofs and accessibility modifications.
But
do you-
sometimes when you go into a house, like the roof has been so bad that you need to do other things to the house. You need to rehab the kitchen, or you need to do the bathrooms because of leaks, or, you know, there's critical repairs that need to be done to make it habitable. But generally going in, you're trying to just make sure the envelope is good and the roofs are good, that people can get into a ramp and all that.
But if those other issues are there,
Then we would continue on with the work. So there's sort of like the statement of work to do the roof, to make sure that we stop sort of the thing that's causing the decline of the home, and then we would go in to fix what has been declined.
okay. Do you have thoughts on the requests that came up in a couple of testimonies, asking whether the program can be expanded to generally meet other needs?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be expanded to meet other needs. I think it's, there's efficiency. So when you think about it, it's quite a bit of work for like one house, right? But it is needed, right? So these folks that bought a house or in a certain level of income, they need to be able to be maintained in their home. You don't want them to become homeless. You want to maintain their wealth and be able to have them pass on their homes. It can be expanded. It just takes, you know, more money.
Yeah.
Write me a big check.
Do you happen to know how much money is in this program?
I think about $2 million a year is in the program. On average cost of the repairs that we do is around $25,000, depending. Some have gone on to a lot more than that.
Yeah.
Depending again what you find.
And is it generally, is that money used up, or is there leftover money?
Generally, it's used up. Because there's always a pipeline of, there's always a pipeline every
Yeah.
year.
Um,
What I like about the program is that it does help a lot of seniors actually. And that's something, people live in their homes for a really long time.
Yeah.
And they look around and everything's kind of crumbling around them. So,
Yeah, and I do at community meetings get seniors who ask,
Mhm.
why they can't use the money for other needs.
Mhm.
Yeah, I generally tell them it's a trade-off.
Mhm.
But it's a request I take seriously because, a lot of our seniors are on fixed
Yeah.
incomes. This is where they're trying to spend
And when we go in, if there is a need, kitchens, bathrooms, but it is specifically focused on roofs and accessibility.
Okay. Um, Let me move to the River East at Grandview, or what we commonly refer to as Talbot Street. Homeowners that were deeply harmed by the units they purchased and had to evacuate. When my team started working more closely with them last year, the owners often cited a lack of clear communication and engagement. Um, in April of 2023, DHCD gave a proposal to the River East owners that included DHCD assuming the first trust mortgage for the homeowners. In its second FAQ to owners from January 29th of this year, DHCD said the Office of General Counsel is drafting a legal opinion saying DC can't repay these existing first trust mortgages because of DC's charter. The FAQ said that opinion would be available in late January, but that is still not done. I think we may have just gotten it.
Yeah, so I just got it.
Okay.
The
Um,
last one I
okay.
just got a couple days ago, another one I got like a couple days before that.
Why was repayment on the table last April, but now homeowners are being told it isn't legal?
So I can't speak to sort of what was happening last April as we try to move forward to make some path forward in terms of the mortgages. It was shared with me that it may be illegal according to the district charter. So then I asked to get that in writing. I got an opinion from the Office of Risk Management as well as OAG, and they're slightly different. I think it says that the district charter can't take on debt to repay the first trust mortgages. But I also think that, just as an aside, and this may not be where you're going, these lenders also have a way, this is why they're in the business of lending. They have things, loss reserves, and they have insurances, they have backing, many of them, in instances where they have losses. Because not every mortgage is going to come to fruition and be fully paid. And so, we're trying to work with them to avail themselves of those tools that they have at their disposal. But in so doing, in discussion, these two opinions were needed to make sure and to help strategize around that.
So where does this leave things with respect to those homeowners and what options they have?
So we are looking towards a mortgage solution for them currently.
Does this mean we're back at square one?
No. We're at square, hopefully 25.
Rough timeline for a new option?
I am working diligently, and my goal is to get a communication out by the end of this month. So that's like 10 business days from now
A communication with a new option?
with the new option. That is the goal. It may run a little over, but I don't sleep at night because of this stuff, and I want to sleep.
It is a tough one. I hear about it a lot. I think about it a lot, and it is a difficult issue. We've got to figure it out. DHCD has agreed to forgive HPAP and HPTF loans for the owners and to grant access to a second round of HPAP funding for those who want to own. Is that still accurate?
As needed, yes.
Um, what does as needed mean?
So hopefully, depending on this mortgage solution, it'll look different than your typical mortgage solution is what I'm hoping. So it won't need additional HPAP, funding, but we'll see what happens. Because as you know, we don't have a lot of HPAP.
Right. When will DHCD provide the council with legislative language to amend the law and make this possible?
I'm hoping I won't need to.
So things just seem to be constantly changing. Again, this is a complex issue, but I keep feeling like every time I feel like we're making progress, then I feel like we are not. And I can only imagine how these impacted homeowners feel. It just doesn't seem like we have we don't have a clear path forward at this point.
I have a path that I'm working on, and I hope it'll be very clear. And I'm trying to button it up, and hopefully, I don't want to get out in front of it and then it falls apart. That's
I hear you.
the challenge that I'm having right now. So I got to get the approvals on everything and work on the communications around it and make sure that we have in front of us a clear path forward that is real.
Lastly, for this section, I want to touch on DHCD hearing accessibility. Last year was really tough to access DHCD public hearings and meetings, and the number of members of the public who actually testify was low. In the committee budget report, we recommended that DHCD make the hearings and meetings more accessible. Can you describe what steps DHCD has taken since that recommendation?
So we've changed the platform. We've moved to a Zoom platform that seems more accessible and more easily available to the public. And that seems to be working much better, and it's easier for us to navigate as well and to understand. People can raise their hands, and it's just seems a lot more user-friendly. So we've done that.
And in these, I appreciate the changes you've made. The chart provided in the pre-hearing responses shows that several witnesses provided written testimony for hearings. I have not been able to find that testimony. Where does it live?
So we have the testimony when we do like CAPER hearings where we are required to provide a transcript of the hearings to HUD. So whether it's verbal or in writing, we put the transcript in our submission to HUD.
What about these hearings? So are there hearings for which you don't include the transcript, and for the CAPER hearings, is that goes to HUD, but is it available to the public?
I'll double check that. I think we put the CAPER on our website as well, but I'll double check that. And
Okay.
if we don't, we can probably do that.
I appreciate it. If you have an issue, if you can't do it, would you?
I'll let you know.
Thank you. So now I want to move to agency goals and key performance indicators. DHCD has several goals, priorities, mandates. Some of those we've already spoken about today. You have FY24 performance plan objectives, mandates under the Fair Housing Act, goals in the regional analysis of impediments to fair housing choice, and the 5 priorities listed in response to a pre-hearing question out of all of those, what are the agency's top 3 goals for this upcoming year?
I think the top 3 goals are to continue to find ways to increase affordable housing, productivity, to preserve affordability in existing stock. And I think that that becomes even more important in this economic environment, and where we've had a big shift in economic vacancy issues, and fighting to preserve those affordable units because of economic vacancy issues is going to become more challenging, particularly as costs of operating increase. When you have economic vacancy and the cost of operating a building, they do not go together, and that could be a significant loss for housing stock. So as we talk about ERAP, like we need almost emergency funding to stabilize some of these buildings that are experiencing this economic vacancy loss as operations are going. So that is, obviously preserving the affordable housing stock, because as I always say, net new and not preserving what you have means no movement forward. So you have to do that. I mean, I think it's hard to say that out of the 5, any 3 are top, but stabilizing neighborhoods overall is important, and making sure that where we've put housing, where we've invested and preserved housing, that we are doing things in the neighborhood to stabilize it overall, whether it be through, I mean, I remember Councilmember White, you and I went to a neighborhood that said they had no grocery stores, no cleaning, and that to me is really important, because that does create a full community. So looking at those areas and making sure we're doing things to stabilize neighborhoods would probably be
Right.
the third one.
And how do you, for these goals, how do you define success? What's the benchmark you're trying to reach for these?
New businesses that are open, the number of technical assistance that is provided for these areas. If there's a grocery store opening, community-based facility that opens, that we funded at least, providing grants for people, or working with, other DC agencies that provide grants for these areas, making sure we're focusing on particular neighborhoods with our investment dollars, and that our community-based organizations are providing the technical assistance, housing counseling, stabilization, small business technical assistance, creating revitalization plans for those areas, and making sure we're investing in them. That to me is a goal.
What about the goals of increasing affordable housing produced and preserving the stock of affordable housing? What's the benchmark? How do you measure whether or not you met your goal for this year, or how whether or not
year
you
over
exceeded?
year, increasing it, making sure that we've done at least the same amount, if not more, in the previous year. That to me is increasing it. That's going to become harder in this year, but as we try to continue to move forward and use innovative sources of financing, even working with our agency partners, like I may get killed for this one, but every agency should have a little bit that they give to the Housing Production Trust Fund. How about
Be nice.
that?
These 3 goals are important. It's something we're trying to hone in on with all of our agencies in this committee, so that it's clear collectively how we define success, and so that we can examine these together as we come together for meetings or hearings, to understand whether the agency is on track, what impediments exist, what you need from the committee or the council to help get those things done. But just to make sure we're pushing in the right direction, one of the things I worry about government-wide is there are always so many mandates and challenges that everybody is busy all day, every day. And sometimes being busy makes it feel like you're getting things done. And
I get
yeah,
it. I
that's
like
right.
data too,
Yeah.
so I appreciate that. But I think that, when you're doing this, you come up with a benchmark, like, is it, if we can sustain the amount of housing built or affordable units that are produced in this year, what does that mean and how do you get there, right? That's saying I need the dollars to match that and to match the economic sort of realities. So if we're
Yeah.
gonna say we're producing every year, no matter what, like that 100 million in the Housing Production Trust Fund, what does it mean today versus what it meant, you
Mhm.
know, 5 years ago?
Yeah.
So that's not the same. So for our standard is every year, we're gonna make sure we're producing and we're, you know, have enough money to accept and fund X number of units. Well, what's that number?
Right.
And that may be a better metrics, but that has to go with the budget.
It does. And I'm consider myself a partner in that, and that's what you should expect me to be. Um, I think these are good, increasing affordable housing produced, preserving affordable housing and stabilizing neighborhoods. I think hit at the sort of key missions of the agency. And if those things move forward, and those are the only things that move forward, the agency has succeeded, in my opinion. Let me say this. I know that it is always less clear on your side how much further we have to go, and people have kids and everything else. We should be done in an hour or less. So just so people have some level of predictability. Um, the last year, you said you had hoped to rely on the expertise of the Housing Production Trust Fund Advisory Board members
Mhm.
to help guide the agency's decisions around HPTF spending, especially in a tighter budget year. The committee recommended filling the 4 vacant board seats by October of 23
Mhm.
to make sure that the expertise was available to you.
Mhm.
This year, the board has even fewer people.
Mhm.
Only 3 of the 9 seats are filled.
Mhm.
Obviously, that is concerning. Um, when we look at the status of a representative of the Low Income Tenant Association, it says outreach underway.
Mhm.
This position has been vacant for over a year,
Mhm.
and it is important. What's the delay for this specific seat?
Finding someone that's willing to participate. And I will take this moment to encourage our CBOs, our industry partners, anyone that is even listening that would like to participate and fill that low income tenant advisory position on the Housing Production Trust Fund Board to apply to MOTA and to get selected to be on that board. We have reached out, we are continuing to reach out, and it's a matter of someone making that commitment and also filling out the application through the MOTA process.
Uh, have you asked the CBOs that work with the agency for recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. We will try to support that request. What about the other board seats?
So the other board seats, we have someone selected and they're going through the process to be approved.
Okay. At the February HPTF Advisory Board meeting, DHCD shared that 44% of the FY24 trust fund dollars so far have been allocated to units at 30% of MFI. This is close to the 50% statutory mandate and an improvement from the 33% allocation from last March. What steps did DHCD take to improve its compliance with the current statutory mandate?
So one of the major steps was to request new construction units in this RFP. So obviously, if you are preserving units, you have to preserve what's in place, and that could vary, you know, from the entire income range. But when you're producing new units, you can negotiate and mandate these are the kind of units that we're looking for, you know, 50% at 30% and below. So I think that making requests for a new production to have those levels is what made the biggest difference.
And what are your thoughts on the witness recommendation of, um, well, witness concern that smaller buildings really aren't competitive for funds?
I could see that concern being a reality, but hopefully over time we will have the small buildings program, but that will really just be for critical repairs and things like that. Smaller programs are sort of more difficult because you want to do something with greater impact. There's economies of scale issues, especially if you're trying to create affordability. You want to be able to have enough of this to pay for that, especially without operating subsidy in place. So I would agree, it's probably harder to get housing production trust fund as a smaller unit, but very large ones don't do well either, right? It's kind of this medium size because we only have but so much housing production trust fund. So it's kind of like a
Trade-off.
sweet spot.
Yeah, okay. So affordable housing development in the city has been substantially impacted by the district nearing our bond cap, which is limiting the availability of the 4% LIHTC or low-income housing tax credits funding for new projects. We heard some of this from witnesses as well. Are there alternative funding sources available for those projects?
So there are a number of alternative funding sources, but if you're, there's Housing Production Trust Fund and there's the 4% bond. Those are kind of the major ones. Ridgecrest was a good example of not using bonds from 4% bonds, but it did require a lot of Housing Production Trust Fund subsidy and other subsidy in the capital stack as well. So, there has to be other sources to make up for that difference. But there's, a number of options that we keep looking at. Hopefully, we'll see some changes in the law and we'll be able to have more bond allocation shortly if the feds make that change. But yeah.
I worry about this because projects put on hold when we need more affordable housing. We've heard from some um, providers that they had to sell at least one building because it couldn't get funding. So it is a substantial issue, as you know. On production, pre-hearing responses show the units produced using trust fund dollars funded in FY23, but the numbers are different than the numbers in last year's chart. So I'm looking at charts for 2 different years on the number of units produced, and the numbers are different in those 2 charts. And I'm referring to the DFD chart that goes with question 50 in this year's questions and to question 48 from last year's responses. The chart also doesn't list the number of bedroom units. This year's chart doesn't. Why are there different numbers of units produced from a chart one year to the chart the next year?
Different number of units produced?
Yes, so units produced using HPTF funding in FY23. The number of units produced with that funding, HPTF for FY23, from last year's questions, the number produced for FY23 is different than the number of units produced in FY23 in the
From
chart.
this year?
Yes.
It could have been a timing issue. So it could have been as of that date. So if you're talking about FY23 and we had a hearing, it would have been up to that date potentially. And I don't know, I would really have to look at it to see what it was. But if we had a hearing in January of 23, that wouldn't have had the whole year of 23. But I would have to look at it.
So I'd like to work with you on this because I understand your response, but the discrepancy exists for previous years too, maybe for the same reason,
Mhm.
and it's not updated.
Mhm.
But it makes it really
Hard to track. I
yes.
get it. Yeah, absolutely.
So let's work together
Uh-huh.
on that um, and figure out what was happening in past years and how we address it going forward. Um, for the IZ program, um, this is meant to produce and sometimes, I'm sorry, let me go back 1 second. The other issue was the missing bedroom counts. Can
Okay.
you submit an addendum
Yes.
on the bedroom counts? I appreciate this is something of great concern to me. For DHCD's inclusionary zoning program, it's meant to produce and sometimes preserve affordable housing. Pre-hearing responses say that DHCD doesn't have the number of units currently vacant,
Mhm.
but the IZ statute requires all project owners to list vacancies on dchousingsearch.org. Um, why does DHCD not have the number of vacant units?
So I went over this with my team the other day, so they can tell you the number of units that let them know that they were vacant that became initially vacant, and then subsequent units that became vacant after the initial that wanted to be part of the lottery, right? So after they're in the lottery, they can't say which ones are actually filled, right? Because they'll just lotterize the units. And they'll take a time to fill the units and make sure everyone is meeting the income requirements. But there's not a notification that happens back to them that says, now this unit is filled. They will only get back, we need to put this back into the lottery. And if they decide not to use a lottery, they could do it without using the lottery as well. So we wouldn't know if they're vacant or not.
So, I mean, it seems, I think I follow what you're saying, but it seems then that this program is ripe for abuse or at least inaccuracy.
Mhm.
How do we tighten this up? We get a lot of concern. A lot of people are just lost on IZ.
Mhm.
And in a lot of ways, I am too. I don't know how many vacancies I hear. I hear that there are a lot of vacancies. Sometimes there is a big gap between the lottery and the time somebody actually moves in. Could the agency work on recommendations for IZ that would help us tighten our regulations so that we know what vacancy looks like and
So
better
we,
practice?
we do get annual reports about which units are rental properties, showing us who's in the units for the rental properties. So that is one part of it. But I do see what you're saying about, can we tighten it up? And I think we should look into that.
Okay. We'll do that, and we can work together on that. Everybody's trying to figure out. We had somebody who testified earlier today that just can't find housing, and we hear from those folks all the
And I
time.
think, it's a numbers thing too, as I think about it, like it's 20,000 people looking at, 2,000 units that come available over time. So, what's your likelihood to even get an IZ unit?
Right, but it's less if their unit's vacant and we don't know, or
Mhm.
if building owners, I don't.
Well,
I
they
think
will know if they enter the lot, because you'll be called to get into the lottery, so
Right.
you'll know. But then you may not, depending on if you're called, and then you have to wait for that person to accept or decline.
Right.
That could take some time, right? So, I mean, as I think about it, I mean, we could solution on how to make that more transparent for people so they know where that unit is in the process that they were interested in. And I think that is probably a solution. And I'm not quite sure how to do that, but if I'm looking at a unit, I would want to know whether I'm going to give up or not, right?
Right.
Did it happen? Did it not? And that happens for the rental properties, that happens in the annual report. So they have to wait for the annual report, I guess. But I get what you're saying.
And you mentioned that units don't have to go back into the lottery.
No,
No?
they don't have to.
Okay,
They can fill them.
on their own. And how do we know if it got filled through a process that's fair, or if sort of my nephew just graduated from college and got the unit?
Well, I don't think they can do that. So they have to, so if they go through the lottery, and maybe they can do that. I'm gonna ask Jean to.
Before you get too comfortable, I'm going to swear you in very quickly. Do you swear or affirm under penalty of perjury that the testimony you are about to provide to the Committee on Housing is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
So Jean is, Bullmash is our IZ administrator and manager.
Hi. So yes, a couple things. One, all IZ units have to go through one lottery when they first become available. If that lottery is not successful, and we've been working on a lot of ways to make that lottery A, more successful, more likely to be successful, and B, quicker. But if that lottery is not successful in finding a tenant or a buyer, if it's a sale unit, if the developer can ask us to do a second lottery, or the developer can submit to us a document called the Household Selection Plan, which explains how they're going to process applicants outside of the lottery process. So if we approve that Household Selection Plan, the developer can accept applications outside of the lottery process. To answer your question, how do we know it's not the developer's nephew? The developer has to, whoever, before they can move in, before an individual can move in, the developer has to show our community-based organization how that person was selected if it wasn't a lottery. So they have to show the wait list that, Bob is number one on the wait list, or what happened to people above Bob, why they aren't going forward.
Yeah.
And Bob has to go through the income verification process through our community-based organization. So they have to look to make sure that they meet the income and household size criteria before they could sign a lease. And
Okay.
as the director was indicating before, the rental properties give us an annual report every year, which shows us who's in the unit, when they were last certified, what their income is, what their household size is, et cetera.
Do the people selected have to be from the IZ lottery pool?
In the lottery, yes. If it's outside of the lottery through the household selection plan, they have to attend an IZ orientation class. They don't necessarily have to register in our database. So currently the steps are, in order to participate in the IZ program, you have to take an IZ orientation class, which are held by our community-based organizations. And then in order to be invited to join the lottery, you then have to register on our website. And so that registration, that database is how we invite people to join the lottery.
Okay.
In the non-lottery process, you only need that orientation. You don't have to actually register. And so
Okay.
we encourage people to do both. One, register in our database so you're invited to join lotteries. And then we also encourage everybody to look on dchousingsearch.org, where you can now look solely for non-lottery properties. And those properties, we encourage people to reach out to those properties they find and ask about either availability or property-specific waiting lists, which would be that non-lottery household selection plan process.
Okay. So if I'm an industrious person, I could figure out which may or may not, or don't have to go back through the lottery, and I could lobby them and get them to select me.
You could get on their waiting list.
They have to pull from the wait list?
Yes.
Oh, and how long does a person have to be on the wait list to be pulled?
It depends on the property. Like some properties don't have a wait list, some have very long wait lists. So it depends.
But if it's a property with a long wait list and I sort of meet the building owner and I say, hey, I'd be a great tenant, I'll be in and out in 2 years, put me on the wait list, could I jump in front of the other people on the wait list?
Technically, yes, but that's cheating, right? So there's some trust in this, and that's why to sort of protect against that, that's why we have, as part of the income verification process, the property has to provide the wait list to our community-based organization so they can see where this person is. Could a landlord or developer cheat and lie and make stuff up? Sure.
Yeah, I don't assume that most people are cheating and lying. There do seem to be some gaps in this. So we'll work through that. I think one of the reasons that there just seems to be a lot of confusion, including for myself, about the IZ program, and sort of how to be successful in it. And I think it could use some clarity. So I appreciate that, Mr. Bullmash.
Sure, happy to work with you and try to answer any questions.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Going to move to preservation now. Pre-hearing responses showed that DHCD staff attended a conference last year on the new emphasis asset management system for expiring affordability covenants. What is that? What is emphasis?
Emphasis is a new system that will automate some of the work or much of the work that we do at DHCD in terms of our portfolio management. So loan information, inspections, our inspections division will use it actually very soon. So that's part of the training that they went for. I think they also went to another training on emphasis recently, a number of people. So it's going to be our sort of software system to track our asset management work and our inspection work. And at some point, it'll be also used to do our underwriting and things like that.
Okay, and for what, which assets?
All of our entire loan portfolio should be able to be entered into emphasis. So at some point, this data that you're looking for, hopefully be able to be spit out.
So this will include properties that got funding from DHCD? And what did you say what the timeline was on that?
So it's going to be implemented over time.
Over time.
So right now, we expect our inspection division and inspectors that are going out to look at properties and monitor low-income housing tax credit properties. They are on the timeline to have it up and running by the end of this quarter. So they're going to be the first to go in. But I can share with you sort of the timeline plan if you want.
Okay. I would appreciate that. And will the database only include new covenants coming online?
No, we're trying to enter everything and use emphasis as our tool to do asset management and at some point underwriting.
I'm really curious about, interested in it. This sounds incredible. Will the database be public or internal?
Internal.
Any reason for it not to be public?
I mean, it's a work tool, right?
Okay.
So, I mean, there's certain reports that can come from it that could be public, but it's literally a work tool.
Will DOB have access to it?
No, not that I understand at this point, no. Because you're thinking of inspections? No.
Yeah. And just property conditions generally.
So our inspections are mostly related to tax credits requirements. So our tax credit requirement inspections are slightly different. Like we do file reviews, making sure like that the unit has the right amount of people, that it's the right size, like it's, related to the tax credit covenants.
I see.
So it's not, I mean, yes, if we see something wrong and it's in poor condition, we do follow up, but the landlords can certify that they fixed whatever.
So does it track lifespan of like major systems or roofs, things like that?
Does emphasis track license?
Right.
No, I don't think so.
Okay. And does DHCD use the National Housing Preservation Database?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. Do you happen to know the difference between the two?
The
emphasis?
National Housing Preservation Data, I have not heard of that.
Okay. We'll follow up on that. they seem to sort of overlap in purpose. And so we'll follow up on that. Turning to revenue, DHCD should be collecting from a fairly new penthouse construction zoning regulation. At the end of 2021, the zoning commission began requiring developers with penthouses in their developments to either reserve additional affordable housing at up to 50% MFI or to contribute funding to the Housing Preservation Trust Fund. Your pre-hearing responses show that since it started, the district has accumulated over $41 million from this initiative. Does this mean that developers are opting to pay rather than build affordable housing?
Yes. In
You
the
know-
penthouse. In- I'll put this an IZ thing. He's whispering, so I'll let him answer.
Sorry, sort of, was my whisper, because commercial and industrial properties don't have a choice. Commercial and industrial properties have to pay into the Housing Production Trust Fund. The choice is only if it's a residential development. So we're not gonna have an office building with with an apartment.
Okay, but this $41 million came from residential.
Mostly commercial.
No,
Yeah, it came from all. The complete amount 41, and I think a big chunk of that 41 is not technically penthouse habitable space. There were a couple like zoning commission orders for density bonus and other things. That was like a 10 million chunk, if I remember correctly. But of the penthouse space that we reported, that's both residential and commercial.
Okay, thank you for the clarifications. And so as I read the responses, dozens of properties subject to the HPTF penthouse contribution requirements have not paid in full, which would amount to a lot of money in unpaid revenue. Is that right?
Yeah, the way the statute is written is they have to make at least half the payment before they get their building permit. And the second half of the balance is due before they get their certificate of occupancy. So we get half upfront, and then it could be 2, 3, 4 years while they're building before we get the balance. But there are also some that make that first payment and the deal falls apart, the development doesn't go through, and so we don't necessarily get that second payment.
Okay, they don't get that back?
That's under discussion.
Okay. So they won't get the certificate of occupancy if they don't pay the final balance.
Correct.
Okay. Those are all the questions I have. I continue to appreciate the work that you all are doing. It is challenging. This is, for the public, also for the agency. We ask about concerns with programs. There are several examples, but it's late in the day. Like the small building, right? If you did fund the small buildings, people would say you're not doing enough units. And you'd say it's because we're doing small buildings. It is, so much of this is a trade-off. And we're always trying to sort of kick the tires, assess what we're doing. And for the people in the agency, what I recognize, we're usually not talking about the things that everybody agrees are going well. We're talking about the things that we get concerns about, which makes these hearings, challenging. But I hope that the questions, although important, never make folks feel like we don't appreciate the work that agencies are doing, because we do. You all are doing a lot of work. And I see us all as partners in this work. If you're doing well, city's doing well, we're doing well. If you're not, then collectively we're not. So I appreciate it. And I get a lot of feedback, so folks know, from Director Green as well about things she thinks we're missing. And I appreciate that feedback as well. So I want to thank you for being with us. There are a few things that I do want to follow up on to sort of tighten up our understanding and look to some extent at some of the regulations. But Director Green, I want to thank you and your team for the work you're doing and for being with us today for this hearing.
Thank you so much. And we will continue to, try to be responsive and solutions oriented and provide service excellence in everything we do. So I appreciate, everyone can get in touch with us, reach us. Your team does a good job of letting us know. So we will continue to try to respond to everyone.
I appreciate it. And appreciate the responsiveness to my team. I want to thank our public witnesses as well, and people who tuned in and didn't testify. Anyone who is interested may submit written testimony to our new hearing management system at lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. That's lims.dccouncil.gov/hearings. The record for this hearing will close at the close of business on Thursday, February 22nd. If you're interested in learning more about the work of this committee, please sign up at robertwhiteatlarge.com so that we can be in touch with updates. With that, the business before this committee is concluded. The time is 4:55 p.m. and this performance oversight hearing of the committee is adjourned.
Thank you.